Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings both in person and via Zoom that was graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin.
This week, we're recording live from the drive-in, discussing the 2007 double feature, Grindhouse. Grindhouse features Planet Terror, written and directed by Robert Rodriguez, and Death Proof, written and directed by Quentin Tarantino. Rodriguez and Tarantino leaned on their friendship and seamless working relationship to bring to life a modern-day Grindhouse double feature, each contributing their version of an exploitation horror film. Despite being financially unsuccessful and failing to kick off a series of double features, Grindhouse remains a creative and technical achievement and is still a favorite to many fans of the genre. These films have been requested by friends of the show, Alan Johnston, Carissa, Mandy M., Eggy, Beth Bauer, Molly Gerhart, Cookie, Stephen Junius, Probably My Jugs, Blaine Hancock, Scott Troutman-Wise, Lisa Misfit, Alex Butterfield, and Ariana Vasquez. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. So, what did you guys think of Grindhouse the first time you saw it?
So, I don't remember the date, but I remember, babe, you showing me this movie, and I watched it the one time. I remember that I didn't care for it. I really didn't. Like, I was just like, no, I'm good. Watching it again for the show, I think it might just be maybe some of the style or the choices some stuff is made, or you know what I mean, that they do, that I just was kind of like, whatever. But again, watching it and kind of breaking it down and stopping it and really paying attention, I do enjoy this movie more than I did before. Planet Terror is fun. It's very silly, but it's a lot of fun. Death Proof was good. Death Proof was real good. I did enjoy a lot of that. But watching it as a whole thing, like there's trailers and stuff for other movies. Some of them are fake and some of them are real. Now.
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually now. But no, the overall, this is a pretty good little experience to kind of sit down, and if you've got the time, you know what I mean? Even with friends or on a weekend or whatever, hey, we're going to watch this. But no, I wouldn't watch this with kids or like young teens in the room. There's a lot of gore and shit going on.
Yeah.
I remember exactly the first time that I watched this. And it was because Nay and I watched it together. It was from the very unfortunate fact that Nay and I did not get to see it in the theaters.
Okay.
Which is probably one of my biggest cinematic regrets of all time.
That would have been awesome. Like, this would have been an awesome theater experience.
Yeah. But we did whenever it started showing on one of the paid channels. I can't remember which one. It was either Showtime or Cinemax or something. But we caught it because they had been kind of advertising the premiere of it for a long time, and we were like, fucking finally. And just so excited that we would get to have this experience. Nay and I have been Tarantino fans since film was important to us.
Right.
Really. And I think every single Tarantino film that we ever watched or discovered eventually became a hyperfixation for both of us.
Okay.
And so the second that we heard that Grindhouse was a thing, we could not see it fast enough. So we like made an event out of it. And I remember we like put a blanket on your floor and we were like watching it and just like we had snacks and like it was a whole thing trying to create the theater experience at home that we accidentally missed out on.
Yeah.
Accidentally.
But I remember being so blown away by it. And I was very dismayed whenever it was finally released on, I was going to say home video. I don't know what you even call it now. We're in the Grindhouse mindset, right?
Yeah.
But whenever it was, they released it separately. And so it was Grindhouse Presents Planet Terror, Grindhouse Presents Death Proof. And that was the only way that you could buy it.
Yeah.
And so I remember finding it of all places at Bed Bath & Beyond. And it was oddly
So random.
the same place that I found the Jackie Brown DVD that also was a hyperfixation of ours.
Okay.
But it wasn't until 2010 that they released the Grindhouse Blu-ray of the double feature of everything, the theater experience at home finally.
Yeah.
And that was all she wrote, basically.
And that
Okay.
really came in clutch for this episode.
Hell yes. I snatched it up immediately, but I think that it is just a gem of a film experience. I really think that it is capturing something that is just such a unique chapter in the history of film and cinema in general. And it's really the kind of homage that just speaks to me so specifically and really does something really unique and special with paying tribute to a bygone era of the cinema experience.
Okay.
And it takes two really, really talented filmmakers to not turn this into a parody.
Oh, all right, all right.
Yeah, for sure.
Everything that they're doing here, I feel like it is done in such reverence and respect to what they grew up seeing.
Rather than like making fun of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there are things that are clearly like little winks to very specific things that would happen in Grindhouse theaters, missing reels, all these things that are just such a specific reference to almost like a you had to be there kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And it's such a special thing for us. Like, I didn't grow up having an experience to go to a Grindhouse theater or anything.
Right.
But it's almost like being invited to a special club through the lens of two filmmakers that it meant the world to see films like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I agree with you 100%. Planet Terror is a blast. And I thought it was like big, dumb fun.
Yeah.
The first time I saw it. Watching it now for the show, I feel like I enjoy it more than I did back then. It's still not, to me, on the level of Death Proof. I feel like Death Proof is the main event of this picture. Very wise to put it second.
Yeah.
And I might get shit for this. I don't care. I think that Death Proof is a cinematic achievement.
Okay.
And I think that for a lot of reasons. It's such a remarkable thing, the way that it is so many different things at once. And so many tributes to so many different subgenres of exploitation films. It has the DNA of a slasher. It is a car movie. It has these big character moments that are so Tarantino. It has his signature writing. Like, it is so much all at once, and it is so bold. But it also has very poignant social commentary about the kind of trajectory of the film industry.
Yeah, yeah.
Through the character of Stuntman Mike.
Yeah.
And you don't expect that watching this kind of a film because it seems like one that would just be turn on, have fun, and go.
Right, right.
But there is a lot to that film. There's also really strong women characters, which Tarantino writes really well.
Yeah.
I agree.
And, of course, Zoe Bell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just fantastic. But I think that the film as a whole is bold, it's daring, it's just massive swing. I love the feel, I love the tone, the atmosphere, the presentation, the charm, the vibe, the music.
Okay.
I really can't say enough about it. It's also self-referential to the films that they have made themselves. Rodriguez referencing himself and Tarantino referencing himself and Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Both of them referencing this era of film that captured both of them.
Yeah.
And I understand a lot of people might think that it's a little pretentious. I personally think that with any bold creative endeavor, you got to run the risk of being at least a little pretentious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that it is exactly what they set out to do. I really just cannot convey my excitement that we get to cover it. I love this film beyond reason.
No, I completely agree. It's funny because I remember watching both of these, and I think probably a couple times, and then I was really so captivated by Death Proof that I really focused on Death Proof. I've seen the full version of Death Proof because like almost half an hour is not in Grindhouse. Honestly, watching the Grindhouse feature of it, I was like, well, where's the part where they go to? Like, it feels very different to me because I've seen the full one so many times that I kind of like Planet Terror was like, oh yeah, that was cool, but I have not seen it in years. I guess since you and I, John Paul, watched it together.
Yeah.
So rewatching it here, like you remember key points, key visuals. I thought it was a fucking blast. Like you said, T, I liked it so much more than I remember. Like, I just appreciate it more than I remember appreciating it before. I remember being like, oh, that was cool, but fucking let's get in the cars. You know what I mean? Like, but no, I loved it on its own. And then Death Proof, I've gone on record. Let's all act surprised at the end, but Death Proof is a 10. It's incredible. I know that it is kind of, I don't want to say cool and fashionable, but like it Tarantino gets a lot of hate. And it's okay. You know what I mean? We are not John Paul as much, but even you can admit he's a very talented filmmaker.
No, yeah.
It really does, like you were saying, T, blend so many aspects of what you love in a Tarantino film and adds something really unexpected. You know what I mean? I don't know. I love it so much. And now I love Planet Terror so much. And it's such a treat to be. And Robert Rodriguez had said that Quentin Tarantino would have movie nights at his house and he would cultivate, like, the first film is like a slasher and the second film is like a zombie movie from the 70s. And he would put trailers from movies of the era that they were watching the two features of, like a Grindhouse film.
Yeah.
And they were like, we want to bring a movie night at Tarantino's house to everyone, like bringing that Grindhouse experience that most people our age have never had the opportunity to experience. So it is just very, very cool. It is a, I think, very ambitious ask of themselves to pull this off. And I know, like I was saying at the top, it was not financially successful, which really bums me out because I feel like if it had been, there would probably be a second Grindhouse with fucking Eli Roth and Edgar Wright. Another one with Rob Zombie. You know what I mean? Like, T cringed when I said Eli Roth, and I get it. but you know what I mean? This could be a vehicle for so many filmmakers to team up and do really cool shit like this.
Yeah.
The franchise potential of this is wild. I completely agree. And I think that's one of the other things that bums me out so much, where not only did we not get to experience it in the theaters, but a lot of the public didn't go to experience this in the theaters.
Yeah.
But the audience reaction of the people that did see it, I think, is reason enough to maybe go back to the well, maybe eventually. I would hope.
I mean, they could.
There's nothing stopping.
No.
But I did want to talk a little bit about the conceit of this project. So we can kind of take it back to the earliest Grindhouse theaters, and that was back in the 1920s.
Damn.
Like, this has been a thing, had been a thing for a very long time. But it wasn't until the 70s that they really rose to their height, showcasing these 2 for the price of 1 gritty exploitation films for their audiences. Like, you would be able to see films in these theaters that were not shown anywhere else. Tarantino said, it's not like now where, you know, the films are just released everywhere. Some films would be made and they'd have 10 reels. And so they would travel from city to city showing these same 10 reels, and they would look like shit after, you know, so long, because it's running it and running it and running it. That's the feel that we get, that they kind of utilize in a lot of these films that we're about to cover. Mm-hmm. But it's got to just add to the experience, you know? But anyway, these double features faded away, but the legend and love for them did not. And 2 of the people that still pined for these experiences were obviously Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino. So the 2 of them, I thought it was really sweet. I learned this. They did this San Diego Comic-Con panel after they finished filming Planet Terror, before they filmed Death Proof. Mm-hmm. So right in between. But they said that the 2 of them met on a panel at a film festival in the 90s where Rodriguez was showing El Mariachi and Tarantino was showing Reservoir Dogs.
Okay.
I didn't even realize until they talked about it that they did release the same year.
That's wild.
Yeah, to think of that.
Yeah. But they hit it off and talked so much about film while they were there together that they had to be pulled away from each other. And in the future, they would end up having offices right next to each other while Rodriguez was writing Desperado and Tarantino was writing Pulp Fiction.
Okay.
So this friendship grew between them, and they developed this working relationship where they would seek advice from and inspire each other. Kind of like, they said that they would go next door and be like, hey, listen to this. I just wrote these pages, whatever. And they would kind of just spitball with each other. Mm-hmm. So fast forward to Robert Rodriguez trying to flesh out a zombie movie, which he had had on his mind since he filmed The Faculty.
Just wild.
Yes. So he said that he couldn't get past the first 30 pages. So he starts thinking of these old Grindhouse movies. Maybe this isn't a full feature, but maybe it could be like an hour, and maybe he could do 2 of them. So he puts up this poster for the double feature Drag Strip Girl and Rock All Night for inspiration while he's trying to write this half of this double feature. But then he does Sin City, and he said that kind of scratched the itch of wanting to do these kind of smaller stories. So Quentin Tarantino guest directed on Sin City, and Robert Rodriguez went over to his house to screen his part with him. So he says that in Tarantino's house, there are stacks of shit all over the floor. Movies, records, posters, papers, scripts, just everywhere. So he's walking through the house and he sees a poster. It catches his eye. It's the double feature Drag Strip Girl and Rock All Night that he's had on his wall to inspire him. So he tells Tarantino about this idea that he had for this Grindhouse feature that he had shelved. And he was like, well, maybe I can do one and maybe you can do the other one. So they had conceived it to be an hour each, just 1 hour, 2 movies. And they were quickly like, this isn't going to,
no,
this is not going to work. So they fully went for it, making Planet Terror and Death Proof not a side project. These are their next films and they're putting them together. Tarantino had even devised adding the trailers with guest directors mimicking the ones from the old features. And Robert Rodriguez said that he didn't even know that they were doing that until he read about it. Because Tarantino was like, yeah, we're doing a Grindhouse and we're going to have fake trailers. And he was like, we are?
Yeah.
Like, okay. Yeah. But they did it, like I said earlier, hoping to spawn this series of Grindhouse pictures. But presumably the financial failure of this film stopped that plan. And I think, T, you mentioned as well that the films were split up. When they were released internationally, they were never even shown together. They were split up.
That's wild.
Wow.
It's sad. But there is something very special about watching this double feature as intended and maybe talking about it a little bit. And maybe that's what we're going to do today.
Hey.
Yeah.
Episode 250.
Yeah.
Now, before we infect this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's ride. The film begins with upbeat, jazzy music and text that alerts us to previews for coming attractions.
Something really, really cool that I learned on commentary that kind of piggybacks on what you said about these curated programs at Tarantino's house.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one of these interstitials, the previews of coming attractions, the stuff that we see later of different, like, you know, get your snacks at the theater and all this.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one of them, the ratings, all of it, were actually taken directly from Quentin Tarantino's private collection and put into this film.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
So these are the actual reels, and they use them as these for Grindhouse.
That is so cool.
Yeah, it gives a very, like, the feeling, you know what's coming.
Yeah.
And I feel like he uses that. And I love it every single time. He uses it a lot.
He does.
So first, we get the trailer for Machete, which is written and directed by Robert Rodriguez. The trailer begins with a man, played by Danny Trejo, walking past a building littered with spray-painted warnings against trespassing. The narrator informs us that they call him Machete.
Very good.
Fitting.
Yeah.
When a car pulls up, Machete's voiceover gives his prices for labor, but when the window rolls down, a well-dressed man played by Jeff Fahey invites him to get in. Now, we will be seeing more of this guy later.
Yes.
But in the car, the wind blows through Machete's hair as he casually rattles off his prices for septic and sewage work, but the man interrupts, wanting to know if he's ever killed anyone before. We scan over a table of guns and other weaponry as the man explains that undocumented people like Machete are being forced out of the country at an alarming rate. Machete sits in an office now, opening a briefcase presented to him as his job is laid out. Their new senator must die, and for that, they're offering Machete $150,000 in cash. A cigarette dangling from his mouth, Machete thumbs a banded stack of hundreds. We see him leaving as the narrator explains that he was given an offer he couldn't refuse. Machete puts his rifle together on a rooftop before aiming it at the senator and his wife, who sit in the back of a convertible traveling in a motorcade. And they do bear a striking resemblance to JFK and Jackie O.
Yeah. And also being in Texas, it's like, ooh.
Yeah.
God
little,
damn.
little close to home, but his voiceover asserts that he costs the most because he's the best there is. But when he takes aim, he spots another sniper played by Steve Joyner pointing at him. Machete barely has time to register this before blood explodes from his shoulder as he's shot. So, first of all, this guy, Steve Joyner, was the production designer on Planet Terror and Death Proof, which is pretty hilarious. And I neglected to mention that he was in the office with the well-dressed man when they paid Machete the money.
So they've been planning this double cross.
Yeah.
Right.
Firstly, whenever I saw him, I did think that he stood out a little bit in the
A little
office. He did not fit the vibe or the aesthetic, and I was like, those glasses were made in 2003.
That's fair. We see Machete bloody as he's wheeled through a dim hall, and a narrator describes that he was set up, double-crossed, and then left for dead. Healed, Machete visits a church where Padre, played by Cheech Marin, reminds him that he took a vow of peace. He questions, "And now you want me to help you kill all these men?" The sun tattoos the shape of a cross on the side of his face as Machete answers, "Yes, bro. I mean, Padre." With a reluctant shrug, Padre offers to see what he can do. But we immediately see him, still wearing his white collar, as he pulls two shotguns from a trunk and cocks them in tandem. At the sound of screeching tires, he fires and a car explodes.
Get past it. It's fine.
Keep moving forward. Machete sharpens his machete as the narrator tells us that he knows the score. The man who set Machete up sits at his desk, and on it we see a photo of his wife and daughter, but he yells into the phone, demanding to know where they are. But we see where they are, standing with Machete in front of a waterfall, all three of them topless as he makes out with both of them. I feel like this is probably too far.
Yeah.
Just kill him. Like, Jesus, man.
The title appears over them in red. Machete. Now back to business. The narrator tells us that he gets the women and he kills the bad guys. Machete runs up on the senator's vehicle and throws his weapons inside at the senator and his wife. And as he hacks people down, the sniper gets a fax of Machete's picture and laments, "Oh, shit." He screams, "You mean that a Mexican day laborer is a goddamn federale?" We zoom in tight and red on Machete's eyes before he raises his machete in solidarity, an army below him doing the same. But the bright blue eyes of the man who set him up go wide as he realizes he's coming after us. Machete opens a trench, his weapons lining the inside, and the narrator makes it clear they just fucked with the wrong Mexican. He throws his machete, explosions boom, he hacks off limbs, and he kills a henchman played by Tito Lariva of Tito and Tarantula.
Hey!
Yes! The narrator promises action, suspense, and emotion. Machete and his cohorts bring an electric saw down on the sniper as Padre holds a shotgun on another henchman who begs him to have mercy. We close in tight on Padre's face as he declares, "God has mercy. I don't," and pulls the trigger. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Machete mounts a Gatling gun on his motorcycle, and the narrator warns, if you're gonna hire Machete to kill the bad guy, you better make damn sure the bad guy isn't you. The man who betrayed him stands with his henchmen terrified as Machete revs his bike, the explosions behind him sending it flying into the air. The flames at his back, Machete fires, and we freeze on him before getting the title once again, Machete. And it is rated X.
Oh, I figured.
I was really surprised to learn that Rodriguez started writing this for Danny Trejo in 1993.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's incredible to be sitting on an idea that long.
Yeah.
He had said on commentary that what he had hoped to do in 93 was to create his own subgenre of exploitation films called mexploitation films and have them all star Danny Trejo.
Okay.
Can we please still do that?
Yeah, there's time.
Yeah.
Yes.
But he had said that actually filming the Machete trailer was just a test for the Panavision cameras and to kind of get him out of the mindset of having filmed Sin City.
Okay.
And so doing this was kind of leading in the direction of them doing Grindhouse. And he even sent the Machete trailer to Quentin Tarantino to get him in the mindset of doing Grindhouse.
Okay. I feel like it sets the tone so well.
Yes.
For the experience that we were about to have with the films as a whole.
Yeah.
I think that if they only had one, because there's trailers in between the two films, but this is the only one before. I feel like if they had to pick one to really set the stage, I think that this was the one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it is really all over the place. It's very funny. It's very action packed. I think that it really sets the tone.
I hadn't forgot completely about this trailer. I knew because I remember you guys talk about it, on personal times when we're hanging out and you guys talk about it, about the original trailer, this one. Mm-hmm. So watching it, it is that. I was like, this is just silly. I was like, this is crazy as fuck. And then seeing Cheech in there saying, I'm like, but it is very similar to Desperado. I was like, you did this, man. But
yeah. Well, 93.
Yeah.
Like,
We can do it again.
I will say it's wild. This is one of 3 trailers that would go on to be real films with, you have Machete of Thanksgiving and then the contest winner, Hobo with a Shotgun.
Yeah.
okay.
But this going on to be a film, I don't know if you remember who played. Like, there's a lot of people in that film.
No, I've actually never seen it.
It's Danny Trejo, of course.
Yeah.
Jessica Alba, Michelle
Sin
Rodriguez.
City? Okay.
But the senator, the guy who plays the senator in the film, if I'm not mistaken, of his character, but I know he is in the film. I'm just not sure if he's the senator. But it's fucking Robert De Niro.
What?
Yes.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And they made 2 Machete films.
Oh, yeah.
I'll watch them both. I'm
Yeah,
really in
I
the
have
mood
to,
now.
yeah.
At an interlude, we are gifted with relaxing music and the footage of adorable cats playing with yarn, but also a warning. For your information, the following film is The adorable kittens give way to the depiction of a cougar with the word restricted imprinted on its body. A growl rings out and text reads, "No admittance to persons under 18. We get the jazzy music again and more text promises our feature presentation. We get production company plates and the promise of a Rodriguez-Tarantino double feature before gliding along the length of the blood red title, Grindhouse. Electric guitar wails as Cherry Darling, played by Rose McGowan, dances on stage.
It's Charmed.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Tatum.
And Courtney from Jawbreaker.
Oh, that's right.
That's pretty horrific what happens in that film.
I've been saying that for a really long time. She dances, throwing her hair and eyeing us seductively as she backs up against the pole, and we get the title in bright yellow next to her, Planet Terror. She continues her exotic performance, flipping her hair, swinging her hips, licking at the mirror lining the stage, and posing for us as the credits appear. But when they're done and Cherry finishes her performance, we see that her face is streaked with tears. She looks out at the patron sadly, and we close in on her trembling lips with the last credit, directed and written by Robert Rodriguez. Cherry closes her eyes, and it fades to black.
Firstly, that took a very sad turn that I did not expect.
Yeah, I was like, oh, we're vibe. Oh,
no, we're not.
She's very sad.
I will say the opening titles, the opening theme, the aesthetics, the cuts, like everything about this opening is so perfect.
Okay.
I really, really appreciated it. And it's the perfect opening for both films.
Yes.
Yeah.
This idea of this double feature, like you said, with Machete being the perfect like appetizer.
For sure.
Yeah.
I did want to talk a little bit about this song because it's incredible. Though there were 3 composers for just Planet Terror alone, there was Graham Revell, who we talked about, I believe, on The Craft, and there was Carl Teal, who's done a lot of work on Robert Rodriguez films.
Okay.
But this opening title song was composed and performed by Robert Rodriguez himself.
It is so good.
It is brilliant. He actually said that he composed this track 2 years before they started filming Grindhouse.
Okay.
And it was all to get him in the mindset of trying to capture this feel of those 70s exploitation films.
Right.
And it's interesting because he said that if it wasn't for the song, in the original screenplay that he started writing in 98 for Planet Terror, the character of Cherry Darling wasn't even a dancer.
Oh, wow.
And so after he wrote the song and he kind of retooled what he had written, he called up Rose McGowan and he's like, hey, can you dance? Like, would you be open to? And she's like, oh, of course.
Yeah.
And so it's because of this song that this character is who she is.
Well, it's perfect.
Yeah.
He talked a lot in the featurettes about when he's writing, he likes to start writing the character and then cast it so that he can write with that person in mind and like play to their strengths or their physical attributes or like things that they excel at in acting or whatever. So he said he had started writing Cherry Darling, cast Rose McGowan, and that's so much of her like catchphrases that she has in this film, her ambition, the career that the character wants to have, and all of that was Rose McGowan's idea.
That's really cool.
So that's really cool hearing about like how much her ability to dance or like openness with all of that changed, and obviously the song, which is Chef's Kiss. Like I just like hearing when a director or a writer really tailors the experience to their cast, or you know what, I just think that's really cool.
Well, it helps the character because again, if you can write stuff and then again it'll still be good, obviously, but I feel like that's a big help if you're able to see your character.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you would never do that, or you would never be able to do that, or you could easily fit in that, or do this, or go through this tree, or whatever, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying, because you're doing crazy shit.
Yes. He had said as well, speaking of crazy shit, we will see a lot of crazy shit later.
Yes, we will.
He said on commentary to pay attention to her dance moves because they choreographed that together, and a lot of them you will see later in a different context.
Okay.
Fucking excellent foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Afterwards, Skip, played by Skip Reisig, passes through the dressing room, complimenting one of the dancers getting ready and chastising 2 kissing women that if they're going to do that, do it on stage. But once they leave, he sighs that it was smoking hot.
We got to talk about his performance really quick.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. This person is not an actor. He is Robert Rodriguez's realtor. He said when he was writing this character, he heard Skip Reisig's thick Texas accent in his head. And so he called him and he was like, do you want to be in a movie? And he thought that he was going to be like a featured extra. Maybe something was going to happen to him and like you get to see his face or whatever. He had no idea that it was a speaking role when he said yes. And so Robert Rodriguez said the way that his accent, the way that he pauses, the way that he says stuff, he wrote it specifically for the way that this man really talks. And so he kept trying to like really perform it. And he's like, no, talk like you. I wrote this to sound like you. Just talk like yourself. He had to keep telling him. And apparently he was very nervous. And I mean, the charm, because I don't want to say obviously he's not an actor, but like, you know, I think that the charm at the beginning of this film, that this character behaving in this way kind of, it feels authentic to the vibe that we are trying to cultivate here, I think.
Okay.
I think that it is very funny that you say that because that's what I thought originally before I knew any of that story. I thought that this was a very like nuanced performance to try to capture the vibe.
Because it feels like it.
Yes, and it's like, no, it's just, this is it.
It's a guy.
Yeah. But that's great. It works.
That's really cool, though. Hey, I eat, you eat too. His realtor?
Yeah.
Like, you know what?
Realtor.
Come on, man. Get in the movie.
Skip goes to the end of the mirrors where Cherry sits, no longer crying now, but dabbing under her eyes. He reminds her that he's told her time and time again, she can't be up there crying. He asks if she knows what go-go dancing is, and Cherry offers useless talent number 12. That the useless talent thing, that's Rose McGowan, he said.
That's
she came up
great.
with that. And she like said that for real, and so he put it in the script. But Skip corrects her. It's a happy dance. You get up there and dance happy. It's go-go, not cry. Cherry throws part of her costume into a brown paper bag and asserts that she's quitting. Skip has started counting the stack of money in his hand. He shakes his head, muttering that Cherry says that at least once a week. But as Cherry pulls on her boots, she insists that she means it this time. She needs a dramatic change in her life.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Skip says that he's always said that she was funny, but if she doesn't stop her crying, he's going to have to fire her ass. And he doesn't want to fire her ass because he likes looking at her ass. But Cherry has pulled a written note off of the mirror in front of her. It's scrawled in black marker and she reads it out loud. Any girl leaving early must check out with their finger and have a bye-bye slip. She eyes Skip in the mirror before turning to him and flipping him off. She muses, "Here's my finger," and she struts past him to a door marked exit. But she pauses and pulls some of the cash from the stack in his hand, adding, "And here's my bye-bye slip." And Skip just lets it happen.
He does.
Well, if that's their cut, she's taking hers.
She should have taken all of it.
Well,
True. I just think that Robert Rodriguez just set him up writing-wise for this moment.
Yeah, because I don't know
what
what that
checking out with your finger even means.
I
but
don't know what the note means at all. But it was a cool exit.
It was.
She walks confidently out of Skip's Go Club, past entering patrons. But she walks down a dark road alone, pulling her jacket tighter around her. When she hears a car in the distance, she turns around concerned, but suddenly the car is barreling down on her. She has to throw herself into a pile of garbage cans next to the road to keep from getting hit. But we see that it's not just a car. It's a convoy of military vehicles stuffed with soldiers. Cherry hurls expletives at them, throwing trash, but she locks eyes with Abby, played by Naveen Andrews, as they drive by.
She's like, all right, I'll walk in the mud.
well, she's fucking walking, man. What
I am walking. Yeah.
Naveen Andrews. I remember him from Lost.
Okay.
But he was also in The English Patient in '96.
Very
Oh.
cool.
Rodriguez said that this character was written to have a thick Texan accent, but when Naveen Andrews was cast, the character changed completely.
Okay.
I think he brings like a level of like
Class?
smooth class.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cherry is still pissed, and when she gets up from the trash, there's something embedded in her right thigh. She limps after the vehicles as they pass a sign reading military base 2 miles, and it rattles with their speed.
Something Robert Rodriguez had said. I don't know why I keep having a lot of trouble saying Robert Rodriguez.
It's all the R's.
And maybe. But he had said that that's kind of a staple of exploitation films, is very basically labeled things. Like you'll see a hospital, it'll be called hospital. You see the sign for military base, just military base.
That's good.
I wonder if it's so you can reuse these props.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, that's true. But we follow the vehicles onto the base where the score is warming up. Romy, played by Julio Oscar Machoso, stands by a hangar with a group of men, hurrying them along as the vehicles approach.
So Julio Oscar Machoso, I remember him from Blue Streak in 99.
Okay.
He was also in Bad Boys in 95, Toys in 92, and Deep Cover in 92 as well.
He looks very familiar to me, and I don't know what I know him from because I think I've seen any of those. I think I've seen Blue Streak, but it's been a very, very long time.
Yeah.
He might also look familiar because he was on an episode of Seinfeld. He was on The Kiss Hello.
That's probably.
He went off
sad.
on Jerry because he wouldn't kiss people hello.
That's probably exactly what it is. But Abby gets out, assuring the lieutenant still sitting inside that he'll handle this. He walks over to the men, who now stand in a tableau with Romy at the front. Romy tries to greet Abby casually, but Abby points out that it looks like Romy's had a spot of trouble. We pan over to the open hangar door behind the men, and he gives Romy the opportunity to tell him what happened. Clearly cagey, Romy shrugs that they escaped. With his hand on his hip, Abby questions skeptically, all 3? Romy stammers out that, yeah, they did, and he doesn't know how they did it, but they just got out. A man steps over to Abby, holding a large jar containing strange, organic-looking objects floating in an unnatural, sickly lime green liquid. Abby interrupts Romy with an apology, but he just can't trust him anymore, and he asserts that Romy knows the rules. We zoom in on that jar, and this is enough for Romy. He holds his hands up in surrender, swearing that he's out and Abby will never have to see him anymore. But Abby stops him. He takes a broad knife from the man, a serrated curl cut into its blade, and he holds it up with a smirk. He tells Romy, "I also want your balls." He tosses the tool over to Romy, who catches it, and then making like that's really insult to injury, man.
And in front of everyone.
Yeah. No, we're doing this right now.
That's nuts, man.
Yeah, very good. But I thought it was funny because Rodriguez said that Naveen Andrews auditioned with this, what he says here, and that Rodriguez had wrote him talking about the balls or whatever for a video game, but it was never used, and he kept trying to put it into every movie that he's made, and it never fit. But it fit here, I guess, because of just how ridiculous fucking Planet Terror is.
Yeah.
I'm not certain that it fits here.
Yeah.
They made it fit.
They did their best. It's very strange.
It's there.
It's there. It's
Like
definitely there.
what a quirk. That's really interesting.
You remember Homer putting the puzzle together and punching the pieces? That's kind of...
But did they fit together?
Oh, they did.
But when the man takes the lid off the jar, we finally glean the objects that are floating inside. Romy holds the knife against himself, objecting that he's really quite attached to them. But Abby counters, "Oh, sweetheart, I was really attached to my specimens." He points out that now that they're out, they're in the night doing God knows what. Romy begs him, promising that he can't do it. But at the snap of Abby's fingers, the men behind Romy turn on him. Despite Romy's flailing and pleading and threatening, they hold him up, and another man comes over wielding a possibly scarier looking tool and flexing it like scissors before bringing it down on Romy. Abby's expression bears no guilt, as one of Romy's testicles is thrown out onto the ground between him and the men. Abby strides over and brings his foot down on it gently, the organ skidding away in its own blood. And with a grin, Abby looks over at the man with the jar, asking him to pick it up, please.
That, I laughed so hard. He tried. It was a little too slippery.
He's like, "Can you come take care of this?"
And that's commitment to the bit. He's like, we got to get it.
We need to take it. He has a collection. But when he goes over to the men who still hold Romy down, he pulls his gun and fires. We see Romy's feet shake and fall still. But behind them, the soldiers' electronics begin to squeal and beep. Abby shields his ears and lowers his hands when a man gets out of the car and takes a few steps toward him. The man wears a mask on his face connected to a device at his hip. But when the device beeps and the green screen turns to red, he pulls the mask down. Fixing Abby with a lingering look is Muldoon, played by Bruce fucking Willis. And after a long moment, he finally asks, "Where's the shit?" I can't help but feel like that's a Tales from the Hood reference.
I
hope so.
Because they say it a few times.
Yeah.
I was very surprised. I did not remember Bruce Willis being in this. That's how long it's been since I've watched this movie.
Yeah, I forgot. And I was like, what are you doing here? What?
It's such a wild inclusion. He's not included in the opening credits.
Yeah.
And they do pause for a moment for audience reaction.
It's like,
Yeah.
what?
Is that Bruce fucking Willis?
Robert Rodriguez had said that he loved working with Bruce Willis on Sin City so much that he was like, I'm going to shoot my shot, basically. And what he showed him was the Machete trailer.
Oh, wow.
And Bruce Willis was like, this is going to be cool. He was like, I don't even really care what part you want me to play. I'm in. Like, I'll do it. And what's funny, when he found out who he was playing, he said something funny, but we'll get to that later on. But yeah, he said that he was game, and it is wild to see him here. And he's just, I just love seeing Bruce Willis in anything.
Yeah.
There is something very special just about his presence on
Yes!
film. Because him just literally pulling off the mask really is a fucking movie star.
You're like,
Yeah.
oh my
No, yeah.
God.
And the opening line of just, "Where's the shit?" You're like, God damn, dude, you are
Good.
great. You're a great actor.
I saw on on one of those featurettes, Tarantino had said that he didn't know that Bruce Willis was playing Muldoon until he showed up on set, which I thought was funny because I think of them in Pulp Fiction, and they
Yeah.
have to have like some kind of, they know each other.
Yeah.
From what I understand, it was only 2 days that Bruce Willis was on set to film all of his parts.
Wow.
And so it's just a matter of him being there and him being there.
Yeah. And it's like, oh shit. But Abby points at a strange contraption behind the men with his gun, informing Muldoon that the shit is right here. The deal is still good. But calmly, Muldoon counters, no, it's not. Both Abby's gun and his grin drop in confusion as Muldoon explains that Abby held out on him, and now he wants all of it. Abby feigns a shrug before quickly raising his gun and firing. Muldoon swoops down and out of the way, causing Abby to fire on the soldiers behind him. I was like, the way he does it, I'm like, okay, this is going to be some silly shit.
Too fast.
Yes. Muldoon raises his gun and fires in return as the men climb down from the jeeps. But similarly, I literally put Abby too fast out of the way. And the men behind him are struck instead. The jar of testes falls to the floor and dramatically shatters. And with a wave of his hand, Muldoon calls down people from the tops of the hangar. But Abby shoots them before they can finish rappelling down. He turns his gun back on Muldoon just in time to get struck by one of the vehicles. Abby goes flying through the air and lands on the ground, face first into his testicle collection. He jumps up and crawls backwards away from them.
Stop that.
This moment in the film is really, you're either on board or you're not.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Watching him ride those wires when he gets hit and then face first into the balls.
The wires are fine. It's the face into the
But then he's
balls.
like, "Oh,
Yeah. But again, I truly appreciate they were not hiding the medicine in the cheese.
No.
Like they're like,
No,
look,
yeah.
this is what this is. And we're letting you know in the first fucking 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the rest of Abby's team is surrendering and his own arms get pinned down by soldiers' boots. Muldoon approaches, commenting that it looks like he's got Abby by the balls. But Abby can only admit that he does. It's like, yeah, you do. Muldoon kneels down to him, prefacing that he's going to ask him one more time. And as strange boils on his skin begin to grow and undulate, he does. Where's the shit? And with a smile, Abby answers, everywhere. He still holds the gun in his right hand, and he fires now, which really that's on there.
You let him keep it?
That's on them. But he fires at containers mounted on the contraption that the men were guarding. A bright green mist sprays into the air. It hits nearby men, whose skin immediately begins to melt from their faces. They try to run away but fall, screaming in agony as their faces melt away. So I saw on a featurette with Greg Nicotero, they made a muscle mask for these soldiers to wear, and then they put skin and goo and hair on top so that when they rip it off, it kind of just like bunches up and it scratches away.
Okay.
But they have that muscle mask underneath, so it looks like their skin and muscle is, or not muscle, but the skin is peeling off and it's still under there.
Yeah.
The work that they did on the effects of this film, I was in hog heaven. It's just so good. And the CG that they used is really to enhance. Like they talked about even these boils that are appearing on Muldoon. They were real prosthetics that were added, and then they could make them kind of grosser and make them move with CG.
Mm-hmm.
But there were actual prosthetics applied to Bruce Willis's face. He said that these little like invisible tweaks that you can't fully see, oh, that's a CGI wound or whatever. There are 450 effects that are essentially invisible.
Good Lord.
Damn.
Yeah.
And it works well in tandem with each other.
Yes.
It's not a thing that you're right. You're never really pulled out.
No.
Yeah.
Muldoon only looks at this mildly as Abby is finally disarmed. He drops Abby a wink before walking straight into the green mist. Abby fills his pockets with testicles as the other soldiers join Muldoon in basking in the fog.
You're too committed to that.
Yeah.
Let him go.
How long has he been collecting these?
Dude, but those aren't right anymore.
Yeah. They hit the floor.
Yeah.
We'll start over.
It's been at least 10
I was
seconds.
going to say 5-second rule, maybe.
And them walking into the fog, what are you turning into, or what's happening here? What the fuck?
That was the scariest part, because we just saw how those other soldiers reacted to it.
Yeah.
And for Muldoon to kind of wink at him and then willingly walk into it.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck is going on? And those things on your face were not there 2 minutes ago.
No.
And you were sucking on that canister or whatever. Like, what is going on?
I will say that is kind of the start of really the majority of Planet Terror feeling very Carpenter-esque.
Okay.
And as I was listening to the commentary, you kept hearing Rodriguez reference John Carpenter, different films, different ideas. This is even, Unit 31?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, which is a reference to Outpost 31.
That's so funny.
And there are different cues in the music that are very Carpenter. And I read that during production, they were using scores from John Carpenter as temporary tracks whenever he was editing.
That's so cool.
So it just captures the feel like very, very well.
They had said on one of those features when they were talking about Death Proof, and we'll talk a little bit more about it there, but they said that they had an inside joke on set of Planet Terror that this is the lost Carpenter film between Escape from New York and The Thing.
Oh, hey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, the influence is there.
Yeah.
But Abby runs to one of the vehicles and starts to back out, but pauses with a, oh, bowls. He looks at the green mist rising high into the sky, dissipating into the night air. Finally, Abby speeds off, but not before someone jumps onto the roof of the Jeep. Sensing this, he tries to consult the rearview mirror, but a bloody melting hand punches down from the ceiling. Abby swerves, the tires screeching as he tries to shake them off. But beneath this road, another car travels as smoke billows out from underneath its hood. We follow this car as it parks next to gas pumps by a restaurant under a neon sign adorned with a pig showcasing its ribs, reading The Bone Shack.
Before we talk about this Bone Shack, I love that segue from thing to thing.
Yes.
We had it once before whenever we were watching Cherry Darling walk on the road and we see this military convoy, and now we're with the military convoy. Then this whole thing happens at the military base, it explodes, Abby tries to get away, and then we go from the freeway of him fucking doing battle
fighting for his life.
for his life to this restaurant on the side of the road. Like, it is so cool because there's so much going on in this film.
Yeah.
I feel like the way they cut between the action is really, really good.
Okay.
And it keeps it from being jarring too. We're just kind of like, oh, this is also happening right now.
Yeah.
But I did want to talk about this Bone Shack restaurant.
Okay.
This is a location that's actually called the Zedler Mill in Luling, Texas, which is, I think, about an hour outside of Austin.
Oh.
But it is a real location that I think you can use as a wedding venue.
Huh.
And you see in a minute, they kind of look off into water that's cascading. That's really part of this mill.
Oh,
wow.
But the military base itself that we just saw was filmed at Troublemaker Studios. It's all completely a set that's fabricated on this location. But Troublemaker Studios used to be an airport. And so the way that they have these hangars. They have a bunch of things that can really very easily double for military areas, equipment.
Yeah.
But the production designer, as you said earlier, who was in the Machete trailer,
Yes,
was Steve Joyner, and the art director was Kayla Edelblut. And they have both worked with Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino several times because they were the property masters, I think, for Jackie Brown, Kill Bill, I think all of the Spy Kids movies.
it's still funny to me.
Yeah.
Rodriguez.
And that was something else that he had said. He said that Spy Kids actually inspired him to do Grindhouse. And it's wild.
I love that. I love that.
He said because whenever they're making the 3D one, he's like, I feel like we're bringing 3D back again. He's like, what else could we bring back?
Yeah.
And then, one thing leads to another.
Okay. I've seen the first Spy Kids movie.
Was it good?
I don't remember.
I remember we watched it in school for some reason, and it's got an amazing cast.
Yeah.
I know the cast is wild.
Yeah, that was surprising.
The theme plays lowly as Tammy, played by Stacey Ferguson, gets out with a bucket and a rag. Now, I was very excited and surprised to see Fergie here.
Very fair.
I'll be honest, again, completely forgot. Seeing her, I was like, is that fucking Fergie?
And she does well.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, okay. Rodriguez had said that he told the casting director that he wanted a really strong woman for Tammy, and that the casting director was like, well, Fergie has been coming in and reading, and she's actually good. And so he was like, okay. She came and read for it, and he was like, she is actually good. And she is.
Yeah.
It's Fergalicious.
Yeah.
It's hot.
She's going to give us what she's got.
Yeah. Check it out. But she opens the hood, and smoke takes over the area. JT, played by Jeff Fahey, comes out wearing an apron, warning her to get that car away from his pumps, but she protests that it's just overheating and she really needs to get to town.
So Jeff Fahey, he was in Lost.
There you go.
What?
He also was in Machete, 2010, Body Parts in 91, and Psycho 3 in 86.
Oh. Tammy looks up seductively as she fills the bucket with water. She insists that it's just a stripped radiator cap, and she uses a rag to twist it off. Pouring the water inside, she explains that water leaks when it heats up, but she looks up just as Cherry limps over. Tammy looks down at her leg and back up before asking sincerely if she's okay, but Cherry asserts, "I'm just Cherry." She strides past JT, who, with the cigarette dangling from his lips, invites her to sit wherever she likes because he'll be right in. Now, I was like, he was very cautious about her getting away from the pumps, but he is smoking next to the pumps.
Yeah.
I think that's also a safety hazard, but
It's like, well, I own the place.
what do I?
Yeah.
If I want to blow it up, that's on me. But JT puts a gallon jug of water on the pump for Tammy to take. She laments that it's his good spring water, but he counters that there's nothing good about it. He bottles it himself from out there, out of the dam. Tammy takes the water gratefully, the smoke from her car extinguished. As she gets back behind the wheel, JT tells her that they're serving food inside tonight, and it's the best barbecue in Texas round the clock. But Tammy insists that she has to go. JT asks, "Saving lives, are ya?" Tammy leans out of the door and narrows her eyes at JT, wondering, now how did you know that? She starts her engine and drives back the way she came. JT stares after her, marveling. Now there's a rump roast.
Who was that for?
Yeah.
Just for himself. But in a kitchen, with her hair still in rollers and a phone pinned between her ear and her shoulder, Dakota Block, played by Marley Shelton, pours milk into a bowl of cereal for her son Tony, played by Rebel Rodriguez, and then coffee into a cup for herself.
Marley Shelton.
Mm-hmm.
Scream.
Yes.
2022.
Of course.
She was also in Bubble Boy in 01 and Never Been Kissed in 99.
I met her and never been kissed.
If I recall, was she at the beginning of Sin City?
Yes.
Yeah.
Working with her in Sin City, Robert Rodriguez wrote this role for her.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
And Rebel Rodriguez, of course, is his son.
Yeah.
He was like, if I'm writing a horror movie, what scares me? And it would be his child or his children being in the mix of pretty horrific shit that is about to go on. And so he imagined a little boy with a bowl cut like Danny Torrance from The Shining. And he was like, that could be my kid. And so he just cast his kid.
Well,
Fair enough.
Yeah. But Dakota tells the person on the phone that she couldn't get off work this week, but they only have to stay till 10. Lowering her voice so that Tony can't hear, she whispers that a friend will be here before 10 to pick up Tony. But Tony is busy playing with toys. Dakota takes them away as she places the cereal bowl in front of him, telling him, "What did I tell you? No playing with toys at the table. Didn't I tell you that?" Tony's like, yeah.
So you got me.
You did. She pulls her state-of-the-art cell phone out of her purse and types out a message to the contact, T. Vasan. Hurry, baby. I think he knows.
I will say that is the only thing that catches me off guard every time I watch Grindhouse is how many cell phones are in this picture.
Yeah, because it feels like the timing shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
William Block, played by Josh Brolin, comes into the kitchen, his footsteps thudding, and Dakota quickly puts her phone away and turns her back. I do refer to him as Bill.
Okay.
all right. And Thanos knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's aware. There's some lemon square bullshit.
Yeah.
going on.
There's some lemon square bullshit, and he brings a vibe with him when he enters this kitchen.
He does.
I'm afraid of him. Rodriguez had said that he met Josh Brolin doing second unit on Mimic.
Really?
Yes, and they had always wanted to work with each other again. Josh Brolin said that usually he asks if a character, when he's deciding if he wants to take a role, he asks if the character is good or if they're interesting or what doing this film will do for his career. But he said with Grindhouse, he didn't give a fuck. He said, I didn't give a fuck. He just wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree 100%. There is something, I think this is the first film I ever saw Josh Brolin in,
Okay.
but he does have a presence
Yes.
in this film where you're like, oh, he is frightening.
This guy's bad news.
Yeah. I did hear something very interesting, and this was before we even started doing our research on Grindhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Very randomly, I just saw this video pop up for me on YouTube. But while they were filming Planet Terror, Josh Brolin sent in his audition to the Coen brothers for No Country for Old Men. And if you watch his audition tape, it is him dressed as Dr. Block.
What?
Yes, on the hospital set that we're about to get to. But it is so like cinematic and so well shot.
Yeah.
The Coen brothers were like, who the fuck, like, how did you do this? As it turns out, his audition for No Country for Old Men was shot by Quentin Tarantino.
Shut up.
Yeah.
That's so fucking cool.
Yeah. That's a great movie, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
And I remember him from The Goonies.
That's right.
So-
That's
Yeah.
right.
I always forget.
I
Yeah.
totally forgot that was him. But Dakota tells the person on the phone that she'll leave Tony watching TV as Bill eyes her coldly. She tells them that they need to be here in the next 20 minutes. And as Bill approaches, she automatically hands him a cup of coffee before ending the call. Bill sits down at the table with Tony and questions what happened to his tooth. Tony tells him that it fell out before opening his mouth wide to show his father. This is interesting, maybe foreshadowing moment.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bill asks if Tony thinks he could say a prayer for him. No dead bodies for Dada tonight. Tony does as asked, and the two say amen. Bill turns his attention to Dakota and asks who she was talking to. Sliding her phone back into her purse, Dakota says that it was the babysitter and she's on her way. She walks away further into the kitchen, and Bill asks his son if he believes her. When Tony says no, Bill agrees that he doesn't either.
Well, fuck. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say something just hit me just now, but you had said that the kid is a character that was inspired by Danny Torrance.
Yeah.
And his name's Tony.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
But elsewhere, a truck for Ray's wreckage pulls up to the gas pumps outside of the Bone Shack. Ray, played by Freddie Rodriguez, gets out, slamming the door behind him before mounting the steps to the restaurant.
So Freddie Rodriguez, I've known this man for a very long time. Not personally, but on,
We go way back.
Uh
on movies.
huh.
I love Can't Hardly Wait. That was in 98.
Yes.
And he's in that movie, and he does have some roles, but he doesn't have a credit. It's just like Jock number 3 or something, but I was like, what? But anyway, I know the guy. And so I was very happy, and I was like, oh, hey, it's like an old friend,
Right.
He was also in Poseidon in 06 and VHS 85 in 2023.
That I did not know.
What?
Me either.
I recognized him from 6 Feet Under.
Yeah.
He's really good.
I need to watch 6 Feet Under.
You do. That show's great.
He had said that when Rodriguez offered him this role, he had no idea the physicality that was going to come with it.
Yeah.
And that he had to do, I think they said, a month of night training to be able, because he, I guess, was a dancer. So his footwork was really good and he was fast. But like the shit that is asked of him in this film, he had never done anything like it before. They said he had never even held a gun before.
Okay.
So it was a lot of training to get to what we see in this.
Yeah.
But it's so funny to me that he was just like, yeah, I'll do it. And then gets the script and is like, oh, fuck.
Well, it's a lot, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
I heard something interesting on commentary. Rodriguez was also the director of photography for the film. He wears all the hats all the time whenever
Yeah.
he makes a film. But he had said that he intentionally was shooting Freddie Rodriguez like dead on, head on, to kind of make him appear just like an everyman. What he said was, I'm shooting him short, is what he said, for his stature. But he wanted him to appear unassuming at the beginning. But as the film goes on, you see him start shooting him from lower angles like a hero.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Okay.
And you do notice it.
Yeah.
And I think it really fits for as we get to know Ray a little bit better.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Inside the Bone Shack, he greets JT by name before sitting at the bar next to JT's dog, Rusty, who is sitting on a stool and eating from a plate. When Ray points out that JT is still open, he agrees that he will be all night. He picks up a pack of Red Apple cigarettes and tosses it at Ray, remarking that it's free of charge before pouring him a cup of coffee.
You love to see it.
Yeah, Red
Yeah.
Apple is Tarantino's made-up brand, and it's in really like, all of his shit.
Yeah.
But that's what I really love about the relationship between the two of them is the way that they reference each other.
Yeah.
It's just it's really cool. JT says that tonight is a special night, and slipping a cigarette between his lips, Ray wonders what makes it so special. JT shares proudly that he's been open for 25 years and that Ray is the second person to come in tonight.
Oh, wow.
When Ray asks who the first was, JT looks up, his eyes squinted against the smoke of his own cigarette, and nods across the room. Right there. Ray turns as blues begins to play, and he sees Cherry Darling sitting quietly by herself and gazing out the window. JT guesses that she must be passing through because it seems that only strangers eat here. But Ray reminds his friend that he still eats here. As Ray stands up, JT replies that he sure does, warning sarcastically for him not to choke on all that food he's eating. I was like, that's true. Though. He's smoking free cigarettes and drinking free coffee. Ray, though, has gone over to Cherry, smoking his cigarette and holding his mug of coffee. He stands over her table for an awkward amount of time before greeting her. Hello, Palomita. She closes her eyes with a sigh and doesn't even bother to look at Ray when she informs him that she doesn't go by that name anymore.
I did look it up just to see what this name means.
Mm-hmm.
I am trying to learn Russian, not Spanish, so I knew nothing of this. But it apparently can mean either popcorn, a beautiful flower, or a dove. And one thing I did notice is that Cherry Darling wears a necklace that looks like a golden dove.
Oh.
Okay.
So I didn't know if maybe that's implying the history that he gave it to her.
Right. Okay.
I like that. I just thought it was the flower.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's good.
Yeah.
Ray asks if she ever did become that fancy doctor, and now she looks at him, reporting that no, she never did. Ray sits down across from her, sharing that she was sure that she would. She talked about it enough. Cherry smiles humorlessly, pointing out that that's the thing about goals. They become the thing you talk about instead of the thing you do. Ray changes the subject abruptly, telling her sourly that that's his jacket, and he looked for it for 2 weeks. Cherry wonders how long he looked for her, and Ray counters coolly that the jacket belonged to him. She didn't. Cherry only grins at this. That was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of dialogue here that is just really, really fantastic.
Yes. Ray asks what she's doing now, and with a straight and serious face, Cherry declares that she's going to be a stand-up comedian. Ray is surprised to hear this because Cherry isn't funny, and Cherry agrees. That's what she tries to tell everyone, but they all say she's hysterical. Ray's like, but you're not. Cherry warns him that there's a difference between being frank and being a dick, and she's right.
She's right.
Yeah.
I want to be a comedian. You're not fucking funny at all. Oh, okay.
Well,
Thank
not
you.
being funny, I mean, that's not even a roadblock anymore. Look at Andrew Schultz.
That part. Ray just stubs out his cigarette as he gets to his feet, remarking sarcastically that it was really great seeing her again. Cherry just offers the parting gift of her middle finger, and Ray turns back, wondering what name she does go by now in case he wants to catch one of her shows. She tells him, Cherry Darling. Ray decides that sounds like a stripper, but Cherry corrects him. It sounds like a go-go dancer. There's a difference. Ray nods his understanding, but tells her, well, you'll always be Palomita to me. He puts another cigarette in his mouth and walks away. Cherry gazes after him before admitting that she needs a ride. Ray, JT, and Rusty all turn to look at her, and she asks him, what do you say, El Ray? A little shocked, but still maintaining his cool, Ray pulls the cigarette out of his mouth and nods that he'll give her a ride.
Oh, I think they want to...
It's like in your trunk. Or
yeah, I was like, little flesh feeling.
What are we talking about here?
There's a tone.
Yeah.
But the hospital doors open for Doctors William and Dakota Block as they walk in. Before they part ways, Dakota tells her husband goodbye. He asks if she doesn't mean see you later, and she corrects herself.
She's terrible at running
She's
away.
like, fuck.
Yeah.
Shit, I haven't seen you in a couple hours. Bill walks down the hall and greets Joe, played by Nikki Katt, who comments on how good Dakota looks, adding that she looks like she could suck the bend out of a river, before quickly adding that he's only kidding. I would punch his fucking dude in the mouth.
Yeah, that was wild as fuck.
What are you talking about?
Anyway, can you look at my gaping wound?
Anyway, my arm is fucked.
So Nikki Katt, he was in Boiler Room in 2000, The Way of the Gun in 2000, Dazed and Confused in 93,
Hey.
and Sin City in 05.
There you go.
That makes sense. Yeah. Bill isn't laughing, but he's quickly distracted by Joe's arm when he removes the hand shielding it. He unveils a gaping and bloody wound, and when Bill asks what happened, Joe reluctantly admits that he was bitten. It's interesting.
Yeah.
It does remind me of Shaun of the Dead when
Yeah.
Pete's like some crackheads or something. I don't know. One of them bit me. It's like, what if they bit you?
Can we talk about that?
Yeah, let's go back to that
What
real
are you
quick.
talking about? Bill has slid his glasses on and looks from Joe's wound up to his face, asking what bit him. But instead of answering, Joe says that if he told Bill, he probably wouldn't believe him. He wonders if maybe he has some Bactine or something. It's like, dude,
No. It's a start.
not gonna cut it, dude. We do get a better look at this arm in a minute, but this was a practical wound that they used CG to kind of add depth to it and make it look like it's kind of deeper into his arm. But it was a piece that they applied to his arm.
Okay.
It looks gruesome.
Yeah.
It's gross. We cut to Bill swabbing the blister-surrounded wound in an exam room, and Joe winces in pain, wondering if the doctor can't just sew it up. Bill admits that he normally would, and he'd normally be doing something to stop all the bleeding, but this isn't bleeding. Behind them, Dr. Felix, played by Felix Sabates, is looking at a puffy and mottled foot. He switches to another picture, this one of a penis, whose head is blistered and seemingly necrotic.
Do you have to look at these now?
Yeah,
And
I
he's
know.
just scanning through.
I know.
This is just a pastime for him.
On my lunch break.
Do you guys have to do the exam in here? So Dr. Felix is Robert Rodriguez's doctor,
Wow.
or he was at this time.
Okay. I'm going to be honest. This dude was giving very heavy, to me, like Andy Richter vibes.
I can
And I was
totally
like,
see that.
That's hilarious, everything he says.
It is.
Well, yeah. He's, like I said, he's his doctor for real. He's his friend. And the slides, I am so sorry to tell y'all, but the slides that he is looking at are 100% real. And they are this man's slides. But Rodriguez said that he talks super fast and he has like this encyclopedic knowledge of ailments and symptoms and diseases and stuff like that. And so if anybody asks him a question, he's like, oh yeah, this da-da-da-da-da, and it causes this and that, and da-da-da-da-da, and it came from this, and blah, blah, blah. And so when he was writing Dr. Felix, he wrote him to sound like Dr. Felix. So he said that when he came on set, he kept freezing and getting too nervous and was like talking really slow. And he's like, no, talk like you normally would. He was like, you literally don't even have to say what I wrote. Like, you know this, just say it. Like, say it like you're talking to me. And so he was practicing with Josh Brolin, and like, I think he does really well, especially considering that he's not an actor. I think he's like this kind of dark comic relief. I just think he does a really good job, and it's funny to me that this is just who this dude is for real.
Before learning that, I would have just guessed that he was just an actor or a character actor.
Yes.
Yeah, no kidding. He did great.
Yeah. But he gets Bill and Joe's attention, pointing out that at an old military hospital, one of the guys came back from Iraq like this. We zoom in even closer on the doctor and his unfortunate picture, and he explains that they're chronic herpetic lesions, and when the guy had to pee, it came out of all the holes like a fountain. Joe grimaces at this and asks how you treat that. Doctors Block and Felix both look up at him and make twin pantomimes of amputation. Anytime that somebody claps their hands, mimes a punch, this amputation sign, Rodriguez said that he added a splice there. So the film kind of jumps every time they do something like that.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I thought it was a pretty cool, like, stylistic choice. But Joe protests that he was never even in Iraq, and Felix commends him on this as another gruesome picture appears on his screen. But Bill is pressing his fingers to the pulse in his own neck as Felix brags that this friend brought him eyeballs back to do some studies on, and he still has some of them in his freezer. I get we're acting like friends if I'm Joe, but like, can we fucking not do this while I need help with my arm?
And I feel like they are trying to connect it thematically to the military, to experimentation.
Yeah.
But for the moment, for this dude, it's like, dude,
Why are you in this room?
I'm in a lot of pain.
Yeah. And what you're saying is making me nervous.
Wait, dude, don't take my blood pressure right now. Bill places a thermometer in his mouth. He stops Felix's rambling by consulting him and asking if he thinks it's a botfly. The screen flips to a child botfly victim, and Felix describes it. Chronic, viral, ulcerative lesions. Joe averts his eyes and tries to shake off the image. Bill pulls a thermometer out of Joe's mouth and reports to Felix that he has 105 fever. Joe asks if that's bad, and Block just tells him that it's high, and Felix adds that 108 would be bad. I think 105 is
Yeah.
really
And you can't check your temperature and mine at the same time, man. Like that.
Can I go first? But Felix says that that's when you have a seizure, go psychotic, or probably die. Bill grabs a tongue depressor and instructs Joe to say ah. And Joe does, revealing his tongue to be slick and covered with bumps. Bill slides back in his chair, and Felix chuckles as he diagnoses Joe with a black abscess tongue. As Block snaps on a glove, Felix adds that all abscesses should be drained, period. The thermometer's still stuck between his lips. Bill leans in and grips Joe's tongue with his gloved fingers. He squeezes, and when Joe asks what he's doing, Block tells him to shut up. He applies more pressure, squeezing harder until the abscess bursts, splattering something red and viscous against Bill's glasses. It is so gross.
Yeah.
He backs up slowly as it oozes down his face and slides in his chair over to an intercom. Pressing the button, he says calmly, "Baby, get the needles." I want to talk about this tongue really quick before we go to Dakota receiving this message. Greg Nicotero said that he took saran wrap and filled it with like fake pus and blood, twisted it up into bubbles, and then slit silicone. Put little slits in a silicone tongue, put the like pussy, bloody bubbles in it.
Mm-hmm.
And so it looked like bumps in the silicone.
Oh, wow.
And then you just squeeze it till it pops.
It looks gross.
It
It's
does.
so fucking gross.
This is one of those things that stayed with me through the years.
No, it's disgusting. But we flash to Dakota in her office where she readies a long syringe filled with golden fluid. She tells Bill that she'll be right there, but he insists, right now. She sets the syringe down next to her to-do list. Cereal for Tony, crickets for Tony's pets, kill Bill. She mutters that her husband is an asshole before sliding the syringe into an opening in her garter and leaving her office.
You know what would have been cool?
Huh.
If we would have got the little siren when we seen it. It's like, oh shit.
Dun, dun,
Yeah, it's
dun.
like, oh, it's a crossover.
Yeah. Well, eventually.
Yeah, true. In the exam room, Felix is back to looking at the pictures on his computer, which dude is able to really compartmentalize. I can't focus on anything else after seeing that. But Bill calls him over to show that the wound on Joe's arm is spreading, and it is. The slick blisters have spread both higher and lower across his forearm. Bill asks when Joe said he got this bite, and when Joe reports that it just happened, Bill tells him with no hesitation, "We got to lose the arm, Joe." Joe's like, "Lose the arm? You mean my arm?" But Bill explains that it's spreading to his shoulder, and if they don't sever his arm now, it's going to take over his chest, and they can't cut that off. Behind him, Dakota and Felix converse quietly in the doorway, and distraught, Joe asks if he shouldn't get a second opinion. Dakota strides over and sits across from Joe. Speaking in a calm voice, she assures him that she's going to give him a very strong anesthetic, so he's not going to feel anything during the procedure. After cleaning his healthy arm with a very wet alcohol pad, she pats the colorful syringes in her pocket and she introduces them as her friends. Her yellow friend is just to take the sting off. Joe groans as she plunges the needle into his arm and then tosses the syringe into the open biohazard bin. She continues that her blue friend he'll barely feel, and that means that her yellow friend has already taken effect. When she plunges this one in, Joe looks a little impressed when he finds this to be true. She grins, adding pridefully, "See how fast my friends work?" She grabs the red syringe and plunges it in, promising Joe that after her red-headed friend, he'll never see her again. As soon as she pulls the syringe out, Joe begins to drool before promptly falling backwards onto the exam bed.
Look, all of this stuff with the needles, the writing, and everything is really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
That is a really cryptic and wild thing to say before I fall asleep.
It's horrific. When I had my surgery, the anesthesiologist patted my head and said, "Good night, kiddo," and he was right. They're the unsung heroes, man, for real. But Rodriguez said that a friend told him, an anesthesiologist said this to that friend before he had surgery. "Though after I do this, you'll never see me again." He goes, and I never saw him again. But he always remembered it and always wanted to use it. And
Well,
I think it's great.
It works.
Yeah. But Dakota looks back at Bill and Felix, who stand in the doorway, the latter commenting with a smile that they all react differently. I love that we're establishing that now.
Important.
Yeah.
Yeah. But on the road, Tammy's car sputters as it breaks down right next to the sign for the military base. A voice on her radio says, dedicated to Jungle Julia in loving memory. But he's silenced when Tammy turns the radio off.
That is such a cool connection.
Yeah.
Yes. She picks up her phone, and when it alerts her that there's no service, she slips it into her pocket. Armed with her flashlight, she looks under the hood again. She carefully touches the cap for the once overheating radiator, but finds that it's not hot. She decides that the radiator isn't the problem. She takes her jacket out of the car and pulls it on before leaning back inside through the open driver's side door. A James Wan fog creeps in, and when a wind whistles past her, Tammy snaps back up, startled. She sets off toward the military base, fighting with her flashlight that refuses to stay on. So Rodriguez said that he had a friend that this happened to. I think he was going to pick up his girlfriend. He broke down on the side of the road and had to take off only using a flashlight walking down the road at night. And he was like, that's a fucking horror movie.
Yeah.
And so his friend was named Tommy. He changed Tommy to Tammy and put this in kind of for his friend.
Okay.
That is awesome. He had spoken about it a little bit on commentary, and he had said that he was kind of disappointed in this sequence. He said that he could never capture the story that Tommy told him, because what he said it's supposed to be is as these headlights come in from the dark, that's all you see is their headlights, and when they're gone, you've got nothing.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, but then we wouldn't be able to
Exactly.
Yeah.
He goes, but when you're lighting a movie, it goes different. I'm like, but it's cool to see the fog.
It
Yes.
is, yeah.
It's cool to see her silhouette and all that.
Yeah.
And we know she can't see. Like, we
Yeah.
know that by seeing how thick the fog is.
Mm-hmm.
But then we'd be making Sinister.
Too dark.
Yeah, it's too dark. We need a light.
Just one.
somewhere.
But as we said, the road is thick with fog, making it hard to see. But when a car drives toward her, she tries to thumb a ride. They speed past, and Tammy yells at them, cursing them, but another car approaches. She runs toward it in the middle of the street, but the driver isn't trying to hear it either, and Tammy ends up falling to the ground when she hurries to get out of the way, and the driver warns her, get out of the road, bitch!
Jesus.
It's like maybe she needs help. You just passed a broke down car.
Yeah.
So you're not going to pick me up and you're going to hurl abuse at me?
It's insane, dude.
All right, I get we're in Silent Hill, but come on. You know,
They're all monsters here.
Tammy lies in the road as the fog rolls by, and when the flashlight brightens mockingly in her face, she smacks it away. Another car approaches, and Tammy tries once again to flag it down, but someone comes sprinting at her and tackles her out of the way. They snarl and are quickly joined by more people. The car goes by, and in the dark of the night, we see the outline of a group of people clustered around Tammy on the road. There is both ripping and tearing.
Calm down.
As her
Jesus. You can't help yourself.
I really can't.
did Rick put you up to this?
He did. He did. He always does. But her blood flies up into the air.
Okay. Well, she's dead. So that was
She's dead.
So what is the zombies? Maybe something.
Perhaps.
so there was something Rodriguez said on commentary that made me laugh. He was like, why are they eating her? I don't know. It looks cool.
Okay.
So there you go.
The way that this blood is flying up in the air, though, when they're like ripping her guts apart or whatever, Greg Nicotero said that they utilized, again, we've talked about it a lot with Tom Savini, condoms filled with blood and guts. And Nicotero himself is one of the zombies that runs after, one of the quote unquote zombies.
Right.
That runs after Fergie, which is pretty funny. And he was like that it was very important for them to kind of really make the blood go as high as they could. And to that credit, he said that they added a compound to keep the blood from atomizing. And so the streams sometimes would literally go 10 feet high.
Good Lord.
Damn.
Because Rodriguez wanted it so bloody. Like the FX coordinator, John McLeod, he had said that, and we're going to see, gun stuff later.
Mm-hmm.
But those squibs were packed so full of fake blood because that was his note. I want it bloody. I want it over the top. That even seasoned stunt people were like, what the fuck was that when the squibs would go off? Because it hit so much harder than normal because they were so full.
And you notice, like, especially when we get to those sections, like, it's almost comical.
Yes. Yeah, it's literally ribbons
is.
and streams. Like, it's very over the top, but very fitting.
Yes.
But Tammy is torn apart and her body is dragged off the road just as a big truck rolls by. And inside the truck are Ray and Cherry, who see this happening. Cherry's like, what the hell? And Ray's like, it's probably just people clearing roadkill. What are you talking about?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, technically.
Human roadkill? Well, I mean, yeah, I guess technically that's true. But Cherry asks if he means like an armadillo, but Ray means a deer. They get them a lot around here. And to prove his point, the truck goes past a group of deer who are smart enough to stay on the side of the road.
I appreciated the shot of the deer because otherwise it would make Ray just look ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because that is clearly
true.
A human body.
Yeah.
Yes. Cherry pulls off her jacket and Ray can't help but let his eyes drop to her breasts as he quotes the statistic that the eating of venison has risen 30% in the last few years, and 60% of that is from roadkill.
I will say Rodriguez on commentary claimed that that's a real statistic.
That is appalling.
Yeah.
I'm unsure.
I hope not.
That's horrific. Cherry is skeptical that people are eating roadkill, but Ray nods anyway. He tells her that if she was driving out here at 70 miles per hour and a deer darted out in front of her, if she were to blink, brake, or swerve, she'd end up killing herself. Cherry asks what you do then, and Ray tells her simply, you pick them off like this. He claps his hands together, and there is another splice. He tells her to just send it flying away from you. To Cherry, this is unacceptable. And suddenly, Ray fails to put his money where his mouth is when he swerves dramatically to avoid hitting something that's darted into the road. The truck swerves and skids out of his control before finally flipping and landing upside down. Upside down in the cab, the side of his face bloody, Ray checks on Cherry. After staring for a moment, she turns to him, blood marring her own forehead, and reminds him that she thought he said if you saw a deer, you shouldn't fucking swerve. But Ray is sure that that wasn't a deer. Suddenly, Cherry's window explodes, shattering glass into the cab as a blistered and bumpy hand reaches in and snatches her out. Ray springs into action, unfastening his seatbelt and falling down onto the ceiling. He opens a case containing a rifle and quickly assembles it as he hurries into the trees in search of Cherry.
Something Rodriguez mentioned, and it's kind of just the perfect example of this blend of practical and CG.
Okay.
You see Ray's truck swerve a couple of times, but the second it hits that flip, that's completely CG constructed.
Wow.
And I don't know if it's because of the atmosphere and the fog or what, but I never would have guessed in a million years.
No. He looks through his night vision scope, but he stops when he hears snarling and Cherry cry out. He comes upon them, two zombie-like creatures crouched over Cherry, and one stands, holding a bloody limb in his hand. When Ray fires and hits him, the creature turns to look, his eyes glowing in the night vision. The other one pops up too, staring at Ray before they both make a run for it with the pilfered limb. Ray fires after them, but they keep going. He's left to look down at Cherry, twitching on the forest floor with the leg below her right knee completely gone. Horrified, Ray breathes, Palomita.
I did notice that he grabbed his gun from a mariachi case, which is a reference to El Mariachi.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
We cut to Cherry being wheeled into the hospital by two paramedics, played by Cecilia Conti and Tommy Nix. Remember Rodriguez's friend Tommy, who had the car breakdown and everything?
Oh.
Yeah.
This is Tommy.
Okay.
He's in a lot of Rodriguez's stuff, and he said that whenever he screens it for like producers and stuff, they're always like, that guy's energy, he's so funny, blah, blah, blah. But he's only in it because they're friends.
Oh, wow.
Ray trails behind the gurney, and when Bill joins them, the paramedics report Cherry's car accident. When he rips the sheet back, they detail her one severed limb, and we see it. The stump of her knee wrapped in protective gauze, and the bed beneath it soaked in blood.
You know, she's lucky because Fergie got torn the fuck up.
Yeah, she did.
And they didn't bite her anywhere else but the leg. No.
Well, they saw
she's
Ray,
fine.
Yeah.
and they were like, Jesus!
Yeah.
As one of the paramedics shines a light in Cherry's eyes, Bill questions where the leg is. Dried blood caking the side of his face, Ray admits that 3 sickos came after her and he shot at them. He says that he never misses.
It's very important.
Remember that.
Yeah.
Bill pulls a thermometer out of his pocket and places it in his mouth again. But Ray grabs his arm and forces eye contact when he tells the doctor they took the leg with them. Sheriff Haig, played by Michael Biehn.
Wild.
Yeah.
Yes. And that was on accident.
Yeah. That was just last week.
Yeah. But he struts in the doors, flanked by deputies Carlos and Tolo, played by Carlos Gallardo and Tom fucking Savini.
Yeah, fucking sex machine.
Yes.
Love to see it.
Yeah. And Carlos Gallardo,
Mm-hmm.
he is El Mariachi.
Yes.
Yeah. He was also in Desperado.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he was one of his friends.
He said that Rodriguez said that he was telling him about this, and he was like, "Oh, do you have a part for me?" And he's like, "I actually have a deputy named Carlos." Like, you could just play. But like we were saying earlier about him waiting to cast characters to continue writing, he had kind of half written the sheriff, and then when he asked Michael Biehn and he said yes, they fleshed him out together.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And Tom Savini told a story that I found pretty funny. He said that he, Robert Rodriguez, Quentin Tarantino, and George A. Romero were talking at the Land of the Dead premiere. And Rodriguez kept pointing at him like he was going to say something, but Quentin Tarantino would not stop talking to Romero. And Rodriguez could not get a word in edgewise. And every time he was like, and pointing at him to talk, Tarantino would be like, anyway, like he could not talk. So he kept getting interrupted and he kind of just never said anything. So he said a little bit later, Tom Savini was like, I wonder what he was going to say to me when we were talking at the thing. So he emails him and was like, hey, what were you trying to say that night that Quentin wouldn't stop talking? And
He's like, which night?
yeah. Robert Rodriguez was like, oh yeah, do you want to be in this movie I'm writing? So he was like, thank God he emailed me because he had, I guess, forgotten about it.
Yeah.
But as soon as Ray sees them, he rolls his eyes and averts his gaze. The sheriff comes directly over, telling Ray that they're going to need to speak with him about this. But Bill stops the sheriff. He says that Ray is going to have to sign Cherry in. He's with her, so he's responsible for her. But the sheriff is adamant that Ray can fill out the forms after they chat. He pulls Ray to the side and asks expectantly what he was doing with a rifle. Ray shrugs and offers unconvincingly that he was thinking about doing some hunting when the season breaks. Haig warns that he knows he's not supposed to be doing that stuff anymore. He leans in closer and lowers his voice, reminding Ray that he sticks his neck out for him, and now he's got a gal in his wrecked truck with a missing leg, and now the missing leg is missing. As the sheriff speaks, Ray eyes a patient whose face is marred with clusters of boils. But the sheriff isn't done. I'd be like, can we talk about this somewhere else?
Yeah.
There's too much going on right now.
I'm really overstimulated. He adds that now Ray is saying in front of everyone here that someone up and snatched the leg. And Ray shot them with the gun that he never should have had in the first place. More patients go by, their faces bumpy, cracked open, itchy. Watching them makes Ray uneasy, and he questions if they can finish their conversation somewhere else.
Yes.
I forgot. I would too, dude.
Yeah, you were feeling it earlier.
I was. Like, can we get the fuck out of here? And for once, he and the sheriff agree. He whispers, my thought exactly, as he pulls out his cuffs and secures them around Ray's wrists.
I don't know how good of an idea that is, Kyle. I mean, officer. But maybe just talk. We don't need cuffs.
We don't need to bring cuffs into
No.
this. The paramedics are bringing in more gurneys, calling out to Bill that he's got 3 more. Bill can't believe this, but they report an automobile accident off Highway 18. When Bill sees that the body in front of him is dead on arrival, he hands his thermometer over to one of the paramedics, Tommy, who holds it with a gloved hand while Bill snatches the blanket down over the deceased's face, delegating for them to have Andy pick the dead ones up. When he takes the thermometer back and slips it into his mouth, the paramedic points out that that's unsanitary, but Bill says that it helps him monitor his state of calmness. He unveils a dead woman on another gurney, part of her bloody face eaten away, before pulling the blanket back over her face. As he walks away, the paramedic warns him not to get worked up enough to crack the thermometer. He could cut himself up pretty good, and Block agrees that then he would know he was not calm. He flings the blanket off the third patient, and we zoom in on his face, coming close to his mouth as his teeth bear down on the thermometer, and it shatters. The paramedic wonders, "What do you say now, Doc?" The glass and drool dripping from his lips, Bill tells him, "Somebody call my wife." I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But in
Yeah.
a minute, you're like, oh. But at the sheriff's station, Haig answers the phone. It's JT on the other end, who greets him with familiarity. Haig asks how the barbecue business is going, and stirring a pot in front of him, JT laments that ever since the bastard landlord raised the rent, it's gone to shit. Haig offers a dry apology and says that he wishes there was something he could do. But JT makes it clear that right now, he's not calling his brother, he's calling the sheriff.
I just want to point out how incredible this casting is for them to be playing brothers.
Yeah.
They look really, really alike.
Listen, I saw in an interview, Jeff Fahey had also read for the sheriff.
Oh.
But he was like, you'd be better as JT or whatever. It wasn't until after Rodriguez had cast both of them that he realized how much they looked alike and decided to make JT and Sheriff Haig brothers.
After the fact?
After he cast them.
Oh, wow.
They weren't originally. And Fahey said that they had been auditioning for the same roles for the last 30 years. And sometimes Michael Biehn would get it and sometimes Jeff Fahey would get it, but they were always both in the conversation. And so after all this time for them to be playing brothers, it just felt right.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Haig assures his brother that he's listening as he eyes Ray across his desk, talking quietly on a different phone. JT says that there's no trouble yet, but he's got two delinquents that have been hanging out for over an hour, not purchasing anything. When two people shrouded in the shadows of the night, but still clearly bumpy and unwell, walk up to the doors, JT tells the sheriff that they're coming in now. Before the call ends, JT quickly asks his brother if he cooks the meat at 250 degrees, but JT dodges this, saying he doesn't know because he sets the temperature with his hand. Haig threatens that if JT doesn't give him the recipe, he'll raise the rent even higher than a Georgia pine. But JT counters that no Texan is ever going to give up their barbecue recipe. He takes it to his grave, and that's a fact. His voice raising, he says that he could be bleeding like a stuck pig and he wouldn't tell. He could even be dying in Haig's arms, and he still wouldn't tell him.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. He slams down his hot dog shaped phone and the sheriff slams his down similarly, muttering, "We'll see about that."
Something Rodriguez said on commentary, on like all of his DVDs and Blu-rays, he has like a little like cooking school.
Yeah.
He said part of why he made JT run a barbecue restaurant was to give him a subject for his 10-minute cooking school for the Planet Terror DVD.
That's cool, though.
Yeah.
I read that he even caters his films.
Yes.
That's even cooler.
That's really cool.
And I'm sure those zombies are just going to eat our
Yeah, they look,
quote-unquote zombies.
Yeah,
they
whatever.
just look hungry. That's all. For barbecue.
Right.
Of course. Yes.
JT looks up at the couple who still stands right outside the front doors. With a sigh, he asks them if they're going to look or they're going to eat. Their slick faces are literally undulating with boils. And as soon as the man menacingly pushes the door open, we cut back to the hospital.
I don't know why, but the push through the door and that abrupt cut, it made me think of Edgar Wright.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can totally see that. I love that. I love when
Yeah.
Edgar Wright does that. Dakota strides down the hallway at a brisk pace, not stopping until she reaches her husband and the paramedics, waiting with the covered body. Bill tells his wife that he needed for her to see this before ripping the sheet off. Tammy's lifeless face stares up endlessly, the bed behind her stained with blood. Dakota reacts in horror as the paramedics explain that it looks like a no-brainer. They show what they mean, lifting Tammy's head to reveal that it's completely hollow inside. She's a no-brainer. The brain's been scooped clean out of her skull. Yeah, we get it.
Yeah, stop that.
We get it.
Look, it's a very sad moment, but you got to give it to him on that one.
I feel like he's over-explaining it.
He is, and it's ruining the joke. But
Yeah, it's one
There's
of
no
those-
brain.
She's a twitcher. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we see. Yeah.
we're watching the same film that you are.
But again, this was Fergie's real head. They turn it and line up the shot to a dummy so that the hole is real and it's not CG.
It looks fantastic.
It really
Yeah.
does. The paramedic shines his pin light into the gore-lined skull. Dakota stomps off, hands still clamped over her mouth. But Dr. Felix has joined them now, trying to diagnose what's happened to Tammy like he's guessing at Trivial Pursuit. Bill stares after his wife before pulling Tammy's cell phone out of her pocket and sliding it into his own. He tells Felix and the paramedics that will be all as he walks away. He finds Dakota in an office where she still covers her mouth, her big blue eyes red and filled with tears. Bill pulls his wife into an embrace and she allows him, still staring forward in shock. He asks Dakota if she knew Tammy was back in town, and she shakes her head before telling him no, she didn't. Her chin quivering, she asks Bill, what happened to her? Bill pulls off his glasses and holds her, offering calmly that he doesn't know. He adds, just as calm, that he thought they'd stopped seeing each other. Dakota's eyes dart to him as she stammers that they have. Bill continues to hug his wife, resting his head on hers and allowing that of course they've stopped seeing each other now. She's fucking dead. But Dakota asserts that they had stopped before. She finally meets her husband's eyes, but his gaze is cold when he looks back at her. She says that she hadn't talked to her in a while. We close in as Bill's fingers flex against the back of Dakota's neck, and he proposes, but you have written each other. Dakota trembles as her face reddens. She has to admit, here and there, but nothing. Bill pulls Dakota's phone from her white coat, but she snatches it back and stumbles away from him, demanding to know what he's doing. Bill walks up and looming over her, he tells her to let him see her last 3 text messages. Clutching the phone to her chest, Dakota asserts that he has no right, but Bill just plucks Dakota's yellow friend out of her pocket. He pulls the lid off with his teeth and spits it into her face, asking, I don't have a right? Dakota flinches as the lid clatters on the floor, but Bill only repeats in a low voice for her to show it to him. She holds her hand up to shield her face, the light glinting off of her wedding set as she tells him bravely, no. Bill promptly stabs her hand with the syringe, mocking that that's just to take the sting off.
He remembers.
He does.
Yeah.
This is so tense and stressful, this scene. Josh Brolin had said that this was the only time that he did not enjoy making this film, because he and Marley Shelton had really hit it off. They were very friendly. They thought it was funny that they were playing this couple that hated each other because they really, really liked each other. And having to treat her like this, he said, was very hard for him. Well, even though it obviously is not real.
Yeah. I think the thing is that whenever it starts the scene, you're like, oh, he's hurt.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, he's crazy.
He's fucking terrifying. Dakota stares up at him, trembling in horror, and raises the other hand to her face, still clutching the phone. He tells her again to show it to him. She pleads with him, no, but he stabs her again with the syringe at each word of his demand. Show it to me. He throws the syringe to the ground and invites her to see how fast her friends work. Bill steps back to watch as Dakota loses control of her hands. They fall limp and she moans as she loses the battle with the grip on her phone. It falls right into Bill's waiting hand, and he holds the phones up right next to each other, Dakota's and Tammy's, and we see what he sees, twin messages on each screen. Hurry, baby, I think he knows.
I thought it was such an interesting choice, the way the tension dissolved with the music when the phone dropped.
Yeah.
And then that shot of the two phones and then the moving and seeing her face. It's really good filmmaking.
Yeah.
But it's also really terrifying. Just knowing that everything you thought was a secret.
Yep.
It's all out on Front Street
It's
now.
not. Yeah.
This terrifying fucking dude.
Yeah. Bill questions, "What do I know, my love?" He pulls the phones away and we are tight on Dakota's trembling face. Bill tells her what he knows, that she's a cheating, lying sack. Dakota insists that she didn't want to hurt him. Bill counters that she did, though, and Dakota tells him why. Because he's insane. Bypassing the blue one, Bill slides Dakota's red friend out of her pocket. Tears rolling down her face, she tells him that she was afraid of what he might do to her or to their son. Bill pulls the cap for the syringe off with his teeth as Dakota pleads with him that she is the mother of his son. He spits the cap in her face again and she cries out, her limp and useless hands dangling in front of her. Bill grabs one of them and twists her arm down as he raises the syringe, telling her, "And after this, you'll never see me again."
Let's slow down. I get it, but come on.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It is. I did want to say that shot of the needle has to be a reference to Travolta in Pulp Fiction.
1,000%.
With
yeah.
Mia?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We zoom in on the tip of the syringe, on Bill's set and determined face, on Dakota's wide and terrified eyes, but they're interrupted when the paramedic calls out for Dr. Block. Bill asks, "What?" Peering into the room, the paramedic doesn't sense that anything is amiss when he tells Bill that he's got to see this. And Bill tells him that he'll be right there. In quick cuts, we see Bill locking Dakota into a room before sliding open the curtain to what the paramedic called him to see. Bill questions, "Where the hell are the bodies?" And the paramedic says that that's what he wanted to show him. They're gone. We see what they're staring at. The 3 bloody beds at the end of the hall are now completely empty. Bill reasons that they couldn't have just gotten up and walked out, but with a high-pitched hum, the paramedic directs the doctor's attention down to the floor, where there is a heinous trail of blood leading to a closet that Bill somehow did not see. It's like, you walked over here.
And Tommy seems very chill about all of this.
He's just vibing. Meanwhile, Cherry wakes up in her room and is confused to find herself hooked up to an IV. She pulls the sheets back to find that she has lost her right leg. Understandably, she breathes heavily and gags as panic starts to set in. A soft piano version of the score plays as Cherry cries. Back at the sheriff's station, Deputy Tolo storms in, demanding that someone needs to take care of this perp for him before he fucking kills him. He walks over to Haig and Ray, who still sit at the sheriff's desk. Haig asks what's wrong as Tolo plucks tissues from the desk. He tells them that the perp was causing problems at Skip's, so Tolo cuffed him and he bit his fucking finger off. He wraps his wound in tissues, and Haig tells him to get a Band-Aid and quit complaining. But Tolo holds up his hand. He's not using colorful speech here. His finger is bitten clean off, and it is.
Yeah.
His ring finger is lost from the last knuckle on, and blood pours down his hand. He yells at Haig to get out there and book him, because if he has to do it himself, he's gonna fucking kill him. Haig tosses keys over to Carlos to go get the perp, and Carlos catches them in the air, setting off with his shotgun. Haig rises to his feet and warns Ray to stay put. He follows Carlos outside, and Carlos cocks the shotgun as he approaches Tolo's vehicle. Still at his desk, Ray peeks out through the open door, but when Carlos gets close enough, he sees that the car is empty. He asks Tolo if he's sure that the guy is in there, and Tolo insists that he was. He's angry as he peers out into the night. Ray has walked up to the door now, and Carlos holds his gun out, going to the other side of the car to find the backseat window completely shattered and broken. It's like, okay, well, that's what happened. Ray eyes the gun cabinet before looking back out at the officers. Carlos stoops to pick up a wedding ring dropped in the broken glass of the window. He stands up to a hand on his shoulder, but it's only Sheriff Haig. Carlos reports that the guy is gone.
It took me until this long, but Sheriff Haig has to be a reference to Sid Haig.
For sure.
Oh, okay.
For sure. Tolo asks where his finger is, but Carlos can only offer that he found his ring. Haig calls out to Ray, who still stands in the doorway, and asks if this guy could also be the leg snatcher. But Ray says he didn't get a good look at him. The sheriff turns when he hears a distant growling and coolly asks the men, "Is that him over there?" I'd be like, what? That guy's growling?
Yeah.
Then he just bit a finger off.
Yeah, that's not normal.
Why are you so calm?
And also, how busy do you think this one dude is, man?
He's snatching legs. He's biting off fingers. He's
on.
causing problems at Skips because that's why he got arrested. We immediately see what the sheriff is looking at. A man looming nearby, his face throbbing with movement beneath the skin. Tolo looks at this for a moment before turning his attention to Carlos, who is approaching, holding up his dropped wedding ring. With his uninjured hand, Tolo reaches for it and slowly, very slowly, walks over to grab it. The tension mounts before a zombie jumps up out of nowhere and bites Carlos's arm.
Rodriguez said that the zombie, he was calling them sickos,
Okay.
Yeah.
that bites Carlos is clearly Greg Nicotero.
Oh, that's so cool.
But Carlos's death, the whole suspense of the moment, I don't know why it's so funny to me.
It's when
It is.
it's when Tom Savini takes 20 minutes
Yes.
to walk over
Yeah.
to get his ring. I was like, oh, this is hilarious. Carlos screams as he falls to the ground, and Tolo blinks in shock. But when Carlos stands back up, his left arm has been ripped off. He's swarmed by 3 zombies that lift him up onto a police car. One of them literally peels off the top of his head before bringing his fist down and flattening it. He brings Carlos's brain to his mouth and starts to munch. So Rodriguez said that the MPAA wanted the eating of the brains cut out completely because it was too graphic. And he said it was a lot longer. So Rodriguez cut it way down and added even more aging, quote unquote, to the quality of the film. And he felt that ultimately this version of it, the way that we see it, is scarier than the extended brain eating that the MPAA had a problem with.
I feel like they often get in their own way, the MPAA.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they often get into our way as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very polite way to say it. Haig finally shoots the other 2, but when he senses one shuffling behind him, he turns and dispatches him. The original zombie that got away from Tolo looms behind, but Haig shoots and makes short work of him. But Tolo is still preoccupied with getting his wedding ring back.
Priorities.
Yeah. He sees it on the ground, still pinched between the index finger and thumb of Carlos's disembodied hand. He stoops to pick it up, only to be seized by a sicko and thrown at a cop car hard enough to dent the doors in. So on one of those featurettes, the way that they did this, I thought was so fucking cool. They created a CG rendering of someone being thrown into a car and what that impact would look like. So then they practically rigged a car to implode. Like they hit a button and it imploded in that way that matched the impact from that CG rendering. Then they string up the stuntman and throw him into an already imploded car and composite the imploding and the throwing of Tolo, quote unquote, together.
Okay.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
It is seamless. It really looks like they throw Tom Savini.
It's very funny.
Yes. Haig turns to Ray, who is still standing in the doorway, and calls his name. But we pan over as he turns to shoot a zombie in a hoodie. And when we pan back as he looks at the door, Ray is gone. Haig just continues to pick off the zombies. But Tolo, God bless him, he is army crawling his way to his wedding ring. He goes to slide it onto his finger, but when he sees again that the finger is missing, he mutters, "Fuck." He slides it onto his middle finger instead before finally snapping into action. With his gun in his hand, he punches a zombie in the gut repeatedly, firing off a round with every hit and exploding guts out of his back. Another car pulls up, filled with reinforcements, including hot female deputy played by Emmy Robin. They hop out, ready for action, and they fire on the zombies, picking them off one by one. Ray rushes out now, but with his wrists and ankles still cuffed, he can only do so much. He jumps into the air, kicking a zombie in the face and landing hard on his back. He holds the zombie up with his feet and aims the gun upward at its face. When a huge mass starts to pour out of the zombie's mouth, Ray fires, shooting through the chain of his ankle cuffs and up into the zombie's head, which does explode.
Yeah. But I didn't know they did that too. I don't know what is going on.
The ankle cuff? Oh,
No,
the vomit thing.
the ankle cuffs are just whatever. I don't care. More about the giant organism falling from this mouth.
I'm like, I know, I can't believe he cuffed his ankles too.
He really hates this guy.
See, now these are just like video game zombies or video game creatures, something.
Yeah. The sheriff stoops down to examine the body, but Ray screams at him not to touch him. Haig is like, why? Ray explains that he's infected. He starts away from the jail, but the sheriff stops and demands the gun back. His wrist still shackled, Ray hands it over, but he turns to continue his departure. Aiming his gun, Haig asks where he's going. Ray is settling in behind the wheel of his truck when he answers that he's going to get Cherry. Haig agrees with this, but insists that they take his car. He turns just in time to see his car explode in a brilliant blast. Haig stares at the flaming wreckage before turning around and relenting that he's going with Ray. This was hilarious. He gets in, gun still at the ready, and warns him against making any sudden moves. But Tolo is still fighting for his life, firing at zombies as he and the other survivors jump on the back of the truck and ride away with Ray and Haig.
Something Rodriguez mentioned that I thought was really kind of funny. During this action sequence, there's a lot of gunfire going on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of frantic shots of different things happening. But Michael Biehn, he would say, like, he's like, I fired my gun, I think 6 times.
Oh.
Can you have it to where I'm reloading now? And Rodriguez is like, look, I appreciate that, but that is not this kind of film. Nobody's paying attention.
I love that he was, though.
Yeah. Well.
He's like, this makes no damn sense.
Yeah.
At the hospital, Bill joins Dr. Felix in a hallway that's become congested with incoming patients. Felix describes their illnesses as viral, with some of them rapidly developing coliform lesions. All of these people just came in, and they're all highly contagious. He asks Bill what he thinks, and peering at the patients through his black-rimmed glasses, Bill answers honestly that self-preservation comes to mind. And Felix agrees, let's get the hell out of here. Bill turns in the opposite direction and says in a low voice, first, let me get my wife. Why'd you say it like that?
Yeah.
That's not the way a normal person would say that. Bill starts down the hall as the score thrums lowly. He passes a room sectioned off with a plastic curtain, but the curtain is splattered with blood, and he can hear the sound of a saw buzzing inside. He rips the curtain to the side and finds Joe, missing an arm and using his remaining one to saw away the middle of an unfortunate doctor sprawled out on the exam bed. He looks up at Bill, half of his face bubbled and unrecognizable. So Nicotero on one of those featurettes had said that he asked Robert Rodriguez when they got to the scene, so do you want like the doctor's guts visible? And he was like, no, like that's not really what the scene is about. The scene is about Joe and Bill. Like you can just kind of have them on the other side of the bed and Joe leaning over him. Mm-hmm. So Nicotero was like, okay, but he still made this chess piece of this doctor's intestines hanging out. And he said when they came time to shoot it, Rodriguez had forgotten that he told him no. And so he positioned the actor hanging off the bed like this so you see his fucking disgusting intestines hanging out. And he was like, I'm glad I went for it. But Bill backs out, rushing back into the hallway and closing the curtain as he goes, which is funny because that's not going to do anything.
No.
But Joe just saws through the curtain and backs Bill against the wall, bringing the saw closer to his face. The cord pulls tight from the outlet in the exam room, but Joe brings it down, cutting grooves into Bill's glasses and finally sawing them in half as Bill cowers, shaking against the wall. But that's when the cord finally pulls free and the hungry saw dies in Joe's hand. He looks down at it, confused, and reverts to plan B. He brings his remaining hand to his face, squelching one of the boils between his fingers and causing blood to fly out. His hand covered in it. He rubs the glob of red goo down Bill's face. Joe strides away, leaving the doctor pressed against the wall, staring, shocked, and infected.
Joe's just going to be gross all night, I guess.
Yeah,
Joe's nasty.
That's nasty. Yeah,
It's
that's
bad,
gross.
dude. It's way worse than before, too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What's wild to me is it's so funny. We're so focused on Dr. Block right now, but whenever Joe walks off, you just see him just like taking a posture and trying to be menacing. It's really funny just seeing him blurry back there.
He's acclimating.
Yeah.
But elsewhere, Earl McGraw, played by Michael Parks, is spoon-feeding his wife, Ramona, played by Jerry Lee Romero.
I can't believe that we're getting Sheriff McGraw again.
Not at all.
We talked about him in From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's featured in Kill Bill as well as his son.
Yeah. So he first appeared in From Dusk Till Dawn. And Tarantino and Rodriguez said that they never had an explicit conversation about it, but they have an unwritten rule that they would share Earl McGraw. And whatever was written for him, there were no takebacks. So whatever has happened to this man is canon. And which, no spoilers or nothing, but From Dusk Till Dawn, I'm just going to say that everything that we've seen happen to him had to have happened before.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it is very interesting for this character to keep coming back again and again. I don't know. I think when I was younger too, I fully didn't understand that From Dusk Till Dawn and Kill Bill, that those were made by two different people. Like I never even really, I guess I knew, but I never really thought about it because he really fits so seamlessly into these shared universes that seeing him here, it's just like, oh yeah, no, of course Earl McGraw's here. Like,
Yeah.
why wouldn't he be? But Earl gently feeds his wife her soup, her medication cluttered on the table next to them, telling her that he wants her to be around for a while. The moment is sweet until one of Ramona's farts hits Earl and he's repulsed. But next to the medicine, Earl's walkie crackles to life with the voice of Sheriff Haig. He apologizes for having to do this to him, but they need every man. Earl sets the bowl of soup down next to the framed photo of him and Ramona in younger days before picking up the walkie. In the truck with Ray, Haig shouts that shit has hit the fan. He tells Earl to bring guns and ammo and meet Haig at his brother's. Without any follow-up questions, Earl assures the sheriff that he'll be there. He picks the bowl back up, coaxing Ramona to eat quick. But when he brings the spoon up to her face, Ramona's eyes are wide and pale, and her mouth yawns open. Earl jumps back, dropping the bowl where it shatters on the floor, and Ramona rises, boils suddenly writhing on her face. She growls lowly, and Earl regretfully pulls out his gun. We zoom in tight on Ramona's infected face.
I don't know why, but this also reminded me of Shaun of the Dead.
Just like the way that it's shot, like the style of it. Yeah.
Okay.
And then cutting back, and this person who was just a person is now a zombie.
It's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
See, that kind of made me think of Evil Dead, like when they get possessed.
Oh,
and then,
yeah.
like a minute, they're fine. He goes back. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Damn it. But at the hospital, someone screams as they crash through an upstairs window and land in the trash cans. When she stands up, we see that it's Dakota, her hands still limp and bent. She stands, wrapped in the blinds that she flew through. She pushes them to the side and stomps to her car. So before we get to the car, the way that they shot this, her jumping from the window was too high for the stunt person to make the jump into the trash cans. So they do one shot where she jumps from the window and lands on a pad. Then they do another one where they set up a scaffolding that's right above the trash. And then she jumps again. Then they blend the shots together and have a car go by at the switch.
Oh, wow.
So they have the one where she's jumping from the high window and then blend it into her when she jumped right into the cans.
Okay.
It looks seamless.
It's so
Yeah.
seamless. It looks so good because you're like, gosh.
yeah. What an exit.
But trying to open the car door with her wrists proves futile. Instead, she slides her hand flat into the gap between the handle and the door. She raises her foot to try to press in the latch with the tip of her heel. And after a couple missed attempts, it works. But her shoe on the ground slips and Dakota falls, her hand still stuck between the handle and the door. She screams and shudders before pulling her hand out and getting behind the wheel of the car. I winced. I cringed. This looks so fucking painful.
Yeah, let's not try that again.
No.
Please.
Like that hurt me.
Yeah.
And it's so sudden because you're like, oh, she's getting at it. Oh my God. It's like, oh, it hurts.
Are her friends not working anymore? She's like, oh my God. So I didn't know.
Yeah.
Her friends can only do so much. But when she takes a moment to catch her breath, an explosion booms, rattling the car and sending a plume of flames and smoke into the air. Dakota jumps when this startles her, but she doesn't let it distract her. After finding the right key, she takes it in her mouth and brings her face down to the ignition. She's able to slide the key home and start her car. And using her teeth again, she unfastens her watch. And after spitting out a piece of her tooth, she loops it around the gear shift, pulling the car into drive.
It took until this time watching it to realize that that's what she was spitting out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because later when you see it, I was like, how did she lose a tooth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's right there.
And she said that for her tooth, they literally just used blackout paint.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Hey, if it ain't broke.
Yeah. Well, if it is broke.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Very good.
A screaming and flaming man runs into her car window before sprinting away. And although Dakota stares at this with wide eyes, she is undeterred. With poor control of her car, she speeds away, ping-ponging against the parked vehicles in the lot on her way out. But she passes Ray's wreckage truck, the officers still packed in. They jump off when inside the cab, Ray asks the sheriff if he's going to give him a gun. Haig asks if he's fucking kidding him. So instead of arguing further, Ray opens his glove compartment and takes out a butterfly knife before the two men exit the vehicle.
You see what's going on? Give me a fucking gun.
It's that.
I just want to know what the reasoning is because it's very clear that there's some kind of history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't get...
There's history, but also he's like, I stuck my neck out for you. So it's like, what is
Yeah.
this relationship?
Is it a backstabbing? Is it...
Well, even that, you see what's going on.
Yes.
I'm right here next to you. Give me a gun, man.
Come on. I'm not going to shoot you.
Yeah.
No, these
Jesus.
Yeah, we're
I
friendly enough.
drove us here.
Yeah.
are extenuating circumstances, for sure. Cars explode as they sprint toward the hospital, and Sheriff Haig pauses in the destruction. But Ray has already run inside. He slashes his way through, maneuvering through zombies in the hallways, spinning out of their grasps and stabbing. He jumps up on a wall, executing a sick backflip before landing on his feet and stabbing a zombie in the chest. We follow Ray down the hall where screaming hospital staff run past him toward an exit, and he stops to pick off a few zombies running among them. When he turns into another hallway, flames lick up from every closed door on either side of the hall. He takes the zombies down, their blood spraying up when he stabs, but he pauses when he sees something in a hospital room with an open door. Cherry's black boot sits framed in the center of the doorway. Ray blinks at it, fire still raging behind him as he rises up to his feet. Pulling off gloves and tossing them aside, he walks slowly into Cherry's room where he can now see someone is sitting still beneath the blanket on the bed. Ray reaches out for the blanket, asking, Palomita? And when he pulls it down, Cherry sits, crying quietly. He tells her to get up because they're leaving now, but she counters that she can't walk. This isn't enough of an excuse for Ray. He goes back to the bed to pick her up, but she bats him away. She rips the sheets aside, revealing the stump of her leg, a square piece of metal sticking out from the center of the bandages. She sobs that she was going to be a stand-up comedian. Who's going to laugh now? Again, Ray does not see this as a problem. He tells her again to come on and quit crying over spilt milk. But this isn't spilt milk to Cherry. She screams at him, I have no leg. Ray knocks over a desk by the door and rips off one of the wooden legs. He strides over to the bed and stabs it into her stump, telling her, now you do.
No wince, no.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, that just happened.
Yeah, this wound is fresh as hell.
Yeah, well, maybe she got a little bit of the friends, you know?
Hey, maybe,
oh,
maybe.
Yeah.
He asks what she thinks, and we cut to them in the hallway. Cherry walking stiffly with her remaining leg and the wooden stick stuck to her stump. She points out that Ray could carry her, but grasping onto her arm, Ray reminds her that she never wanted that before. Why start now?
Dig it. And that shows, and Rodriguez pointed it out, that's how much he believes in her.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she's got this.
Yeah.
A zombie with a wriggling face stands in the way between them and the door, and Ray does a spin kick on the ground, tripping the zombie and bringing his knives down into his chest. But without his support, Cherry is teetering on the edge of falling down, but Ray catches her before she does, and they make their way to the exit. Cherry mutters that this is ridiculous. I wanted to say, too, because I was like, God damn, that hospital must be hot. Like, half of it's on fire.
Yeah.
This jacket that Ray is wearing, when Rodriguez met with Freddie Rodriguez to talk about this character, he was wearing this really cool brown jacket, and he was like, I want Ray to wear a jacket like that. So he said he tried to find one and he could not find anything as cool as this one. So he was like, can you just wear your jacket and have it in the movie? And Freddie Rodriguez, of course, said yes, but Robert Rodriguez is like, so we were like trying not to fuck it up because it's like his personal jacket, but it is a cool jacket.
It
Yeah.
is. The funny thing, Rodriguez said on commentary, the jacket that Rose McGowan is wearing,
Yeah.
the one that he's been looking for 2 weeks,
Yeah.
that's Robert Rodriguez's jacket.
That's hilarious.
But he said that's kind of like the exploitation thing. You use the wardrobe you have.
For
Yeah.
sure.
These films are cheaply made.
Yeah. But they make it outside, and Cherry uses the railing of the stairs to help herself down as Ray continues to dispatch the zombies. When the officers are gone, Ray guesses that the sheriff must have taken them all to JT's. He tells Cherry to get in the truck, but she implores that he has to wait for her as she struggles to climb up into the cab. Still, Ray gets behind the wheel and starts to pull off slowly, and we watch as Cherry pulls herself up into the cab and tries to shut the door. She complains that her leg is stuck, but Ray reminds her that it's just wood. She whines that it's splintering, but Ray snaps at her as he speeds away, asking for her to just leave it alone. Cherry sighs, wondering why this is happening to her, but Ray asks her to just do him a favor and stay strong. Cherry looks at him with incredulity, asking, "Stay?" And Ray replies as he gazes up into the rearview mirror, "Yeah, baby, stay." Cherry stares at him wordlessly. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
But give me some time to adjust.
Yeah.
He's like, get over it.
Spilt milk.
Yeah, give me 5 minutes.
Yeah, that would have set me off. We're not going fucking anywhere together. I did want to talk about her leg, though. Rodriguez said that he had the idea for what it would look like. And so he went out into the parking lot, rolled up his pant leg, put an ace bandage over his knee, and then a green sock pulled up to the bandage. He locked his leg and just kind of filmed himself walking around the parking lot. Then he was able to digitally remove his own leg and replace it with some imagery that we will see later. And he essentially did the same thing with Rose McGowan, even with this piece of wood, but they had her leg in a stiff cast so that she couldn't bend her ankle or her knee because a piece of wood, or if something else were used as a leg,
Right.
they wouldn't bend. So she's just kind of walking like normal, but swinging this stiff cast.
Yeah.
And they just removed it and digitally added whatever they needed to add.
There are a lot of moments with this chair leg, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That when they're going back and forth in the shots, or you see her running to catch up with the truck,
Yeah.
it just looks so good.
It really
Yeah.
does.
It's really unbelievable.
That is one thing that I had remembered this from the first time watching it. But watching it, I was like, man, that doesn't look bad at all.
No.
Like, never am I like, I mean, of course, you know what I mean? It's a movie, but looking at it, it's like, that looks really cool.
Yeah. But back at the blockhouse, the babysitting twins, Electra and Amelia, played by Electra Stone and Elisa Avalon, paint each other's toenails and each talk on their own cell phone. And these are Robert Rodriguez's nieces, the twins.
And they're watching their cousin, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's cute. Switching back and forth between Spanish and English, Electra goes off on the person on the other end of the phone, specifying which name is hers and which is her sister's. Tony stands by, playing with the tarantula, and when Electra cusses in English, her sister kicks her and reminds her in Spanish that there's a fucking kid right there. As a result, Electra concludes in English that they can call her whatever the fuck they want. She doesn't give a shit.
All right.
Very nice. The doorbell rings and the sisters rush over to answer it together. Dakota stands there, her makeup smeared black beneath her eyes and her hair fallen around her shoulders, damp with sweat. She stares, traumatized, but the sisters yell at her that she said 10 o'clock. They can't be watching her kid all goddamn night. They say that Dakota's friend never showed up and they got shit to do. Swinging her arm out stiffly, Dakota pushes the girls outside, telling them, then start doing it. And when they hesitate, Dakota literally kicks them out and slams the door.
She could have paid them for their time.
I'm hoping she paid them first.
Yeah. They did stay late, but they were being rude.
They were, but
And
they have every right to be
hanging
pissed
out.
off.
Yeah. No, I get it, but...
She turns and screams out for her son and tells him that they're leaving. Tony hurries toward them with his coat and a bag, but he realizes that he forgot his tarantula and hurries away to go get it. But once he gets to the terrarium, he sees that he also forgot his turtle and his scorpion. And all of these animals are really Rebel Rodriguez's pets.
Really?
Yeah. Dakota tries to scoop up his bag with her arms, and she reminds him that they're not octopuses. They don't have hands for everything. Tony corrects her, octopi. But gripping his bag with her arms and her hands still dangling limply at their wrists, Dakota just tells him, let's go. But in the car, Tony sits in the passenger seat with the pet carrier on his lap. Dakota sits down next to him, telling him, what did I tell you? I told you you couldn't bring them all. Didn't I tell you that? But as he watches the scorpion crawl over the turtle's shell, Tony tells her that it's okay because they can all live in the same container. He asks about his pocket bike, and with an exasperated sigh, Dakota turns to him and says that it's in the trunk. This was funny because he's like, yeah, no, I didn't fucking listen, but did you bring my bike? But the window behind her shatters on impact when something is swung at it. One of the twins leans into view, calling Dakota a fucking bitch and asking where she thinks she's going. Tony's window shatters with a hit from the other sister, and they continue to swing at the car with shovels, promising to kill her. One of them climbs up onto the roof, and when Dakota speeds away, she falls off in a heap on the road. But she gets up, and she and her sister sprint after the departing car. At the Bone Shack, Ray pulls up to find that the sheriff and Tolo are here, standing with the small group of people, and my feelings would be hurt that they left without me. I'm not gonna lie. A scream rings out, and people run away from the restaurant. Tolo goes over to Haig, holding a box marked All or Nothing box. He shakes it, and the contents rattle as he asks if the sheriff is sure he wants to do this. They empty the box, revealing silver star pins. Haig tells everyone to grab a badge and a gun. They're all deputies now, except for you, Ray.
What do you say fuck me for?
I know.
It's like, dude.
Like, even now?
Yeah, it's like more people joined us. You gotta stop outing me in front of everybody.
When Ray leans forward to grab a badge, Haig points his shotgun toward him, and Ray retracts his hand. Cherry picks up a gun and hands it to Ray, but when they walk a few steps forward, Tolo snatches it away from him with a nope. Peering up at the restaurant, Ray asks what's going on. Haig is certain that something's wrong because JT always comes out to greet people. He pumps his shotgun and leads the group forward. As they mount the small grass hill leading to the restaurant, Haig cautions them, don't shoot yourselves, don't shoot each other, and most importantly, don't shoot me. Haig bursts into the restaurant where we hear squelching and munching. Holding the shotgun in front of him, he goes behind the counter to find JT sprawled out with his dog presiding over him. He and Ray shoo Rusty away and look down at JT, who is motionless with his entrails spilled out onto his white apron. But suddenly, JT sits up, screaming and cocking his shotgun. He grabs his intestines, brings them to his mouth, and licks them. He holds it up to Ray, offering, "Barbecue?" Haig can't help but laugh and call his brother an asshole. Ray does take the sausage, though. He takes a bite and tells JT that it's damn good. Rising to his feet, JT boasts with a sigh, "Best in Texas," and he guesses he must have passed out after he killed those things.
That's one of the funniest things I have ever heard in my life. What the hell?
But also, what were those sounds that we heard when we came in
I don't
here?
know. Was that the dog eating the barbecue? I don't know.
With his gun, he points at 2 gory lumps. Cherry kicks at them with her wooden leg and commends him. Nice shooting. Taking charge, Haig tells everyone to gather up supplies because they're leaving in 20 minutes. Dakota's car swerves as she pulls up to a secluded house, the horn blaring. She parks, continuing to pound on the horn, and when no one comes out of the house, she tells Tony to open the glove compartment for her. He does as told. She tells him to carefully take the gun inside. Tony grasps it in his small hand, and Dakota warns her son, the shattered window behind her, that if anyone comes to that door that isn't her, she wants him to shoot them. She insists that she's not kidding. He needs to shoot them, just like in his video games. He has to shoot them in the head. Tony asks, "What if it's Dad?" And Dakota answers him gravely, "Especially if it's your dad." Dakota gets out of the car and takes a shaky look around. She looks up at the house and then back inside the car where Tony is looking down at the gun. She warns him to be careful with it because he'll blow his face off. Tony nods, and Dakota promises that she'll be right back. She tells her son that she loves him and blows him a kiss. Tony blows it back, and Dakota slams the door. She walks up to the house slowly, but she's frozen in her tracks when a light blares in the car. A gunshot goes off. She runs back and peers through the shattered window, sobbing her son's name. Tony's body is relaxed in the seat, a gunshot wound marring his forehead. This was very shocking to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rodriguez made it clear that his son never actually touched a gun, but he said that he felt that this film was a little too reckless with guns and a little too pro-gun, and he wanted to remind the audience of how dangerous they are. And I think that this does that.
Yeah.
He also was really unsure if this was the path that he wanted to take. So he filmed the rest of this movie with Rebel with Dakota. And Rebel thought that this never happened.
Okay.
And because he wasn't sure if this was going to happen.
Yeah.
Right.
So all the way to the end of the film, there is footage of Tony there.
Okay.
I'm honestly surprised that this is, when you have both of those versions to pick from, I'm surprised that this is the version that is released.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I really do respect the fact that he's like, yeah, we're like having fun. And, you know, there's very distinct imagery that goes hand in hand with the film Planet Terror. And it does involve a gun. And to be like, look, this isn't a game. You know what I mean? I really do respect him taking that stand.
And to cast your own kid.
Yeah.
And that part is...
It's a lot.
Well, that with her saying that too, like in your game. No, it's like you're saying
Yeah.
it's
It's not.
When she said that, I was like, ooh.
not. Yeah.
Yeah. Before Dakota can even react, she's grabbed by the hair by an infected Bill. His face bubbled up, he growls, "Hello, baby." He holds up the syringe that Dakota was preparing earlier, and he raises it. But before he can bring it down, Dakota wrenches herself free, leaving a handful of her blonde hair behind. She stares at Bill as he drops the hair, and looking past him, she sees multiple sickos shuffling toward her. Using her hack, she slips her hand in behind the door handle and raises her foot to open it. I was like, please don't do this again.
Yeah.
We can't see that again.
She begs for it to open, and it does, but Tony's body spills out. She picks him up and holds him, backing away from her husband toward the incoming zombies as she screams, "Look at what you did to our son."
Bill has done a lot in this film.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that one's on Bill.
Yeah.
She eyes the shuffling zombies and runs up to the house, still holding on to Tony. She bangs on the door, and when it finally opens, Earl McGraw stands there, pulling an axe back to swing, his white shirt in the wall behind him splattered with blood. He stops when he sees that it's Dakota, but he reminds her that he told her he didn't want to see her again. The zombies closing in behind her, Dakota looks up at Earl and pleads, "Daddy!" Earl finally pulls his daughter inside, telling her to get her sorry ass in here before slamming the door. So like we had said earlier, we've seen Earl McGraw before. We've seen Earl McGraw's sons before.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tarantino said that he didn't know that Earl McGraw had a daughter until he read it in the script. And Rodriguez said that he didn't know that Earl McGraw had a daughter until he wrote it in the script.
Hey.
And so we're just going with it.
Yeah.
At the Bone Shack, JT leads the group through the meat locker, assuring them that if they need an escape vehicle, he's got that. He leads into a garage where he rips the sheet off a bike, proclaiming it to be his wife, a Jesse James custom Dominator. He chuckles that he served Jesse a plate of barbecue that was so good, he made him the bike free of charge.
On commentary, Rodriguez said that this stupid chopper was made actually by Jesse James.
Well, the chopper's not stupid. It's pretty cool.
It's all right. He cheated on Sandy Bullock. I'm not.
Sandy?
We go way back.
Oh, yeah, no, we don't like him, but the bike is pretty cool.
Yeah, the bike's
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
I won't demean his work, but
Yes.
he's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sandy.
We glide over the shiny bike to a depiction of Jesus donning the crown of thorns, hands clasped around rosaries. Stenciled in are the words, "In God we trust, all others pay cash." Ray asks if he has anything that can hold more people, and JT rips the sheet off a car with its hood removed. It did make me laugh because he's like, "Y'all need a getaway vehicle, I got it," and then shows a bike. I was like, this is not going to cut
He's
it.
like, and this is how I'm going to leave.
I'm saying I got it for me. Ray points out that there's no protection without the roof, but JT assures him that it's fast. Nitrous injected with a 350 horsepower engine. That's like a lot, guys. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of horses.
Yeah.
So many horses. As he walks past the car, Haig grabs Ray's arm. He asks who he is, really. His truck says Ray's Wreckage. He slides Ray's jacket up to his wrist, revealing a tattoo of a small outlined bird. The necklace makes a little more sense. He asks Ray, "Are you a wrecker, Ray?" Ray insists coldly that he's nobody. It's the easiest thing to remember, so remember it. He walks away and Haig starts after him. Later, as everyone is bustling around, JT offers a plate of barbecue to Cherry, who is sitting alone in a bedroom, promising again that it's the best in Texas. Cherry politely declines, and TJ asks what the problem is. She doesn't eat meat? But Cherry says that she eats meat. She also eats lots of shit. Baring her teeth at him in a quick smile, she asks, "Do you see this?" JT asks what that is, and she tells him, "A shit-eating grin." JT cackles, telling Cherry that she should be a comedian. He starts out of the room, passing Ray, who stands with his arms crossed in the doorway. On his way out, Cherry asks JT what he thinks of the leg, and still giggling, he glances at it and offers, "Oh, that's funny." Once JT leaves, Ray closes the door behind him. He sits down next to Cherry, pointing out that this must be the real Bone Shack. He lies down on the waterbed, and as it ripples beneath him, he asserts that old JT really knows how to live. But Cherry counters, like fuck he does. Ray sits up, telling Cherry that he likes the way she says fuck. She says that that's good, adding, "Fuck you." Ray stands, asking, "Fuck me." He pulls off his shirt, revealing twisted scars and tattoos beneath.
I just want to point out that JT has been nothing but kind to you.
On the cool, yeah.
Like, what the hell was that?
I don't know.
You ought to be a comedian. You want some barbecue?
Yeah.
Here, stay inside while the zombies are ravaging the land. Like, fuck.
It was mean. It was senseless.
This fucking bedroom sucks.
Cherry says that he must be the comedian. She invites him to drop his pants because that'll be good for a laugh. But Ray highly doubts that. He sits back down next to Cherry and points out again that that's his jacket. She says that she knows, and Ray repeats that he looked for it for 2 weeks. Cherry finally turns to him and lays it out. Ray was being an unbelievable dick, and she was walking out on him. She was cold, so she took his fucking jacket. She says that if he's going to go on one of his psycho, obsessive, controlling rants about a fucking jacket, then fucking take it, because she'd rather fucking freeze than fucking hear about it one more time. She turns away from him. And it's a good thing he likes to hear her say fuck.
Yeah.
Ray asks if she found what was in the pocket, and she tells him, fuck no. He tells Cherry to look for it, and annoyed, she reaches into an inside pocket, but he corrects her. The other one. She reaches inside and is surprised to pull out a small ring box. She opens it and a delicate version of the theme plays. He says that he was going to give that to her, but she left him and she took his jacket. And when he concludes, she says it with him. And I looked for it for 2 weeks. He invites her to read the inscription, and after shooting him a look, she does. 2 against the world. Running his fingers through her hair, Ray asks if she remembers that. She admits that she never forgot it. And sincerely, his voice just above a whisper, Ray asks her why she left. Cherry says that he didn't believe in them or in her. Ray slides the ring on Cherry's finger, and the delicate piano version of the theme plays as a sensual showing of the flesh montage begins. We eventually freeze on Cherry before the film stalls and burns away. Text on screen laments, missing reel, sorry for the inconvenience, theater management.
I just wanted to point out really quick before what comes next. But Rodriguez said that the love scene that we just watched was actually, and you're going to be like, really? Inspired by the Terminator.
Yeah, see?
But I can get it though.
Yeah.
Well, it was tasteful.
It
It
was.
was
really
nice.
good.
Yeah.
Terminator's great.
It is.
We should talk about it. Oh, wait. When we cut back to the film, the Bone Shack is engulfed in flames.
They were fucking.
It was hot.
It got really hot. This really made me laugh out loud because there is a missing reel in Death Proof.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, yeah, we did miss a scene, but you didn't miss anything that is necessary to the plot.
Right.
Here.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck happened? It's really, really funny and a really clever way to kind of get around having to move the story forward.
Yeah. And Rodriguez said basically it's kind of a test of the audience. Like, this is the vibe.
Yeah.
This is what it was.
Yeah.
And so are you on board? And he said every screening they were hoping the audience would get it. And every time they did.
Okay.
It's so funny. Like,
Yeah.
it's so good. Zombies, deformed and groaning, shamble toward the flames. But inside, Ray and Tolo drag Haig out of a burning room. The sheriff clutches his bleeding neck. I was like, what the fuck? He yells that he was worried about getting shot by one of the new deputies, not Tolo. I was like, come on, dude.
Well, you did abandon him.
Yeah.
But Ray insists that Haig is going to be all right. McGraw is here now, along with a bunch of others. We missed a lot.
Yeah.
We see McGraw and Dakota, who still clutches onto Tony, rushing inside. He ushers in more people, including the babysitting twins, who help a wounded Skip along. As the door is barricaded, the twins dab sweat from Skip's chest, and he feigns groaning as he eyes the two of them. Cherry rolls her eyes. Dakota sits, her eyes red, rocking Tony back and forth and asking, as she always has, "What did I tell you, Tony? Don't point the gun at yourself. Didn't I tell you that?" But Ray is wrapping Haig's injured throat. The sheriff thanks him for telling him about You know. Ray tells him not to mention it, adding that that's an order. But Haig tells him that if he'd have known he looks around to make sure no one is listening. Ray, he wouldn't have given him such a hard time.
My name's literally Ray. Like,
you couldn't put two and two
I'm
together.
so puzzled.
Ray admits that he didn't mean to be a prick about it, but it's need to know basis kind of shit. Haig pulls his gun and passes it to Ray with a bloody hand. He insists that Ray take it and do what he does best. But Tolo rushes over and snatches it from Ray's hand, warning Haig not to give him a gun. But propping himself up against the wall, Haig groans for Tolo to give him that gun. Give him all the guns. Cherry comes over and hands him another one, and Ray stares at them with reverence. He spins them in his grips, and Tolo is like, holy shit.
It is not impressive.
No,
Literally at all.
And the quick cuts, they're like, he fucked it up several times.
Yeah. Right, let me start over. Hold on.
Yeah.
He continues the spinning, much to the awe of the group, and JT grins. That boy's got the devil in him. Taking charge, Ray heads to the front door, yelling that they need to fight them off and get to their vehicles. They start to open the doors, but zombies come crashing in through the window behind them. A group goes directly for Tolo, and they hold him by his arms and legs. Tolo screams as he is literally ripped apart, blood spattering up at us as we look down at the brutality. Ray shoots them off, but unfortunately, it's too late for Tolo. So they had Tom Savini, and these zombies are pulling at his arms and legs.
Uh-huh.
And then obviously they swap it with the dummy that they proceed to rip apart. But Robert Rodriguez said that he knew that he couldn't have Tom Savini be a hero like in From Dusk Till Dawn, but he really wanted to keep this character for as long as it made sense to keep this character. And when they had to kill him, he wanted to really give him a From Dusk Till Dawn style death.
Okay.
And he did.
Yeah. You feel it.
Ray screams at them to get outside now, and they do, lining up with their backs to the flaming bone shack as they all fire, taking out the zombies mounting the grassy hill. We watch from a distance until our view is obscured with blood. As they stop to reload, Ray stands with the flames at his back and surveys the shambling horde coming toward the bone shack. He makes a quick decision and yells at everyone to go back inside. Once they're all back in, Ray demands Skip come to the front of the class. He hands him the keys and tasks him with going outside and starting the killdozer to transport the other survivors. Skip takes the keys, but he makes it clear that he's not going out there, even when Ray volunteers to cover him, adding that he never misses. Skip refuses. Cherry comes over, snatching the keys from her former boss and reminding him, it's go, go, not cry, cry. She runs outside, ignoring Ray when he calls her name. She limps along on her new leg and stops to look at the incoming zombies. She breathes, oh dear. But as promised, Ray leans out of the broken window of the front door and picks the zombies off, providing a path for Cherry to hurry along to the truck. Once she's out of the way, Ray hits the unleaded gas pumps and ignites the surrounding creatures when it explodes in flames. There's one of the sickos here that grabs for Cherry way too late, and Rodriguez was like, this ruined the entire shot for me because it didn't look believable.
Mm-hmm.
So he had the zombie's head explode, so it looked like Ray got it with the headshot, and then its body grabs for Cherry because it can't see.
Okay.
And so
Very
I thought
good.
that they just did it digitally after, because he's like, that ruined the entire shot for me. But I mean, he saved it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's doing too much, but the idea of zombies swarming around a gas pump put me in the mind of Night of the Living Dead.
For sure.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Cherry makes it to the truck and gets it started, but as she pulls away, a zombie jumps up on the door, flailing at her as she drives forward. But Ray lines up his sight and picks the infected off. Cherry continues her mission, closing her eyes and looking away as she barrels down on the restaurant. Ray flings himself to the side just in time for Cherry to come crashing through the front doors of the Bone Shack in a blaze of flaming glory. So the stunt coordinator on this was Jeff Dashnaw. He also worked on Spy Kids, but he seems like a very professional dude. Like, I was watching them set stuff up. He was very concerned with safety, about like the aftermath when they would explode things. Like, this needs to be clear. Nobody can come on here for X amount of time, whatever. But his son was a stunt performer on this film.
Oh, wow.
And it was interesting too, because they said a lot of the stunt people, they would just redress and use them over and over and over again. Like, even Rose McGowan's stunt double is some of the sickos getting shot, I think, a few times. But Dashnaw's wife, Tracy Keene Dashnaw, who's a stunt performer in her own right, is the one driving this truck through the Bone Shack.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
A whole family of stunt performers.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I watched them as they set it up, because he was like, we're going to run in and we're going to extinguish Tracy and then we'll extinguish the truck. And I can't imagine setting up this stunt and knowing that your spouse is going to be on fire.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, that is the point.
We'll talk more about the Dashnaws later,
Mm-hmm.
because he was also the stunt coordinator for Death Proof.
Mm-hmm.
And Tracy Dashnaw was one of the driving doubles for characters we'll meet a little bit later.
Okay.
It's just so fucking cool. Ray calls out for JT to take whoever can fit in his convertible and for everyone else to get in the truck. JT picks Skip and tells him to grab the babysitter twins. As Cherry slides out from behind the wheel, Ray tells her to take the chopper and yells out for a volunteer to drive his truck. Still gripping his bleeding throat, Haig says that he'll do it as he climbs up into the cab. As the sheriff closes the door, Ray points out that Haig is bleeding like a stuck pig. His vision is blurred and he's on his last leg. Haig asks, "Anything else?" As he walks away, Ray just tells him not to wreck his truck. In the garage, Skip and the twins get into the convertible. JT opens the door, yelling out for someone to grab the slaw, because it ain't a barbecue without coleslaw. JT is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, he is so funny to me this whole movie. The twins sit tall in the back, each armed and remarking on how cool this is. Dakota slides in next to them, and behind her, Earl loads a gun and tells them that he'll hold them off while they leave. Dakota stares back at him, and with a sly wink, he assures his daughter that he can take care of himself. Dakota tells her father goodbye. Cherry is starting the motorcycle, and when Ray asks if she remembers how to drive it, she remarks that it's useless talent number 32 as she revs the engine. Ray turns to the convertible and asks if anyone else has a car. Dakota raises her hand, which promptly flops forward. They all set up outside, the convertible idling in front of the truck. Ray asks again if Haig is sure that he can drive this thing, and he growls out a hell yeah. When Ray goes past the convertible, Dakota hops out to follow him, but the twins stop her for a moment and offer their sincere condolences over Tony. Looking at her car, Ray tells Dakota that she has 3 blown tires and her engine is shot, but she points out that she's got a pocket bike in the trunk. We peer up at them from the trunk Tarantino style as Ray opens it and looks inside. Panting, he asks Dakota if it's fast, and she reports that it goes from 0 to 50 in 4 seconds. This is enough for Ray, who simply tells Dakota, "You ride with her." That Rebel Rodriguez and Tony Block are both 7 years old.
Right.
Yeah.
Canonically. He does not need that fucking bike.
No.
That is horrifying. That's too much.
Yeah. But they're pretty cool.
Dakota goes over to Cherry and climbs onto the back of her bike. As she wraps her arms around Cherry's middle and rests her head against her back, Cherry introduces herself. And when she tells the doctor, "I'm Cherry," Dakota responds, "You sure are." Pulling the tiny bike out from the trunk, Ray demands that everyone move out. From behind the wheel of the convertible with his dog between himself and Skip, JT looks at the flaming wreckage of his 25-year-old establishment, the Bone Shack. A cigarette sticking out of his mouth, he laments that it's a damn shame. Following instruction, Cherry pulls away, followed by TJ behind the wheel of the convertible and Haig behind the wheel of Ray's truck. Lastly, Ray fires off a couple rounds, picking off sickos before pulling away himself, balanced on the back wheel of the tiny-ass bike. He didn't need to be doing all that.
No, and I know I said that the bike was cool, but this was like a little past silly. I was like, come on, you didn't need to do that.
It's like a clown car kind of thing. It just doesn't, I don't know. I will say the first zombie he shoots is Zoe Bell.
Hell yeah. I saw stills, and I think that maybe it's in like the full Planet Terror or something, and we just didn't get it in this version, of her eating the paramedic in the hospital.
Really?
Yeah, she's a featured sicko.
That's cool.
But Ray gets to the front and leads the pack, firing at the zombies they encounter on the road. And the ones they can't take out, the sheriff swerves to hit them, their blood spattering against the front of the truck. But when Rusty jumps out of the window, he is sadly run over. And as TJ screams for him, the twins are sprayed with his blood, one more than the other. But this doesn't stop them. They continue to speed forward through the fog until they come to a bridge that is totally packed and congested with shambling zombies.
About the dog, which is a tragedy,
Mm-hmm.
Rodriguez was basically saying that it's kind of a nod to exploitation films, like taking the roughest, most terrible thing you can think of and putting it on screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said, I didn't want to do it either.
Yeah.
No,
But-
I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And again, I said, why, what is the point of this?
Because to make you feel sad.
Yeah.
To upset you.
Yeah.
And at least he explained it.
Yeah.
Right.
The group comes to a stop and stares at the horde. The zombies look back almost sadly through their eyes embedded in their swollen, bulbous, deformed heads. This infection is like, these are monsters now. Like,
Yeah.
they barely resemble people. Yelling, Ray pulls his gun and asks Haig how much ammo they have left. The sheriff leans out of the door of the truck to report the dismal news. Not enough. But somehow, the zombies in front of them are shot, and their bodies flail until they fall to the ground, still. The survivors stare confused at the massive military tank standing before them, now with masked soldiers crowning them with their weapons at the ready. Ray implores them not to shoot because they're not infected, but in between the tanks, Muldoon strides toward them. I was like, oh yeah!
Yeah. Honestly, so much has happened.
Yes! He pulls down his mask and smirks that all survivors have to come with them, especially you, El Ray. What? As two soldiers drop stealthily from a rope behind him, Ray asserts that he doesn't go by that name anymore, but he's rendered silent when one of the soldiers punches him and he drops to the ground. That was really funny.
Yeah.
Because he went out like nothing. But the tanks take off toward the military base. And I love the repetition of this line that Cherry said to him earlier.
Yeah.
Mhm.
When Ray wakes, he's on the floor of a cell. Cherry quickly comforts him and lets him know that they're in a quarantine with other survivors. Ray scans over familiar and unfamiliar faces before asking where they are. Cherry tells them that they're at the old army base, and as if for confirmation, two masked soldiers, played by Troy Robinson and Derek Southers, stare back at them coldly from their positions flanking the room's door. But from behind them, someone calls, El Ray? Ray turns to find Abby looking at him with some appreciation. Very surprised to see Abby here.
Yeah. Well, so that means that zombie brought him back.
Like, Cherry warns Ray that Abby is with them. She saw him in their caravan earlier, but Abby corrects her. He's not military. He's a scientist and a businessman. Lying down and still bleeding, Haig asserts that that's why Abby is going to tell them what the fuck is going on. Abby sighs as he gets to his feet and reveals that they're stealing biochemical weapons. Standing between Cherry and Dakota, Ray asks, DC-2? And Abby elaborates, also known as Project Terror, which is designed to take out an entire population in a controlled, landlocked area.
Rodriguez said the title was originally supposed to be Project Terror, but then he changed it to Planet Terror because he was influenced by what Roger Corman used to do, where on the posters and in the titles you make the film sound bigger than it is.
Oh, I
okay,
like that.
yeah.
He said it's trickery and showmanship, and that's all about exploitation films.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why do Project Terror when you can do Planet Terror?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wagging his finger at Abby, Ray finishes that Abby was supplying it to them. He wonders why then was Abby shut out. Abby explains that they found his supply, which is 10 stories below their feet, and the only treatment is regiment exposure to DC-2 itself. We see that the masks on the guards' faces are hooked up to canisters at their hips, just like Muldoon's earlier. But Abby explains that this exposure delays the negative effects, and Ray understands that it means they need it, like a drug. Abby continues that they found a small percentage of people aren't affected by the gas, and within that small percentage, there lies a cure. Sheriff Haig questions what Abby wants to do, but Ray's the one that answers. They go to Mexico, put their backs against the ocean, and defend themselves. But Abby shoots this down. They have to get back to his lab. The infection will spread all over the world unless he finishes his antidote. Ray grabs onto Abby and questions, "You have an antidote?" Just then, the elevator doors slide open and in struts 2 soldiers, played by Quentin Tarantino and Gregory Kelly.
Why is he here?
Look, I have to say, I think without a doubt, this is one of the best performances Tarantino's ever given.
He's not known for his acting.
No, and even he will admit so. But I was like, you're actually doing really well.
But I think my problem is that when he plays like a like somebody gross,
Yeah.
like he does it really good.
He does from dusk till dawn.
Yeah.
You're like, I believe this too much.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, though, and it did make me laugh because Tarantino called himself the main villain of the 3rd act of Planet Terror, and I was like, let's reel it in a little bit.
There is a virus.
They said that they were doing a table read, and for the characters that weren't cast yet, Tarantino and Rodriguez were reading those parts because they didn't have actors assigned to them. So Tarantino was reading the part of this character. And some of the dialogue that we hear, I guess, later on was pulled from the original script of From Dusk Till Dawn. So when Tarantino is reading this part, because there's no actor assigned to it, he's trying to be funny and reading it in his Richie Gecko voice.
Oh.
Okay.
And so everybody thought it was hilarious and that he kind of nailed it. And Rodriguez was like, why don't you just do it? And so that's how,
Okay.
why is he here? That's why he's
Okay.
here.
Something I remember hearing on commentary, and I should have written it down, but I swear that he said that this role almost went to Ray Liotta.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's a massive shift here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ray Liotta or Quentin Tarantino.
He did the Richard Gecko voice.
Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
The choice is easy. The doors to the cell open, and pointing with his gun, the Tarantino soldier instructs Cherry and Dakota to come out. They do as told, but just before the doors can shut, Ray slides through, but he is promptly apprehended, punched in the gut, and brought back to the cell. He stares sadly at Cherry and Dakota as the elevator doors slide shut. Once on the elevator, and I sure hope none of them is the devil, the soldier, who we later learn is named Lewis, the credit is rapist number 1, but we're going to go with Lewis, asks Cherry if she likes Ava Gardner. When Cherry doesn't understand, he pulls his mask off and asks her again, Ava Gardner, do you like her? Cherry is like, yeah, I guess. An eerie red light glides over them, staining the entire screen and bathing them in it, technically making Planet Terror 2007
Oh, no.
a Giallo film.
I'm not giving you anything. What I will say is that a lot of Giallo films were part of the Grindhouse experience.
Okay.
So
I did notice the way the light shifted. I was like, oh, it's red now.
Yeah, they said that a lot of those old film reels would turn a magenta color when they were like overused.
Okay.
And that was the inspiration that this, lighting here is kind of their nod to that. But Lewis reveals that he was just thinking. Cherry kind of looks like Ava Gardner. He punches a button on the elevator, causing it to stop. He steps right up to Cherry and asks if she has anything to say to him. She maintains that she doesn't, but Lewis is sure that she just gave him a fuck you look right now. Does she want to say fuck you to him? Staring forward, Cherry says, "Not at this moment." He pulls out his gun and holds it up to her face as the red light begins to fade away and our view of them returns to normal. Lewis asks if she knows what this is, and Cherry correctly identifies it as a gun. And Lewis explains that it's simplicity itself. You point it at what you want to die. You pull the little trigger and a little bullet comes out. Poking the bridge of her nose, he says then the bullet will hit her right there. And then she doesn't look like Ava Gardner anymore.
I have to say, this is a very astute observation because Rose McGowan does look a lot like Ava Gardner.
I'm sure he wrote it for her.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. But knowing that this was lifted from the original script, I can totally see that being in From Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
He lowers the gun as unsightly boils begin to appear on his face. As they writhe over his skin, he warns her not to taunt him because he's not one to be taunted. When he asks if she's got it, Cherry doesn't answer. It's not until he tells her that he wants her to say, "I got it," that she does exactly that. Gripping her hair, he cautions, "You damn well better." And finally, he lets her go, starts the elevator again, and returns his mask to his face. But once his back is to her, Cherry mutters, "Tool." He turns back toward her, surprised. But in the cell, sax survivor, played by Johnny Reno, provides a little atmosphere by playing his sax. I was surprised to learn that Johnny Reno was an original member of Stevie Ray Vaughan's Double Trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he also played in Robert Rodriguez's band.
So
But
there you
because
go.
I was like, what is this character with the saxophone?
It sounds great.
Yeah.
What are you in for? Atmosphere.
Yeah.
Licking his fingers, JT realizes that he figured it out. It's salt. Blood is salty, and that's all his sauce needed was just a little more salt. I can't remember. I think it was on one of the featurettes I watched that Jeff Fahey was like, JT's in another movie. Everybody else is going through this thing, but JP's...
That's your husband.
But JT is a little distracted. Turning to Ray, he says that it just needed a thickening agent if he knows what he's talking about. Ray asks JT what he's doing, but JT only repeats that he needs to put more salt in. It'll do the same thing the blood did because the blood did the trick. Ray warns JT not to do anything stupid because he's got it covered, but JT is already off the deep end. He yells that it's already got sweat and tears. Now all it needs is some blood, and they go wild. At JT's yell, the sax survivor swings his sax into the soldier's face and knocks him out. Ray is able to take one down and steal his gun, but when JT tries to do the same, he is shot in the gut for his troubles. The soldier demands for Ray to put the gun down, and finally he holds it out for the soldier to take. He stares at JT and questions if he's all right, but as the soldier reaches out for the gun, with the flick of his wrist, Ray turns and shoots him in the face.
That's much more impressive than the spinning.
Yes!
Yeah.
Holy shit.
You waited this whole time to do that?
Yeah.
He finishes off the guard slumped against the bars. Fading fast himself, Sheriff Haig asks his brother if he's all right, and JT has to admit with a pained groan that he's not all right at all. Abby unlocks the cell and Ray tosses him a gun as the scientist runs away. But before Ray follows Abby, he tells the brothers to wait here. JT assures him that he will, and Haig lets out a pained chuckle. As Ray leaves, JT mutters, "Goddamn sauce." Ray and Abby board the elevator and the doors slide shut. In a security room, soldiers watch a trailer for a movie called Women in Cages, which is aptly playing right next to footage of Cherry and Dakota sitting in a cell.
Rodriguez didn't say much about this, only that it was an homage to the exploitation subgenre of women in cages.
Yeah.
And it is interesting because this film does more than one exploitation subgenre.
Yeah.
And then Death Proof goes and does the same thing.
Yeah.
So they're just doing as much as they can.
Okay.
It's funny too because we do get a trailer from Rob Zombie in a little bit, and that he said that the fake trailer that he almost made was that subgenre.
Ah.
But he didn't, obviously.
Yeah. And
So
we'll learn.
we still got it in some. Yeah, we'll learn what he did do. Lewis looks at the monitors ponderingly for a moment before deciding, I'm going to go get my dick wet. When his cohort reminds him that Cherry only has one leg, he reasons that that's easier access. This makes the other soldier reconsider and then follow him. I was like, well, do we have to?
Yeah.
Like, do we have to do this shit? I mean,
No.
I get it falls in line. No. It falls in line with the style of film. But I'm just like, and it had to be you, dude.
Yeah.
God damn it.
See what I'm saying?
I get it. I get it. But down in the basement, Muldoon is leading 2 other men to Abby's supply of DC-2 down in the basement. He orders them to get the rest of it upstairs so they can blow the entire floor.
I just wanted to point out very quickly, but the production designer and art director did a really good job differentiating these floors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I read an article where they were talking about they designed 8 floors for this facility, and they showed Robert Rodriguez like a diagram of how each of them would look, how they would be different, why they would be this way. Like, a lot of work went into these levels, and you see it as they're making their way down and where they get, but it's just really, really incredible.
Yeah.
It looks cool in there.
It
Yeah.
does. The men quickly do as they're told, but when they put in a code for the center container, the canisters are lowered out of reach, and the light above the stand turns red. One by one, the lights over the other containers do the same, and Muldoon tells them to get Lewis down here now. The soldiers hesitate, reporting that he's getting his dick wet, sir, but Muldoon screams at them to get Lewis the fuck down here now, and the soldiers scamper away. Please go get fucking Lewis, dude.
Yeah. And if this is like the
It's a
boss
no-
boss,
yeah.
I don't think we should be answering him like that.
No.
No.
Go get him. I'll go get him.
My thing was that this is a known thing. That we're
Yeah.
even telling the lieutenant, like, oh, he's off doing that thing he does. It's like,
Can we just kill Lewis, though?
yeah, that'd be really cool. That'd be really, really cool. But they don't make it very far before they're stealthily taken down into the shadows. Muldoon raises an eyebrow at this and tries his walkie, but the power in the basement suddenly winds down. Ray and Abby step out of the shadows and stride down the catwalk, each armed. It looks really cool the way that they walk out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Muldoon asks where his men are, but holding up a bag of something organic looking, Abby boasts that he's got several of them right here. It's the balls.
Yes, it is. But you're telling me that El Rey had to wait around while this dude's cutting off?
It's his thing.
Yeah, but we're busy, man.
Yeah.
We'll come back.
I don't know. That knife looked like it made it really easy.
Well, maybe
They
it
did,
did.
Yeah.
they did do it really quick earlier.
It was a missing reel. We didn't see
Yeah,
it.
but-
It's like, give me 5 seconds. He tosses the bag at Muldoon, and when Muldoon catches it, the contents inside squelch. He asks what the hell is in here, and Abby tells him, they're bowls, sweetheart. But it's like, you know,
Yeah.
you were there.
Yeah, he was. It's been a long night. Dude, and this affliction that he has, I'm not thinking about what the fuck.
That's
Like,
Yeah.
I don't care.
affliction.
It's terrible.
He slides a knife back into the holster on his hip, and disgusted, Muldoon throws the bag back. He tells Ray that he's walking out of here with the shit. He says for him to let them go, but Ray wants to know why they should. Muldoon insists that he earned it, but when Ray doesn't follow his logic, Muldoon volunteers to spin the story for him real quick. Scratching his neck, he describes a termite's nest of caves on the Afghan border where he and his men were terrified, looking around for bin Laden. He says that for once, their intel was right on the money, and when he came around the corner, bam, there he was, looking him right in the eyes. Smoking a cigarette, Abby is like, wait, you killed bin Laden? And Muldoon confirms this. He put 2 in his heart and 1 in his computer, indicating his head.
That's a wild bomb to drop.
Yeah.
It is a lot, dude. And Robert Rodriguez said when he was pitching this to Bruce Willis, he was like, you are the guy that killed bin Laden. And Bruce Willis goes, who better?
You badass. Dude. And bin Laden wasn't even dead yet.
Well, I mean,
No.
he is in this universe.
Yeah.
And Bruce Willis killed him.
And Bruce Willis killed him. Ray was like, that was you? And Muldoon once again says yes before taking a long pull on his mask and lowering it again. He says it was a Class A clusterfuck. He wasn't supposed to be there. They weren't supposed to be there. And he sure as hell wasn't supposed to be the one to kill him. Instead of a chest of medals, they got a face full of DC-2, and there's no cure. He eyes Abby, adding that was until they found someone on the other side willing to sell them batches of it. And as the screen begins to warp, Abby admits that science comes first, but business is a close fucking second. That's wild.
Yeah.
Boyles now stand angrily on Muldoon's face as he takes a desperate suck of air from his mask. Ray understands that that's when Muldoon realized if they could infect a large enough populace and experiment on the survivors, they would find a cure. The readout on Muldoon's canister depletes to 0, and he explains that he swore to his men that he would do everything in his power to keep them alive, and that's what he intends to do. Understand? The film stretches, bulges, and warps as Ray and Abby stare at Muldoon, and when we see him, we understand the expressions on their faces. His head is swollen to impossible proportions. His neck bulges out. One eye stares back at them, surrounded by clusters of slick blisters. Blood runs down his chin as he shares that he never had a choice. He raises up his giant, disfigured arm, and Ray agrees. Neither did I, sir. He and Abby raise their guns and point them at Muldoon as Ray tells him, God bless you and your service to this country. Muldoon only has time to growl before they open fire.
I could not have guessed one word or action of this scene.
No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I was shocked beyond belief. I'm still shocked. I can't even speak.
They said, too, the warping of the film was supposed to match Muldoon's warping and deterioration. That's why it's all stretched and crazy. But
fair enough.
Yeah, this I saw none of this coming.
Yeah, I forgot.
No, it's a turn.
Yeah.
In their cell, Cherry asks Dakota if she's a doctor, and she answers that she was earlier tonight. Cherry shares that she always wanted to be a doctor, but instead she can do this. She lies on her back and arches herself up into a bridge, what she calls useless talent number 66. Sitting back up, she sighs that she's very pliable. Dakota says that a girlfriend of hers had a theory. At some point in your life, you find a use for every useless talent you ever had, like connecting the dots. As soldiers walk in behind them, Cherry replies that she's not that optimistic. She feels like she's sinking down a drain and she can't get out. But Dakota isn't done. Her girlfriend would say that when you're stuck in that spiral, you reach up. Cherry questions skeptically, what if there's nothing up there? Dakota blinks back at her with her large wet eyes, and she repeats herself, you just reach up. But Lewis stands over Cherry now and points out, you're a dancer. Still looking at Dakota with her own eyes full of tears, Cherry answers, I was earlier tonight. Grabbing a fistful of her hair and dragging her away, Lewis announces that he's pulling her out of retirement. As he wrestles with her, another soldier comes over and aims his gun down at Dakota. Lewis points his gun at Cherry, explaining that he's starved for entertainment and that means her. He calls out for the radio to be turned on, and the other soldier follows orders, and at the press of a button, Too Drunk to Fuck by Nouvelle Vague comes on. The gun aimed at her head, Lewis tells Cherry to dance. Sobbing quietly, she turns her back to him and does as she's told, balancing on her wooden leg as she moves. Lewis marvels that he's seen some crazy shit in his day, but never a stripper with one leg. He's seen a stripper with one breast, and even one with 12 toes, and one with no brains at all, but he's never seen a one-legged stripper. And he's been to Morocco.
I don't know if it's just the way he delivers this line, but it is really fun. Like, it's so ridiculous, so over the top.
Yes.
Just the way that he says it with 12 toes.
Yeah.
It's just like, what is this?
He's really chewing it up. Like, he's doing his best. He screams at her to dance, to break a leg, but Cherry has had enough. She takes that wooden leg and kicks high, snapping it in half as it makes contact with Lewis's face. He falls to the ground and Cherry hobbles over, dangling the jagged piece of wood over his face. Lewis looks up at her and she tells him, "Dance for me, motherfucker." She brings it down, impaling his eye as she stabs her leg down. Lewis screams, and when Cherry brings her leg back up, a piece of wood stays behind in his eye.
Rodriguez said that was an homage to Fulci's Zombie.
Oh!
Okay.
The other soldier pulls her away, and Lewis rises to his feet, boils standing out on his face. He says that she thought that was pretty funny, didn't she? And Cherry pants out. Actually, yes. Disgustingly, Lewis unzips his pants. He points to his eye, reasoning that she gave him some wood and now he's going to give her some. Cherry cowers away from him, and Lewis looks from her to the soldier to Dakota, all of whom stare at him with horrified, bulging eyes. He looks down at himself, and we look too, but the shot is framed in such a way that all we can see is hunks of flesh melting off from between Lewis's legs. The soldier pleads that Lewis needs his gas, but he dismisses it. He'll just make this quick. With his pants around his ankles, he shuffles toward Cherry like the zombies had. He laughs as his bits and bobs continue to land on the ground with sickening splats. But when the other soldier tries to bring Lewis's canister and mask toward him, Dakota pulls out one of her golden syringes from her garter and fires, hitting him in the leg. He falls down to his knees, and when Cherry asks where she got that, Dakota quips, "Useless talent number 37. She fires at Lewis this time, hitting him in the other eye. Lewis screams, but Dakota takes a victory lap when she stands, twirls the syringe around her finger, and slides it back into the garter. Arguably more impressive than the twirling that Ray was doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
They said that for the syringe hitting him in the eye, they started the take with the syringe already there, and all he had to do was throw his head back and scream.
That's great.
Dakota holds her hand in front of her face and flexes it. Her control once again returned to her. But Lewis's entire head is a disgusting melted mess now. He growls at them, and the other soldier sucks desperately from his mask. Someone starts to bang at the door as Cherry reaches up for Dakota, who helps her to her feet. But when the door swings open, it's Ray and Abby. Ray immediately wraps his arms around Cherry and sits her down, as Abby opens fire on the soldier, killing him. Cherry shares that she broke her leg, but Ray tells her that that's okay because he made her something. When this happened, I don't know. Maybe when Abby was taking all those balls, he had a little bit extra time. I don't know. But he pulls the splintered piece of wood out of her stump and replaces it with the machine gun. Staring into her eyes, Ray tells Cherry that he believes in her. He always has. He thinks that she can be better and that she deserves better, even better than him. He loads the gun and implores her that right now he needs her to become who she's meant to be. He tells her to stand, and Cherry does. Meanwhile, the thing that used to be Lewis is still twitching and oozing. Marley Shelton had said that they filmed her reaction shots to this disgusting and disfigured version of Lewis before they made this version of him. And she said that when he came into the room, she could not stop gagging. And she was like, I think maybe we should reshoot my reactions. Because she was like, my reaction is not fear, I'm sick. She was like, it was disgusting.
Yeah.
It's gross.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is.
That's my note. What the fuck's happening?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Dakota stands behind him, and Abby cautions that he'd stand clear if he were her. Dakota doesn't need to be told twice. The Lewis thing vomits up a fleshy bag onto the floor, and intestines wriggle out of it and slither away. And they did this by pulling the intestines into the bag and then reversing it.
It reminded me a lot of the tentacles in The Thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
This segment right here, everything that they're doing with Lewis, Rodriguez said this was his homage to The Thing.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Ray asks Cherry to open up the door behind Lewis, and she stands tall. She raises her gun leg and fires, blowing the Lewis thing away and sending him through the door behind him. So this body of this creature, the legs are operated by a puppeteer who has the rest of his body covered in green. Then there's another puppeteer behind him covered in green, feeding the guts through this fake mouth. And this, I mean, it's just a dummy. The legs are the puppeteer, and everything else is a dummy. So the second puppeteer is feeding the stomach or whatever the fuck he's throwing up through the mouth, and they're using rods to operate the arms. So this thing was like
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Just incredible.
One thing that Tarantino had mentioned on a talk with the New York Times is he had said that a lot of these films that were shown at the Grindhouse theaters, they started with one interesting image on a poster, and the narratives were constructed around that image.
Okay.
And so when Rodriguez landed on this gun leg situation, it was kind of an homage to this idea of one image being the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it works.
It does. And that was another thing that Rodriguez had said to kind of soothe the worries of Michael Biehn about his firing 6 shots. He said, nobody's going to be thinking about that. They're going to be more concerned about how she's firing this gun.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's definitely a better question.
Yeah.
But the door leads to the security room where the soldiers all stand with their weapons drawn. But Cherry just swings her gun leg back and forth, firing somehow and making short work of them. She regains her balance, and when she notices that the radio behind her is still playing, she kicks her leg back and shoots it silent. Cherry, Dakota, Ray, and Abby return to the cell with enough guns for everyone. As they pass them out, Ray warns that they've destroyed most of the tanks, so any that are left, they'll get on their way to the helicopters. He says that there are 2 helicopters, big enough for all of them. He raises his own hand as the first volunteer before asking who else can fly. No one answers, and when Cherry asks again, Skip steps forward. He's like, well, I can fly, but there's no way I'm flying tonight. Excuse me?
Yeah.
Fucking sir? Are you serious?
And honestly, if you have no intention, then don't fucking say anything.
Well, I can.
But I'm not gonna. What the hell is wrong with you?
You've been with us running away from those things.
Literally. Cherry raises her gun leg, and suddenly Skip is ready to soar. Everyone gets ready to go, except for the Haig brothers, who still sit and lie on the floor of the cell. Ray goes over, and JT says weakly that he thinks they're going to stay here. Ray hands a detonator over to the sheriff, asking if he'll take care of this for them then. I don't know when these explosives, when that happened, but it doesn't matter.
It's when he made the gun.
Yeah.
And when we were chopping balls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Sheriff Haig takes it and responds with pleasure. Ray tells him to give them 3 minutes. He turns to JT and tells him that his brother is a good man. Smiling through tears, JT agrees. The best in Texas. Ray sits on the motorcycle and tells Cherry to hop on. She gets on the back, but he's like, no, the other way. Smiling, she slips in front of him, facing him, but he's like, no, the other way. And as they skid out of the doors, we see what he means. Ray drives, but Cherry sits behind him, facing backwards with her deadly leg poking out in front of her. She swings it back and forth, wiping out an approaching horde of infected soldiers before peering out through the resulting smoke in slow motion. Rodriguez said that he really wanted Ray and Cherry. He wanted Freddie Rodriguez and Rose McGowan on this bike, their faces out, it doing this little turn. So they built a track because he was like, I don't want to stunt double. I want to see them.
Yeah.
They built a track that led them out, gave them that turn, and they got to pose, and that was it. The rest of the survivors scurry to cover as the guitar rings out and Cherry blows the smoke from her leg. Cherry and Ray quickly abandoned the motorcycle and joined the crew. So I was like, yeah, it was really only for that cool shot.
Yeah.
Abby reveals that the helicopters are on the other side of the wall, and we ascend to find that this is true, but the area is teeming with soldiers. I was very surprised to learn Robert Rodriguez said that these 2 helicopters that are here, they built the body of one, but the back and the propellers are completely CG, as well as the entire second helicopter.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah. I was like, I never would have guessed.
No.
He kept pointing out on commentary behind the walls that are there. He goes, my office is right there.
Ray proposes that they make a run for it, but Abby stops him. If they all get killed, this plague will never be stopped. He asks, don't you get it? We're the antidote. Ray asks if there's another way around, and Abby just replies slyly, wait here. He leads his group away, going from cover to cover. But when he peeks around the corner, we watch helplessly as Abby's head is blown right the fuck off. I was not expecting this whatsoever.
No, he leans out so casually.
Yeah.
I swear. And the thing is that's it then, right?
He's the scientist.
That's it?
Yeah.
No, yeah. This is over.
Game over, man.
Yeah.
The way that they did this is they had Naveen Andrews reacting to the impact and then falling to the side. Then they shot it again with the dummy with an exploding head and then just composited it together.
Okay.
Fantastic.
But in the wake of this, Cherry wonders if there are any other biochemical engineers around. And when no one answers, Ray takes it as a no. Skip is like, well, I know how, but I'm not going to do it today. When an explosion booms, they run away, and Ray reminds everyone that they have to get over that wall. But back in the cell, Haig tells his brother that he was thinking they could build a new place right where the old one was. JT could cook and Haig could work in the back. JT agrees, as long as Haig doesn't make the rent so goddamn high. Haig nods his agreement. If JT shares the recipe, then they can share the rent. With a grin, JT confirms his brother's suspicion that you start at 250 degrees. Haig chuckles weakly that he knew it. He takes a notepad out of his pocket to get this down, and JT says that for 12 pounds, it's 12 hours. Haig asks if he wraps it in tinfoil, and when JT counters that he doesn't use no goddamn tinfoil, Haig is like, damn.
Love that he still has it in him to be surprised.
He asks if he uses fresh tomatoes and is surprised to find that JT uses canned. Haig asks if he'll score him some, and JT says of course he will, because they're brothers. Haig thanks JT, but his breathing is shallow. JT reminds his brother that he has to take that recipe to his grave. The pen slipping from his bloody hands, Haig assures him that he thinks he can goddamn guarantee that. He slumps over onto his brother's shoulder, dead. JT looks down at the detonator and busts out laughing before pressing the button. This was shockingly effective for me emotionally.
Yeah.
I was pretty fucking heartbroken.
No, this was great. I enjoyed this little. It's like, okay, well.
It's just so many full circle moments for both of them as characters.
Yeah.
It really, like, I was like, what the fuck? Like, I was sad. Outside, the resulting explosion wipes an entire area of soldier zombies, and Ray realizes that that's their cue. He says, Cherry, darling, it's all you. The score begins in full force, the guitar squealing as Cherry takes off. She hurries along, balancing on her leg, and when an explosion sends her into the air, she embraces it, spreading both of her arms and jutting her leg forward. She flies over the wall, shooting at the zombie soldiers as she comes down.
Don't ask any questions.
Don't. Just enjoy it.
Vibe.
Just fucking enjoy it and say thank you.
Vibe.
Yeah.
They said that they digitally planned everything that happens in the sequence so that Rose McGowan wouldn't have to do anything extra because she is rolling around, she's running, and that jump was her.
Okay.
Dashna said that they flew her 90 to 100 feet and she landed on a mat.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, and she was game to do her stunt. She was super excited to do it. But yeah, they fucking flew her over that wall on wires, and that is literally Rose McGowan.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
When she lands on the slick ground, she spins, firing as she goes. Now Ray leads the group through a maze of walls to get to Cherry. And when a zombie stands on the back of a truck and fires a mounting Gatling gun at her, Cherry props herself up and fires her leg, sending the car rolling and exploding. The rest of the group hurries through, dodging explosions and picking off the remaining zombies they encounter. When one of them aims at Cherry with a missile, she simply raises herself into her useless talent number 66, and the missile soars right through the bridge her body has created. And that distant explosion was real. The only thing that they added here was the smoke trail that goes under her.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She returns fire and quickly kills the shooting zombie. Cherry finds a discarded pair of sunglasses on the ground, and she slides them onto her own face, standing heroically, silhouetted against the raging flames. They dance in the reflection of her new glasses, but she doesn't notice when a zombie creeps up behind her. Ray does, though, and he fires on him, only for the sicko to return fire. They both shoot each other and fall to the ground. Cherry sees this and rips her sunglasses off as she hurries to Ray.
We can all agree that the fire was probably very bright, and the sunglasses did help, and they also gave a pretty cool shot. But Cherry trying to impress no one, I guess.
Yeah.
She's doing it for herself.
It killed Ray.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's the first thing I thought. I was like, oh, that's your fault.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he is there to help her. You know what I mean? I get it, but you didn't need to do all that.
It was really like an action shot. Really for no reason.
And he's been really good at dodging shit all night until now, which
Yeah.
is also kind of
He
bad.
was worried.
Yeah, he did all the twirling and then the wheelie on the tiny bike.
Yeah,
and
he was doing great.
He was doing backflips
Yeah.
and shit. Yeah. Ray lies on the ground, body twitching, and Cherry lowers herself. She tells him that he needs to get up because they're leaving. The rest of the survivors have made their way to the helicopters, and Dakota looks around for Ray and Cherry. She runs into the other helicopter, and while they're not there, someone else is. Looking worse and more evil than ever, Bill speaks up from the back of the chopper in a low voice. They told me I'd find you here. I don't know who they is. Dakota turns at him and he approaches, admitting that he was beginning to lose hope. Dakota confesses to her husband that she's sorry, but she lied. She did want to hurt him.
You're right. I'm just thinking more and more of the sickos are like, yeah, we saw your wife there, man. Like, what are you saying?
I don't know. But Bill holds up the golden syringe and his deformed face twitches up into a smile as he intones, "My turn." But someone empties their gun into Bill from the doorway of the chopper and he goes down. Once the gun is empty, it's spun and slipped back into the holster of Earl McGraw.
Now, how the hell did he get here?
They told him to do that. Looking down at her departed husband, Dakota mocks, "No more dead bodies for Daddy tonight." Really good.
Very.
Earl admits that he never did like that son of a bitch, adding that he's as useless as a pecker on a pope. And Dakota smiles up at her father.
Rodriguez said that was ad-libbed.
I believe it. I so believe it. Skip settles in to fly the other helicopter, and when one of the twins argues that she wants to fly it, her and her sister begin to argue. Skip yells at them to shut up, sit down, and not touch anything. He starts the helicopter as the sisters shove each other. Dakota and Earl join them as Skip takes off, angling the chopper downwards to take out the zombies still on the helipad with the propellers. When the window is covered in blood, Skip tells one of the twins to turn on the wipers, and when she does, clearing the way, the two of them beam at each other. But outside, Ray pleads with Cherry to go and leave him, but she refuses to leave him like this because the motherfuckers around here eat roadkill. Ray can't help but laugh, and Cherry sobs as she tells him, "See, I'm funny. I made you laugh." Ray tells her to go to the ocean, put their backs to it, and they'll be safe. But Cherry tells him again that she is not leaving him. She raises his hand and makes him cup her face, reminding him, 2 against the world. But Ray nods that it will be. He promises her as he lowers his hand from her face to her belly. He tells her again, "I never miss."
Yeah, but like this is serious. Can you not joke about like?
She's like, ah.
Yeah, but you're bleeding out.
Yes. This is our final goodbye. But that's what we were leading to.
Yeah, I never miss.
Mm-hmm.
She sobs, but he tells her not to worry. She'll find her way. Ray's body seizes as he takes his last breath and falls still. The helicopter approaches, and when Cherry looks up, it's Dakota who looks down at her and yells, "Reach up." Cherry places one last kiss on Ray's lips before listening and holding up her hand.
That's great writing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like he doesn't get a lot of credit for, or enough credit for, how clever a lot of it really is.
Mm-hmm.
She grabs onto the hanging rope and is lifted up, and Cherry dangles from the departing helicopter as it flies away. So Robert Rodriguez said that they didn't have a big enough green screen for this escape. So they would film at night, and they waited until sunrise when the sky got really, really blue. And they raised Rose McGowan with a crane and used the sky as a blue screen.
That's fantastic.
Okay.
Isn't that insane?
The ingenuity.
Yeah. We cut to a group of survivors walking through the desert away from a decimated city. Cherry leads the pack sitting astride a white horse, and her voiceover tells Ray that it's exactly like he said it would be. She's like he said she would be. She finds the lost, the weary, those that have no hope. She finds them and leads them to a land they've made for themselves, the land by the sea. She leads the survivors toward a small paradise, temples standing tall on lush green grass.
I did learn on commentary, you see those broken buildings like that are on that ridge behind them?
Yeah.
That's a matte painting.
Oh.
Okay.
But these pyramids by the sea are actually real, and they're in Tulum, Mexico.
Okay.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
And so he filmed a bit there, and you see it's kind of like composited later whenever they're filming in Austin to do what's about to happen next.
Yeah.
But it looks just gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's stunning. In one of those featurettes, Rodriguez said that it was really important to him that he did go to Mexico to film these temples. And so he said that the cast, when they read it in the script, and he was very adamant that he was actually filming these on location in Mexico, they were really excited to go to Mexico. And then they found out that their version of Mexico was a pile of sand in front of a green screen in the parking lot. And because of the budget, Robert Rodriguez went alone to Mexico.
He's like, I told you I was going.
When a zombie jumps out at a couple of kids, Cherry unveils her gun leg and opens fire, blowing its head off. Dakota stands alongside on the beach, looking like a badass with a rifle propped against her hip. The babysitting twins laugh and lounge with a grinning Skip as they sit with the group of survivors. Cherry looks toward their safe haven in the distance, then back toward the baby in a carrier on her back. Cherry tells Ray that it's beautiful. She's beautiful. And she wishes he could see the two of them because it's just like he said it would be. 2 against the world, baby. 2 against the world. The picture freezes and a card reads, "The End," before it cuts to a grainy black. So what did you guys think of Planet Terror? But briefly, because we'll talk more later.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Like I said up at the top, I did enjoy this a lot more than I did the very first time. There are some things that just kind of don't work for me that are a little, like I said, it's because I enjoy silly, but I feel like it goes into a point where it's like, all right, come on, this isn't a cartoon. But I mean, the effects are really good. The performances, everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. And I mean, it's like I said, it's just fun. It's a really fun movie.
I think fun is the operative term.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. I really enjoyed it a lot more than I did the first time I watched it.
Mm-hmm.
I really, really just like how all these stories converge. There is so much going on in this film that you don't even realize, but then the way that the group comes together, and I love Into the World group coming together movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that you're exactly right that a lot of it is very, very absurd. I feel like it is chock full of so many homages and trying to capture that vibe and tone of those films.
Right.
And I feel like that maybe that's why it works for me, because I see you're doing a pastiche.
Okay.
And it's a lot of fun to me. But is it perfect? No. But it's not meant to be. It's just a blast.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I was hoping that we learned the baby's name at the end, and I was hoping that the baby was named Palomita, but I'm not gonna hold that. I'm not gonna hold that against the film.
That would have been great.
Because the Two Against the World thing, I think that it is really sweet, and it's a way that we weren't expecting it to end up. I think that the writing, like I said before, is just really clever in ways that we repeat these things. That's something that I do a lot in my own writing because I love it so much when I see it or read it. Just repetition or like seeds planted, mirroring of moments of dialogue, of whatever. I'm a fucking sucker for that. And you get that a lot in this movie, like more than you realize the first time you watch it.
Yeah, that reach up moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
I love the gore. It's so gross. Some of it is almost like too gross. And when you're there, it's like, damn, y'all fucking showed up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Again, we had Greg Nicotero. Like, that's the thing. I think that just everyone in front of and behind the camera, the stunt people, just everybody really fucking showed up in a way that I just appreciate so much.
And the music.
The music is great.
Yeah, it's good.
I thought, you know, in my recollection of this, it was like, okay, yeah, that was fine, whatever, but Death Proof. And it just kind of makes me sad that I've spent so many years not watching this when I, you know, could have been watching this. But no, I think it's a fucking blast. It's one of those movies where I'm like, if you didn't like it, I totally get why you didn't like it.
Yeah.
But for me, it just really, really works. And I gotta say, Robert Rodriguez and I share a birthday, so maybe we just speak the same language. You know what I mean?
Geminis.
June 20th, Geminis to be exact.
You trying to let everyone know on your birthday? I don't do that. I'm like, my birthday's April 21st.
And John Paul's is September 13th.
We don't do that here.
Now
Yeah,
everyone
no.
knows.
Well.
If you wanted to know, now you know. But I think we're getting a little delirious already, and we still got a whole other movie to get.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. This is a double feature?
But it is a double feature, yes. I will say, well, why don't we just do a quick little rating of Planet Terror, and then we'll continue.
Right.
So let's say on a scale from 1 to 10, legendarily lethal legs. I don't care that this is too high because I just really have a lot of fun with this. It scratches a lot of itches that I have with this kind of style of movie. I know that the parallel is obviously there because they're both Robert Rodriguez, but it is very much giving From Dusk Till Dawn to me with just even more ridiculousness. But he really goes up against that line of you're doing too fucking much. But for me, he doesn't cross it.
Right.
Okay.
And I really fucking loved this, and I could see my score going even higher. But today, on a scale from 1 to 10, legendarily lethal legs, I am giving Planet Terror 8.5 out of 10. Ooh. I know. I'm surprised myself. Legendarily lethal legs, and I will now open up the floor to you.
Yeah, I don't think I can walk that far. So I'm not
On your machine gun leg.
But I will agree. Again, everything looks really cool. I think it might just be because I'll talk about it later with Death Proof as well. But I think it's just the vibe of what's going on here. Is I don't want to say it's not for me, but for me it did go past silly, and it was like, oh well, then just be that. Just do that. You know what I mean? Which it is doing a lot of silly, but I feel like when it jumps past silly and it's just like, check it out. It's like, oh, okay. It's like, I get it, but you didn't have to do that. Like you were doing fine. Then it hits a point and it's like, oh, come on, man. Like, stop that. But I get it. And again, I understand. And I would figure too, everything's here that I like, you know what I mean? But maybe it's just the tone of the way the movie is. I was like, oh, okay. It is good though. It's just fun. A lot of fun. So for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, legendarily lethal legs, I'm going to give Planet Terror a 6 out of 10. I did have fun, and again, if you put it on, I'd watch it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just, you know, for me, it's like, okay, that was cool. It's a cool little movie. You know.
I really, really appreciate the commitment of everyone in this picture. I think that the vibe of this feeling of like Carpenter-esque in some places, and then it's just like gritty and disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so much fun. I completely understand where you're coming from. Because this is one, like we were talking about at the beginning with the balls and stuff. It's like either you're in or you're out.
Yeah.
And they let you know very quickly.
Yeah.
They do. But no, I really, really appreciate this more than I ever have before. So for me, out of 10 legendarily lethal legs, I am going to give Planet Terror 8 legendarily lethal legs out of 10. I am surprised myself.
I'm very surprised coming from you. I'm
Yeah,
very surprised.
It's a
I'm very
blast.
surprised in both of you.
Wait. What's that? More previews for coming attractions.
What?
First, we have Werewolf Women of the SS, written and directed by Rob Zombie. The trailer begins with a scroll of narrated text over imagery of Adolf Hitler in World War II. This film is a brilliant achievement in motion picture history. Finally, the truth about Hitler's diabolical plans to create a race of superwomen can be told.
I do want to say that Rob Zombie did not make this film later. It never became a real full film.
Mm-hmm.
But he did have a song called Werewolf Women of the SS on one of his albums later. And this is the opening to that song. And it's actually a pretty good song.
He'd be doing that,
Yeah.
really, with the movies or the potential movies, I
Yeah.
guess. But we get the title in red over a werewolf firing a machine gun, played by Michael Deek. Werewolf Women of the SS.
I'm a fan of the werewolf design
Yeah.
in this.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
The narrator welcomes us to Death Camp 13, and we see the SS marching in the snow and giving their horrific salute. The narrator describes this as the home of the Nazis' diabolical plan to create an army of super werewolf soldiers. Rising from his desk, flanked by topless gas-masked women, Franz Hess, played by Udo Kier, reports to a sneering Lieutenant Bormann, played by Tom Tolles, that the future of this project will be his demise and the end of Germany. Jutting out his arm, Bormann hails their leader.
Real quick, Udo Kier. So I remember him, and I was like, I know his face. I remember him from Ace Ventura in '94.
Oh
Really?
my
Yeah.
God.
He was also in Johnny Mnemonic in '95. I've only seen that movie like once, but I remember it. Blade '98 and Fear.com in '22.
Not fair.
Fear.com.
Yeah.
We've tried a few
We
times.
have. He was also in Suspiria.
Yes,
Yes.
that's right. And Tom Tolles. He was in Night of the Living Dead in 1990.
Yes.
Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer in '86.
Yeah.
House of a Thousand Corpses in '03.
That's
and
right.
Halloween '07.
So, history working with Rob Zombie.
Yeah. But elsewhere, Dr. Heinrich von Stresser, played by Bill Moseley,
Of course.
giggles over a topless, restrained woman. Obviously, it's Otis.
Yeah.
Among many other things. But he giggles that she has been chosen and proclaims for her to rejoice. Her face is bloody as she screams. Moving figures around a war map, Bormann proposes that he found the perfect solution, the she-devils of Belzac. Two women with their booty cheeks out stride up to the building, and inside we see them smoking. Eva and Gretchen Krupp, played by Sherry Moon Zombie and Sybil Danning.
The cast, I will say, is pretty wild for this.
Yeah.
And you
For
got a
what
lot
this
of,
is?
Yeah.
Yes.
and it's only going to get more wild in a minute.
Yes. As Eva croons into a microphone, the narrator questions if they alone can supply the blood needed to save Hitler's mad dream.
I wanted to point out, because there was a little section of commentary on the Blu-ray, Rob Zombie said that Tyler Bates wrote an entire song, like a full-length track, and that's what this song that Sherry Moon's character is singing is, but we never get to hear it. It's only like a snippet.
Yeah.
He also said that where they filmed this was the same ranch that they filmed The Devil's Rejects.
Oh,
Okay.
wow. That's cool.
He said it was very hot during the day and fucking freezing at night. And so, as you were saying with the aforementioned booty cheeks,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's very fucking cold.
Oh.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we cut to Eva holding a woman's face and proclaiming, "Yeah," as the woman is branded with a swastika. The narrator finishes, "Or will the pride of Germany fall into ruin?" As a man writhes in a booth, becoming enveloped by smoke, it's revealed to have turned him into a werewolf. Dr. von Strasser whines that this is his project. But in her German accent, Eva boasts that they are now in total control of Pure Wolf. The doctor jumps to his feet in outrage. But I was like, why are they speaking English?
Get past it.
Yeah.
Move on. We get quick shots of the werewolves shooting guns, the SS fighting in the snow, and the narrator introduces the cast as we see them. Udo Kier, Sherry Moon Zombie, Tom Tolles, Sybil Danning, Bill Moseley, and finally, as someone in a purple robe walks away from us, Nicolas Cage as Fu Manchu. At the bang of a gong wielded by lead gong girl played by Alice Kim Cage, Fu Manchu, played by Nicolas Cage, turns to us, his nails pointed into sharp claws, his black mustache and beard long. He stands behind flames and in front of a mounted swastika as he screams, "This is my Mecca!" He laughs maniacally, and we cut back to that shooting werewolf that did a lot of the heavy lifting in this trailer, to be honest.
Really did.
We get the title once again, Over Howling, Werewolf Women of the SS, written and directed by Rob Zombie.
I just want to say that Zombie on commentary said Nicolas Cage was on set for all of 15 minutes.
I fucking knew it. I knew it. You were saying earlier, wait till you hear how long. I knew it was going to be something hilariously short. And I believe it.
Yeah.
Nick Cage seems like the type of actor that can just be sitting there and then be screaming maniacally like he just was. Rob Zombie had said, I think it was a Rolling Stone interview that I read, that they had all of these costumes. And so they had all of like the Nazi costumes, but then they also had the Fu Manchu costume and like the stuff for the Gone Girls. And he was like, why don't we just do both? And so that's why people are like, what the hell does this have to do with anything? They had the costumes for both, so they did both.
Why not?
Yeah.
And Alice Kim Cage was Nicolas Cage's wife at the time, which is pretty cute.
Yeah. And Nick Cage. I mean, come on.
Of course. After a coming soon graphic and a quick ad for the Acuna Boys authentic Tex-Mex sandwich and pasty shop, we are thrown into another preview.
I remember the restaurant from Jackie Brown.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
what Sharonda's eating in Jackie Brown. It's also the name of Esteban's gang in Kill Bill Volume 2.
That's right.
I looked it up because I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
And I guess it is a reference to the 1977 film Rolling Thunder. I had no idea.
okay.
I
Fair
was just
enough.
like, this name keeps coming up too much.
Yeah. It just made me hungry.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 I love how humble like the little trailer was. It looked like somebody just took the pictures like at their house. It was
Yeah.
cute. Next, we have Don't, written and directed by Edgar Wright. A trio, played by Jason Isaacs, Mark Gatiss, and Georgina Chapman, approaches the locked gates of a house it reminded me of the Amityville house.
Yeah.
An announcer whose voice is provided by Will Arnett warns that if you're thinking of going into this house, as someone comes screaming up to the gate, we freeze on the woman's face in red, and we get the word when the announcer says it. Don't. But another trio of investigators, played by Lee Ingleby, Kate Malua, and Mayanna Buring, do go inside. And as they reach out for the closed door, the announcer warns again, if you are thinking of opening this door. They do open it, and it reveals an undead bride wielding a hatchet. She brings it down hard on the man's head, splitting it down the middle, and we freeze again, getting the word when the announcer says it. Don't. A blonde, played by Lucy Punch, carefully descends the stairs of a dark basement, shining her flashlight in front of her and illuminating the words "Eat Baby" smeared on the wall in something brown. The announcer once again warns, if you are thinking of checking out the basement. The blonde's beam glides over a stack of filthy dolls before the baby eater, played by Nick Frost, lurches into view. The light glares off of his dirty glasses, but we see that he is filthy, a baby doll hanging from his mouth. He's shackled to a bed and down to nothing but a pair of disgusting underwear. He claps and mumbles gibberish, and just as Lucy screams, we freeze on the baby eater and get the word again when the announcer says it. Don't.
Nick Frost.
Nick Frost. Lucy continues to scream and turns to escape, only to run into equally filthy, undressed, and bespeckled twins, played by Kevin Wilson and Nicholas Wilson. The announcer warns, don't look behind, don't look in there, don't look up, don't look anywhere. A man played by Rafe Spall, I gasped, looks around suspiciously, eyeing a half-finished game of hangman scrawled on a chalkboard, missing the letters A and M, and then an empty noose swaying by itself in the distance. A woman in a bra wanders until she walks into swinging feet, and the announcer cautions, don't look anywhere. The woman screams as she looks up to find the man hanging from the noose, the letters A and M carved deep into his chest, which is pretty fucking funny. Another woman, played by Emily Booth, runs down the hall screaming as a little schoolboy with white eyes chases her with a knife. The announcer warns, don't scream for help. Don't move a muscle. The woman stops in the doorway with the little boy behind her, but up jumps the bearded cannibal, played by an unrecognizable Simon Pegg, screaming and brandishing a knife toward her.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I watched a making of, and Simon Pegg said when Edgar Wright calls, he comes running, and he was like, look, you can do this, but you can't look like you. You need to be unrecognizable. And he was like, yeah, like I'm in. And they said he said he was in makeup for 3 hours to film for 10 minutes. But he said it was the time of his life.
I bet.
Yeah.
Like he had teeth in that he couldn't talk with, so he had taken the teeth out and he's laughing. Like he would seem like he was having so much fun. But an old man, played by Stuart Wilson, wanders through the dark with the lit match to brighten the way. But after a quick flashing of grasping clawed hands, we see him fall to the ground, dead with white eyes. A woman in a white nightie runs from maybe a werewolf, and I don't know what the hell that is. And when he catches her, he caresses her breast as she cowers against the wall. A screaming man, played by Peter Serafinowicz,
Yeah, dude.
more Shaun of the Dead,
Yeah.
lies restrained to a table as a red-hot poker is thrust toward his face. One of the men from earlier is grabbed from behind. A man's eyes melt from his face as he smiles. Undead flapper girls dance. A woman screams, holes in her face and hands. A desperate man, played by Matthew McFadden, rips out his own eyes. The images of death and screaming come faster and faster, and the announcer continues, don't even breathe. Don't. His voice becomes deeper and gruffer until finally we see a woman running toward the front door. If you are thinking of seeing this film alone, don't. And the door slams. This is my favorite trailer.
Oh, absolutely. I love also the little punchline of the end of the trailer where it's a really tiny voice that just says, don't.
Yeah.
That kills me every single time. Like we need to know the title of the film again.
It's like, oh yeah, we only heard it
That's
12,000 times. Edgar Wright had kind of talked about the inspiration behind this and how back in the day they would take international films and take like wild looking visuals from it and cut a trailer, and none of them are talking, so you can't tell that it's international. Like this one, you wouldn't know that it was English. You would know it was British. He gave for reference a film in the UK. It was called The Living Dead at Manchester Morgue. In Spain, it was called Don't Speak Ill of the Dead. In America, it was called Don't Open the Window. And he said there was nothing about windows in the movie. Like the title made absolutely no sense. And so he was kind of paying homage to this, like, we're completely missing the point in this trailer. What the fuck is this movie about? This movie is about nothing.
Yeah.
We saw monsters. We saw people shackled up in the basement. We saw a hatchet girl. We saw an undead boy. Like, it's just these wild visuals to get people to buy a ticket, but you don't know what the fuck this movie is at all.
I feel like, as you're saying, absolutely my favorite trailer as well.
Yeah.
The aesthetics of it and the vibe of it, it is just absolutely perfect to me.
Yeah.
I wanted, of course, as well call out Matthew McFadden for his work on Succession. I was so surprised to see him in here for maybe 2.5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A blink and you
Yeah.
miss it. Yeah.
But I really can't say enough about how beautiful this trailer is.
It's the very beginning, the first freeze when it says "don't." I'm like, oh, I'm in. Like, you have me. It's like this. It's so cool.
Of all the trailers, why can't this one have been made into a film?
And Edgar Wright, I read an interview with him, and he said a lot of people have said that, but that is the point, that there is never a movie that he could make that would rise to what this trailer is.
I don't care.
He said just the fact that people see this trailer and want to see this movie means that the trailer was successful.
True.
But that the film would never be. Like, this
Right.
is, it can only exist in this form.
Okay. I didn't. This felt like an Adult Swim commercial. It was very
can kinda
fun. It
see
was
that.
very funny. That was it. I think if the point was like, I guess, to make fun of, like, look, we've lost the point. You did exactly what, because I
That
didn't
was
know
the
what the fuck
point.
was going on.
Yeah, that was the
I was
point.
like, this is just ridiculous. I was like, I don't want to see this movie anymore. I don't know what's happening. There is a lot going on. It is very funny, but it does feel like that. It feels like you're sick and you wake up at 2 a.m. and there's some weird shit on Adult Swim, and you're like, am I still asleep? What the fuck is this?
I think I'm just a sucker for vibes. Like, I could watch those vibes for an hour and a half.
Yeah, no, it was really cool.
it
And the
looks
people,
funny.
the people,
Yeah, the
in it,
people too. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
It was very, very cool. But yeah, stylistically, that one is my favorite trailer.
Yeah.
And lastly, we have the trailer for Thanksgiving, written and directed by Eli Roth. A grandmother, played by Lillian Malkina, gets a turkey ready for the oven while we watch her through the window and suspenseful music pulses. We are suddenly in the house, where a gloved hand reaches out and grabs a knife left on the cutting board, which did feel like a nod to Halloween.
Yes.
But in a deep voice, the narrator says, "This holiday season, prepare to have the stuffing scared out of you." The grandmother turns just as we approach with the knife. She screams and everything turns red. The knife is suddenly plunged into a roasted turkey, and as blood inexplicably pools around the blade, we get the title in red, Thanksgiving. Outside at a parade, the head is placed on a giant turkey pilgrim played by Kevin Wasner. As the parade marches on, the narrator shares that in Plymouth, Massachusetts, the fourth Thursday in November is the most celebrated day of the year. The table is set. The festivities have begun. The parade is poppin', with the pilgrim turkey taking his place in it. And with the record scratch, we see someone shrouded in the shadows, donning a pilgrim's hat. The pilgrim, played by Jeff Rindle, arms himself with an axe as the narrator warns that an uninvited guest has arrived. Back at the parade, he continues that this year there will be no leftovers.
You got to give him that.
It was good.
That I did. I was
It
like,
was
okay,
good.
okay.
The assailant pops up at the parade, swinging his axe and slicing off the turkey pilgrim's head. The crowd screams as the headless turkey stumbles around blindly, the stump of its neck on display. The participants of the parade flee, tripping over the severed head, and as the rest of the body finally falls, we get the title again, Thanksgiving. In a school auditorium, the cheerleader, played by Vendula Bednarova, bounces topless on a trampoline, putting on a show for the boyfriend, played by Peter Vencura. He watches with bated breath as she exposes her ass, spinning as she bounces. The narrator says, "White meat, dark meat, all will be carved." Just before the killer grabs the boyfriend and pulls him out of view, stifling his yelp. The killer stabs a knife up through the trampoline, right as the cheerleader lands right on top of it with her legs sprawled out in a split. The bleeding turkey is stabbed, and we get the title again, Thanksgiving. Judy and Tucker, played by Jordan Ladd and Eli Roth, make out in a convertible, and Judy wishes Tucker a happy Thanksgiving before pulling his pants off. We hear Tucker cry out, but this doesn't stop Judy, who lowers her head and starts to give Tucker the old thinner.
All right.
But when she caresses her hand over his chest instead of his head, she finds a bleeding stump. Judy looks up and takes a moment to gulp down the contents in her mouth.
We don't. Just keep going.
She screams and Tucker's head goes rolling over the windshield. Once again, Thanksgiving. Later, she sobs to Bobby, played by Jay Hernandez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wearing his Letterman's jacket, he tries to calm her, assuring her that Bobby's here now. Judy nods in understanding, and the two start to make out, I was like, what are we doing?
No, it's terrible.
She cradles his face, but soon finds when she opens her eyes that she's cradling a severed head. As his body falls away, and I'm pretty positive that music from Creepshow plays.
Mm-hmm.
I could swear, dude, I went to, what is it, Shazam? The fucking the
Yeah.
app? I went there and they said that it was from Thanksgiving. And I'm like, I don't know.
I'm sorry, but respectfully, fuck you. I grew up listening to that. It was Creepshow.
Yeah, they did the Vanilla Ice thing. No, it's different.
Yeah, we
it's
tweaked
We
it.
added one
tweaked it.
symbol.
But Judy screams, and the Pilgrim Killer comes after her. Thanksgiving. I thought that the severed head thing was pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
That's fair.
Okay.
And
This
it
is-
looked pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this I'll just be on Front Street. This is the weakest trailer to me.
Mhm.
I don't think I'm alone here, but I thought that was cool.
Yeah, it feels like a skit.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of crazy shit they're doing, but it does feel like even if it was toned down enough, you could do it on SNL.
But if it was toned down,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
But I
Especially
feel
the thing
Well,
we just heard.
yeah.
The thing about that though is that like all of these are kind of skits in their own way, but
They
none
are.
of them feel as much as this one. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, and you're right, but I feel like this one feels like the other ones are like, oh, that could be a movie. This feels more like that again was on SNL, that they were making fun of a trailer.
Right.
And that's what we got.
I think the reason is because it is so clearly like one-to-one parody of like a Halloween.
Right.
Okay.
The other ones are more like send-ups of subgenres
Right. Maybe
Yeah,
of exploitation, but this is like we're doing Halloween, but it's Thanksgiving.
Right.
Maybe that's it. Is this kind of what the movie is? I haven't seen Thanksgiving.
I've seen Thanksgiving. I didn't like Thanksgiving.
Oh, I heard it was really good.
I also heard the same thing.
Oh.
But I think the thing for me, the reason it didn't work is because it didn't have this aesthetic. It was a very clean present-day slasher.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
So, but it's not to be confused with Thanksgiving, which
Right.
is the turkey, right?
Correct.
That is also a film.
That's something
Yeah.
different. Yeah, that's something different. A sheriff and his deputy, played by Michael Biehn and Mark Bacchanes.
Michael B.
Yeah.
Yeah. They examine the remains of the turkey pilgrim. The deputy dips his finger in the spilt blood and takes a quick lick before reporting, "It's blood." The sheriff laments, "Son of a bitch."
I have to say his line reading is one of my favorites. He is so disappointed to hear it.
The narrator advises us to arrive hungry as the grandmother answers the door to find more family coming for Thanksgiving dinner. But it's the killer pilgrim who stands at the head of the table, ready to unveil dinner to his tied-up guests. He rips the covering away to reveal not a turkey, but a human body, trussed up and roasted with a thermometer, of course, sticking out of their ass.
Of course.
A cousin, played by Chris Briggs, vomits on the table. Next to this mock turkey is an actual turkey, but with Tucker's head. We zoom in on this, and the narrator advertises, from director Eli Roth. As the bleeding turkey is stabbed once again, we get the title, Thanksgiving, with the tagline, "You'll come home for the holidays in a body bag." And now we could have been done there.
Would have been smart.
But we get a quick cut of the killer pilgrim having sex with the Tucker-headed turkey before we're told this February.
February?
Yeah.
February, yes.
February. Firstly,
That's not when I would choose to release a movie called
No.
Thanksgiving, but
no, maybe that's the joke.
it's funny.
But regarding the end of that trailer, a little DeCarvum, please. I do want to amend what I said. I said a 1-to-1 whatever parody of Halloween.
Yeah.
I get that this is like a send up of all the holiday slashers.
Right.
My
Yeah.
Bloody Valentine, maybe even Black Christmas, Halloween, all of it. Because
Sure.
there were a lot.
Yeah.
And oddly, there was never a Thanksgiving, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Well, what's funny is that's what Eli Roth had said, that him and his friend, the friend that is playing the killer pilgrim, when they were kids, they were waiting for a Thanksgiving horror movie to come out, and it never did. So they thought of their own. And I think that this is supposed to be the film not that eventually got made, but the film that we're watching the trailer of. And he said that the story was a boy falls in love with the turkey.
I'm already lost.
Used to come back. Follow my voice. A boy falls in love with the turkey. The dad kills the turkey, I guess, for Thanksgiving dinner. The boy kills his family because they killed his turkey. And then he's institutionalized. And then when he gets out, he comes back to exact revenge and wreak havoc and do what we've seen him do in this trailer.
So minus the turkey love, that is a lot of Halloween.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I don't understand why he and the turkey couldn't have just been friends.
They could have.
Yeah.
It could have been a platonic
Really?
relationship.
Yeah. That's just an added layer that I don't think we need.
No, not at all.
No.
But here we are. And once again, it's Eli Roth.
Eli Roth.
Yeah.
Yeah. What the fuck
Wow.
do we expect?
Over a vintage ad, we're told to get more out of life. Go out to a movie. We get a warning from management with marching band music. The following film may contain one or more missing film reels. Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm like, again?
I know.
The upbeat music plays again, along with the graphic for our feature presentation.
I don't have any proof, but I heard a lot about Tarantino kind of agonizing to lose a portion of Death Proof to fit the Grindhouse format. And so I wonder if them saying that about the missing reels is he's like, there's really more of this film that's made.
And there is.
There is.
The film opens with the cartoon of a cute little panther walking through the jungle. He goes forward with a smile, only to be spooked at the crackle of thunder and a flash of lightning. He rushes off and suddenly turns into a silhouette of a fully grown panther, black against a blue background, and with a low growl, we get text that the following film is restricted, limited admission. Loud engines roar over the vanity plates as Jack Nietzsche's The Last Race plays, but the film opens properly on a pair of feet, naturally, crossed at the ankles and propped against a dashboard, red toenails gleaming in the sun as they tap along to the music.
Just to say, if it wasn't enough that it's a Tarantino film, he was also the director of photography.
Yeah, of course he was.
So
And the feet, I don't know why I felt the need to include this, but they are provided by a foot double named Shannon Hazlitt.
all right.
So good for her. A dangling anklet moves in time, and the words, "A film by Quentin Tarantino," obstruct our view. It's followed by the credit, "Kurt Russell in," and the title dashes across our screen dramatically, Quentin Tarantino's Thunderbolt. But it quickly cuts to a reel with the actual title, standing in stark white against a grainy black background, Death Proof.
Tarantino said in an interview with the New York Times that this little switch, it's kind of an homage to a lot of exploitation films that would be released and then they wouldn't do very well. And so the distributor would retitle them to hopefully trick audiences into coming to see it again, just with a different title.
That's funny, actually. But we go back to the feet as the opening credits do their thing. We follow another pair of feet across the shiny wood of an apartment floor, and we rise as a woman walks in her underwear, pulling on a white t-shirt. She walks to the couch, pulling her long and beautiful curly hair out of the shirt and draping it across the pillow of the couch as she lies down. She reclines on her couch under a giant hanging picture of Bridget Bardot, who forever sips her drink, fanning herself and gazing at the camera with her feet propped up on the table. This is Jungle Julia Liu Kai, played by Sydney Tamia Poitier, and she mimics the pose, stretching out her long legs to the other side of the couch and crossing her feet at the ankle as she grabs her bong and starts to smoke. Nearby, a bobblehead of herself stands with her hands on her hips and her head rattling.
She did Snoop Dogg, Hood of Horrors.
Really?
Oh.
And she was in the newer Knight Rider show, the TV show.
Oh, cool.
When I was researching from Dusk Till Dawn, they were talking to Tarantino's assistant, Victoria Liu Kai.
Uh-huh.
And when I saw her name, I was like, Jungle Julia Liu Kai. And she was named after his assistant.
How
Okay.
cool.
Yeah, which is cool. But they talked about the fact that Sydney Poitier had auditioned for a role in Tarantino's CSI episodes.
Oh.
And she also auditioned for Vernita Green, Vivica A. Fox's role in Kill Bill.
Very cool.
Okay.
He said that she just stuck with him, and he wrote Julia with her in mind because he never forgot her. But he still had her come in and read it, and he said that she killed it. He told her, or she said that the note that he gave her was that Julia is to music what Tarantino himself is to film. Just this encyclopedic knowledge of, kind of everything.
Right.
And we do see that later.
Yeah.
I did want to point out as well that Sidney Poitier is the daughter of Sidney Poitier.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I remember seeing interviews whenever Tarantino was making Django, or he was promoting it, and he was talking about how Poitier, her father, was like a father figure to him.
Oh.
And whenever he was writing Django, he called him and they were kind of talking about ideas back and forth. But Sidney Poitier is like an Academy Award-winning actor.
Yeah.
Very, very famous individual. And talented.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
But we get more credits through the windshield of a black car, which appears to have a white skull painted on the hood. It races down a narrow and empty road. Back at Julia's, the credits continue, and we see her view, a poster for Ralph Nelson's Soldier Blue hung on the wall just past her feet. When a horn honks outside, she gets up and goes to the window. She leans forward, and we travel past her ass until we see through the window ourselves, where Arlene, played by Vanessa Ferlito, and Shanna, played by Jordan Ladd, are crossing the parking lot toward her building.
So Jordan Ladd, she was in Never Been Kissed in 99, Cabin Fever in 02,
All right.
and Club Dread in 04.
Club
Dread.
Dread.
Yeah.
Yes.
Club Dread was great.
Yes.
Tarantino had said that he met her through Eli Roth because obviously they worked together a lot and they're friends. And she had also read for his CSI episodes as well. It seemed like everybody went out for those episodes.
Yeah.
But as far as Vanessa Ferlito, he was starting to write this character of Arlene, and he contacted her because he had seen her in the movie online. I think he said it was an indie film.
Okay.
And he wanted her for Arlene based on that. He was like, that film was your audition.
Oh, wow.
Like, this is yours if you want it.
Okay.
And she was very nervous about it, but obviously she said yes. And he was like, that was going to be the change of the character completely. Is she from Brooklyn? Is she another girl just in Austin? But he cast Vanessa Ferlito and she became a girl visiting from Brooklyn.
Okay.
But Arlene sprints with her hand pressed firmly in the fork of her crotch, calling out to Julia that she's coming up because she has to take the world's biggest fucking piss. Julia advises that they can't be late, and striding behind Arlene casually as she smokes a cigarette, Shanna assures her that they won't. As Arlene mounts the stairs, the music does too, and we follow her as she rushes to Julia's apartment, desperately trying to hold her pee.
I just want to applaud the opening showing the driving from the POV of someone we'll meet a little bit later.
Yeah.
Showing this moment of kind of introducing very gradually the people that will kind of be the protagonist group of the first act of this film.
Right.
I love the music. I love how Tarantino uses established music in his own way to make it like this feels like this should have been in this film always.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just very, very good work, and I love it a lot.
But the music cuts as we cut to the street. We ride past the Alamo Draft House, and we get yellow text on screen that reads, "The City of Austin, Texas." Julia lays across the backseat of Shanna's car as she drives, and Arlene rides passenger. She asks who's holding, and in her thick Texas accent, Shanna breaks the news that if Julia isn't, nobody is. And in her Brooklyn accent, Arlene admits that they were kind of hoping Julia was, and they both seem surprised that she's not. But Julia fires back that it's not her fucking job to supply them with weed every time they go out. Shanna backs off, pointing out that Julia is getting angry really quickly when she was just teasing her. But Julia responds coolly that she's not angry. It would just be nice if they don't count on her all the fucking time and maybe surprised her with pot every once in a while. Shanna calls Julia a mean girl in a high school movie and asks if she's through with the tantrum that Julia denies throwing.
Hey, that's not cool, though. At least provide some pot, too. If
Well, yeah,
I'm
you
bringing
can't-
it all
that's
the
not
time,
fair.
Yeah, just, come on, buy a bag here and there from somebody and bring it.
They're like, you mean you don't?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? That's your job. Arlene tries to de-escalate the situation, asking them not to fight and offering to pay for the weed herself when they find some. But Julia counters that it's not about the money. It's about the pain in the ass of scoring. And also, they're not really fighting. Shanna co-signs this, adding that Arlene just forgot what hanging out with Jungle Julia is like. That wasn't a fight at all. Julia is just acting like a grumpy bitch, and Shanna is calling her on it while still indulging her at the same time. She interrupts herself and points to a billboard, and we see that it's for Jungle Julia, lying on her stomach in front of a laptop and smiling at us. The girls all cheer, and Julia kicks her feet out of the window as they pass.
The production designer and art director said that they actually put these billboards up around Austin during the production of the film.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Tarantino had said the first day that she was on set, that's the first thing they did was shoot these billboards.
Oh, wow.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Well, because I bet you're like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
And it's the extra mile just to get you into it.
Yeah.
It's immersive.
Yeah.
Submersion.
Yeah. A little later, but
Yeah. Shanna asks if Christian Simonson is going to be there. And when Julia confirms this, Shanna tells Arlene and us that Christian Simonson is a big filmmaker. He's in town and he has a big thing for Julia. But Julia rebuts this, that if he had a big thing for her, he'd call her instead of disappearing for 6 months. He'd be down here more and he'd give her a fucking phone call on her birthday. But yeah, other than that, he's putty in her hands.
it is interesting we have a complaint about a film director and a birthday.
Uh-huh.
Because hold on a little bit.
Yeah. We'll talk. Shanna changes the subject, asking what the plan is for tonight. Julia lays it out. First, Mexican food and margaritas at Güero's with Chris and Jesse, and she delegates for Shanna to make sure that they're coming later. Then the other guys will be waiting for them at the Texas Chili Parlor. This reminds her of something else, and she asks Arlene what happened between her and Nate last night. Arlene is immediately defensive, insisting that not much happened and reminding Julia that she and Nate just fucking met each other. And if you don't bust their balls a little, they'll never respect you. Julia is bored with the prospects of everything they didn't do, so she implores Arlene to share what they did do. When she reveals that they made out on the couch for 20 minutes, Shanna presses for details. Were they dressed, half-dressed, naked? Sipping from her Acuna Boys cup.
Hey.
Arlene is adamant that they were dressed. She said they made out. They didn't do the thing. Smoking a cigarette, Julia chuckles at this and asks for enlightenment on what the thing is.
It's a 1982 horror classic.
It's 10 out of 10 is what it is.
Starring a man you're about to meet.
But to Arlene, it's simple. It's everything but. Shanna didn't know that they call it the thing, but Arlene reiterates that she calls it the thing. And when Shanna asks if guys like the thing, she insists that they like it better than no thing. And all three giggle at this, and it is funny.
It is. Tarantino's repetition in his dialogue.
I know.
Big fan.
It is intoxicating to me. I love the dialogue in Tarantino films. Scripting it, though, I was fighting for my goddamn life. They prod Arlene until she gives all the details. They made out on her couch, starting sitting up, working their way to lying down, and she was on top. Shanna wants to know what's happening tonight, and Arlene is casual. She likes Nate, and he's a good kisser, but it's not a done deal. Julia is on the fuck Nate bandwagon, though, reminding them that Jesse Letterman, the director, is a good friend of hers, and he's going to be all over Arlene. Arlene just proposes that maybe the director can bring them some pot, but this is a hard no for Julia. She doesn't want to be A, depending on their ass, or B, dependent on their ass. So if they don't score themselves, they'll be stuck with them all night. Shanna suggests that they hit up someone named Lana Frank, and Julia tells her that that's the best idea she's had all day. When Shanna points out that they're coming up on Julia's last billboard before the restaurant, she brushes it off. But Shanna reminds her that they said every time, and it doesn't take much convincing for all three women to cheer again as they pass under another Jungle Julia billboard. They drive out of view, but a black Chevy Nova is not far behind. And when it passes us, Smith's Baby It's You plays from its windows.
Firstly, the best version of that song ever.
It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, I fucking love that rough edit of them rounding the corner and then the black car.
Mm-hmm.
It's like intentionally kind of jarring.
Yeah.
It's so good.
As they're headed inside the restaurant, Arlene asks Julia for a drag of her cigarette. She stays outside to finish it while Julia and Shanna head in, but she turns toward the road when she hears the low rumbling of an engine. It's that black Chevy Nova gliding forward at a crawl before finally slowing to an idle. Arlene stares at the muscle car, and it and its driver seem to stare back as an uneasy score starts. But suddenly, the engine revs and the tires squeal as the Nova speeds away. Baby, it's you, once again accompanying the squealing tires and the rumbling engine. Arlene looks after the departing vehicle with some suspicion, but ditches her cigarette and heads inside.
This reminded me a lot of Halloween 78. I feel like it is absolutely the language of a slasher.
Oh, 1,000%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, somebody taught Michael to drive.
Yes.
Yeah.
I gave him lessons.
Yeah, that.
We cut to Weddow's, where Marcy, played by Marcy Hariel, stands at their table smiling. When Julia invites her to sit down, she insists that she can, but only for a minute because she's with friends. She slides down into a chair, and with a grin, a skipping reel, and a leftover false start, she addresses Arlene. You must be the infamous butterfly. Confused, Arlene gulps down her mouthful of margarita and looks around.
First of all, that rough cut,
I know, it's so good.
fantastic.
Yeah.
You must be.
I wanted to talk about this location, though.
Okay.
Güeros is a real restaurant in Austin.
Oh, okay.
What?
Yes, and so when you see them going in and you see whoever's in that car and everything, they're actually filming there at the actual restaurant.
Oh, wow. That's really cool.
Yeah.
We need to go eat there.
Absolutely. The interiors, though, are a set because the restaurant itself wasn't formatted for them to film there properly.
Okay.
So they basically just recreated the inside of the restaurant. Tarantino put up a bunch of posters of Mexican films from his personal collection,
Oh, wow.
and they just filmed there on the set, but it basically is the restaurant.
Okay.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Shanna shushes Marcy dramatically, whining that Arlene didn't know nothing about it. But Arlene needs to know what. Marcy asks when they were going to tell her, and when Shanna says soon, Julia adds coolly that now they're going to have to tell her sooner than later. But Arlene is done with the back and forth. She wants to know what the fuck is going on. With a sly smile, Julia confesses that she said a little something about Arlene on the air today. She giggles, but Arlene isn't laughing. She wants to know what the fuck was said about her on the radio. Julia shares that all she said was that she has a sexy friend named Butterfly who's here from out of town for the weekend, and they're going out somewhere in Austin tonight. If they were going out too, they might see them. She described Arlene and said that if her listeners spotted her, Arlene would do something if they did something. Arlene demands to know what Julia said she would do. And Julia reasons that she could explain what she said, but that would be boring. And since Marcy is an incredible actress, Arlene would probably get a better idea if she acted it out for her. Arlene relents that Julia can just tell it the way she wants. And as Marcy excitedly takes both her and Arlene's drinks into her hands, Julia sets the scene. Pretend that Marcy is a kind of cute or kind of hot or kind of sexy or better be fucking hysterically funny but not funny looking guy who she could fuck. She tells Marcy to take it away, and Marcy does. She approaches the table with the drinks and looks Arlene up and down before greeting her with a deep howdy. She asks if her name would happen to be Butterfly, and when Arlene affirms this, Marcy introduces herself as Barry with a handshake. She turns her chair backwards and sits down, like a cool teacher, and leans over the back.
Just trying to rap with you.
Just trying to get on our level, man. They banter back and forth, derailed with improvised conversation about the size and quality of Julia's ass. And when Arlene starts to talk shit, Julia interrupts, and Arlene can't help but point out that she's excited to get to the point all of a sudden.
Why? What? Why?
I don't know.
She's fucking doing her Pacino. I heard she's got a big ass. It's like, what is happening?
Julia makes it a point to set the record straight with how many black and white men have had fun adoring her ass. Arlene is about done with the charade, but Marcy promises to get to the point. Putting on her Barry voice again, she offers to buy Arlene a drink, and when Arlene suggests a margarita, Marcy hands her her own drink back. And Julia finally swoops in to explain. After the guy buys her a drink and they raise their glass to toast, they're supposed to look her dead in the eye and repeat this poem. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, and I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. Did you hear me, butterfly? Miles to go before you sleep. Then, if they say that, Arlene has to give them a lap dance. Arlene is pissed, but Shanna cackles and Marcy grins. Julia repeats, if they call her butterfly, buy her a drink and recite that poem, then she has to give them a lap dance. Annoyed, Arlene is adamant that she is not doing that. And while Julia maintains that that's up to her, if she doesn't do it, everyone in Austin will think she's a chicken shit.
I never agreed to any of this.
It's so unfair. I would be fucking furious.
That's not cool.
No.
Arlene makes it clear that she doesn't need to give anyone a lap dance because of what Julia chose to say. But Julia throws her a bone. Arlene doesn't have to do it for anyone she doesn't want to. On the radio, she said that Arlene would do it for the first guy who says it. So if some geek comes over trying to be cool, she just has to say that she did it for someone else earlier. No harm, no foul, and then she gets a free drink out of it. But maybe later in the night when she's had a few drinks and she's feeling a little loose and some kind of cute, kind of hot, kind of sexy, hysterically funny, but not funny looking guy comes over and says it, maybe she did it earlier and maybe she didn't.
I will say I was a little pissed at Julia for what she had done, but she does give her a really good out.
Yeah.
I did appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, the way that she said it earlier was like, anybody who does it, you have to do it. She never said the first guy. So that is, it's deniability.
Mm-hmm.
We abruptly cut to the outside of the Texas Chili Parlor where its neon sign beckons out into the night. Baby It's You plays loudly, and panning down from another Jungle Julia billboard, we see the Babysitter Twins, played by Electra Stone and Elise Avalon, giggling as they hold hands and rush up to the bar. I thought that was really fucking cool.
Yeah. I did see on a featurette with the production designer and the art director, this porch outside was built at Troublemaker Studios.
Oh.
But the interior of the Texas Chili Parlor is the Texas Chili Parlor in Austin.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so somewhere else we need to go.
Yeah, I know. The list keeps growing.
Hell yeah.
But whenever they go back and forth, you would never guess that it's on location and on a set.
No, not at all.
No, yeah.
I also remember reading, I think it was in 2007 when Grindhouse came out, but I believe that this is Tarantino's personal jukebox.
Oh, that's cool. Inside, Julia leans against that jukebox, swinging her long curls from side to side as she dances to Smith. She whips her hair in a circle before finally settling down with her cigarette. Meanwhile, Arlene is dancing with Nate, played by Omar Doom, and as the song ends, Julia sips her beer and continues to dance in front of the jukebox as Omar, played by Michael Bacall, stares at her longingly.
What's with that confusing?
There's a lot of shots too of Julia just like living her life and Omar in the background out of focus, like dreamily staring at her.
Yeah.
Like that's like his whole character.
I meant the names. You have an actor named Omar.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But not a character named Omar.
But then a character named Omar.
But not the actor named Omar.
Wild.
Yeah. Tarantino had said that he thought that Omar Doom was just cool. And every time he wanted to cast a cool guy, he wanted him for it.
Fair enough.
Omar Doom. He is in Inglourious Bastards from 09.
Yes, he is.
He was also in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I forgot. Yeah, I think
did
he
too.
is.
That was a good movie.
Oh, yeah.
Tarantino had said as well that Michael Bacall, I think they were at a dinner together and he just kind of offered it to him because he was like, he's a up and coming screenwriter and da-da-da. And I was like, screenwriter? So I went and looked and he did the screenplay for 21 and 22 Jump Street.
Oh.
And he and Edgar Wright did the screenplay for Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, he played Smitty Bacall in Django.
Nuh-uh.
So I guess his ancestor or something.
That's hilarious. But with the song and Julia's performance concluded, Shanna applauds from her seat next to Dove, played by Eli Roth. And Tarantino said that Eli Roth auditioned just like everyone else.
Okay.
And that he had already cast Jordan Ladd. And so when he cast Eli Roth and they're friends and they have this working relationship, he kind of stuck them together.
Cool.
Yeah. The entire table cheers for Julia as she sits back down. After a server comes by and whisks away empty beer bottles, Shanna wonders where the hell Lana Frank is. Julia commends her on her good fucking question and makes a phone call. When Lana Frank answers, Julia tells her to hurry up because they're waiting on her. The jukebox comes to life once again, blaring T-Rex's Jeepster, and Julia can't hear Lana Frank's response. She takes the phone call to the other side of the bar.
We've been pretty T-Rex heavy lately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with good reason.
Mm-hmm.
But Julia tells Lana Frank once again to come over here, refusing to go where Lana Frank is and insisting that she come over like she said she would. Back at the table, Dove asks Shanna if it's just Shauna and the girls at the lake house this evening. Shanna asks, Shauna? And realizing his mistake, Dove cusses and face palms, but Shanna stops his pity party. She informs him that there is one thing every girl in the whole world named Shanna has in common with each other. They all hate the name Shauna, and they really hate it when you call them Shauna. I'm like, damn, dude, you can't remember her fucking name?
Yeah.
Ew. I'm sorry. That's like, I hate this character.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
He's fucking awful. But Julia still stands away from everyone under a neon green chartreuse sign. She texts on her phone, I can't wait to see you. Hurry. Soft piano plays as she adds exclamation points and sends the message off to Chris Simonson. Risky text gone. Julia ruffles her hair and readies herself to join the rest of the group. I was like, aw, because this is not the front that she puts up.
Right.
Or even put up when they were talking about Chris Simonson earlier.
No.
Yeah. I will be honest. Her texting, I was like, oh man, you've got to push those buttons
So
like that.
many times.
Yeah.
It really took me back.
Yeah.
Sipping from her drink, Shanna is still lecturing Dove, reminding him that it's Shanna Banana, not Shauna Banana. She turns away from him, and Dove points out that at some point, he had real fuckability stock. I'm like, what? Who says that?
Yeah.
Nothing is happening now. The line is drawn. But Julia settles into her chair, and a return text comes in. Me too! Exclamation point.
Hey.
Julia can't help but smile at this as Omar still stares at her longingly, just out of focus. She bites her lip and replies, XOXOJJ, and off the message goes. A serene piano dissipates, and we're once again treated to T-Rex, and Punky Bruiser, played by Marta Mendoza, comes over to the table with a tray of shots. She tells the group that Warren sent it over, and when Warren sends over shots, everyone has to do them. When Arlene starts to whine, Julia insists that those are the rules. Warren says it, we do it. Warren, played by Quentin Tarantino, comes over, boasting that he loves that philosophy. He pulls up a chair and Punky Bruiser into his lap as he raises his own shot, repeating Julia's wise words. Warren says it, we do it, so let's do it. And that coming from the director is genuinely pretty fucking funny. He said that he cast himself because he knew exactly what he wanted from Warren, but little by little he cut himself out more and more and only left like the bare essentials of Warren as a character at all, which I thought was pretty funny.
Wow.
He's barely in it.
Yeah.
But I think that, again, this plays to his strengths.
Yeah, he
It
doesn't.
does.
We don't need any more of him than we get. Of
No,
this.
I'll agree with that. Because again, I seen him and I'm like, what are you doing, dude?
Arlene asks what the drink is, but Warren insists that they take the shot now and ask questions later. They all do as they're told, everyone shuddering and wincing at the sickly green shots. As they slam their shot glasses down, Warren can't help but ask, is that a tasty beverage or is that a tasty beverage?
You'll love it.
Clearly a Pulp Fiction reference. But he finally answers Arlene's question as to what it is. Chartreuse, the only liquor so good they named a color after it. He asks who's ready for another, and while Julia holds out her shot glass to be filled, Arlene has had her fill. She snatches up her pack of cigarettes and heads outside to smoke, while Warren warns her to be careful where she keeps that hot flame so she doesn't blow the whole place up. We follow Arlene as she opens the bar doors and steps out onto the covered porch. It is pouring rain, and the sound of it quickly eclipses the laughter and rowdiness from the bar. Inside, though, a record spins, Good Love, Bad Love by Eddie Floyd, and Dove stands with Omar as he takes drink orders from Julia and Shanna Banana. Another big-ass Long Island iced tea for Shanna, and a Bombay Sapphire and Tonic no ice for Julia. Smirking, Dove leads Omar to the bar and slaps his hands down on the wood rhythmically. But outside, Arlene sits alone as she smokes her cigarette reflectively, looking out into the rain. Behind the bar, Warren tells Punky that one of the parking lot lights is off and to flip it. Punky flips the switch. And outside, the light comes on and catches Arlene's attention, directly illuminating a black Chevy Nova with the white skull and crossbones on the hood. Arlene gets to her feet and stares at the car with trepidation.
I really love every single thing about this sequence.
Yeah.
You have these really slow creeping shots of Arlene on the porch.
Mm-hmm.
You have the suspense of the moment of the light being switched on and her recognizing the car.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It might have been in an interview where I heard this, but they kind of were talking about how Arlene is being set up almost as the final girl of this film.
For sure.
Okay.
You
And-
feel that at Wedos.
Yes.
Yeah.
You get these expectations,
Uh-huh.
I will say.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I was kind of like, I didn't have a lot of time because this was a very time-consuming film to prepare for.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I was kind of going through the beginning of the script for Death Proof just because I was curious. And he really sets Arlene up, like when Julia and Shanna are in the car going back and forth, like, and I think Julia tells her to shut up or something, and Arlene is like, her feelings are hurt, and she's like, I can either be the girl that gets my feelings hurt, or I can be the cool girl because I'm in Texas for 2 more days, so I'm just going to be the cool girl and roll with it.
Mm-hmm.
But she's not how Julia is kind of hard and Shanna just rolls with it. She's very sensitive, and the stuff that they say hurts her feelings and bothers her, but she's just trying to hang.
She's like the Laurie Strode of the group.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I agree with that. When the light comes on and we see the car, I was like, oh, that's
It's like,
good.
oh,
yeah, that was
Well,
good.
because you're like, he's here.
yeah.
Inside, the needle comes down on Pacific Gas and Electric Stagalee. At the bar, a man in an icy hot jacket sits hunched, absolutely destroying a plate of nachos. We are tight on his mouth as he folds the chips in, grease smearing his face and fingers. He licks his fingers clean before wiping his face with a napkin. This is Stuntman Mike, played by Kurt Russell.
An icon.
Yeah, it's fucking Snake.
Yeah. Like I had said when we were talking about Planet Terror, they had joked that Planet Terror was the lost John Carpenter movie. And Tarantino was like, you know what? That's kind of making me think of Kurt Russell for Stuntman Mike. So he said he brought it up to Robert Rodriguez. He said Kurt Russell, and he said like 3 other big actors. And Robert Rodriguez kept saying, you know, you said Kurt Russell. That's a really good idea. Were you still thinking Kurt Russell? Remember when you brought up Kurt Russell? Were you still like thinking you wanted to do Kurt Russell? He just ignored every other name that Tarantino had said. And he was like, I kind of made him think that, or that Tarantino said I made him think that it was his idea when I was the one that was like,
Oh, yeah.
it should be Kurt Russell. But obviously they did go with Kurt Russell. I think that he's absolutely perfect.
Yes.
As
Yeah.
Stuntman Mike, a lot is asked of him.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this character is a lot of versions of this character, but Kurt Russell grew up around a lot of stunt people, and all the stunt people that worked on this film said that they know Stuntman Mike is a particular version of an old school stuntman that they had all met before.
Okay.
So they said the way that he acts, the way that we see him later boasting about his credits, that this is very true to the vibe of the person he's trying to capture.
yeah.
I thought it was also interesting that they played Stagga Lee on the jukebox when we meet Stuntman Mike, because that is a character that it's like so many folk songs. Of course,
I only know Nick.
Yeah,
Nick Cave's.
Nick Cave in the Bad Seeds, probably the best version, I think. But this character is a man who's meant to be feared, who kills a lot of people in a bar, maybe.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
While we're meeting him, it's just very interesting.
And I gotta say too, from the first time I watched this movie, every time I see him eating those nachos, I want some fucking nachos.
Yeah, I know.
He's eating them a little sloppy, but
Yeah.
the plate looks immaculate. It looks very good.
We're very impressionable.
I'm hungry. But further down the bar, Dove is advising Omar that he can't look like he's trying to get Julia out of here before Chris Simonson shows up, but he has to get her out of here before Chris Simonson shows up. Omar doesn't even understand the point, though. They're going to Shanna's daddy's house on Lake LBJ, and that means absolutely no guys.
How old are they meant to be?
Yeah, this, I don't.
In my mind, her dad's just old school. And he's like, I don't want boys in my cabin. I don't know. Because they're adults. They're at the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Yeah.
But Dove has a plan. After they bring these drinks in very rapid order, but not too obvious, they'll order 2 more rounds of shots. Omar laughs in his face, asking if he really expects for them to fall for that. But gritting his teeth, Dove insists that they'll be very convincing. As Stuntman Mike continues to chow down behind them, Dove realizes that it's time to turn up the volume and switch to Jaeger shots. Omar is certain that they're not going to drink Jaeger shots, but Dove is even more certain that as long as the guy's buying the booze, a fucking bitch will drink anything.
Jesus.
He's so fucking disgusting. I hate him so much.
Me too.
The character?
Sure.
He promises that they'll get at least 1 Jaeger shot down their throats, and then they can see if they can get another one. Then that could be the shot that gets them past the point of fuck it. Picking up what his perverted friend is laying down, Omar realizes that this could mean no guys at the lake house turning into a couple guys at the lake house. Dove commends him and takes a guilty look back over his shoulder, but this is when he spots Stuntman Mike still getting down on what looks like a truly amazing plate of nachos.
You were hungry.
Yeah, because he's eating them pretty sloppy.
It is.
It's not the way he's eating them.
It's what he's
It's
eating.
what he's eating. He snickers to Omar, inviting him to check the guy out and wondering if BJ brought the bear with him. Omar looks over at Stuntman Mike, chuckling. Mike continues to eat and lick his fingers, a long and deep scar running down his face over his left eye. Dove guesses that he cut himself falling out of his time machine, and Omar laughs even louder.
You gotta give it to him. That's really funny.
It was pretty good. That's pretty good. We loom behind Stuntman Mike as he eats, but suddenly he looks over his shoulder at the table where Dove and Omar return to Julia and Shanna, delivering their drinks and sliding back into their seats. Arlene returns to the table with Nate, who carries a red umbrella. When Julia asks where they went off to, Arlene says simply that she needed to get something out of the car, and Nate was gentlemanly enough to escort her with his umbrella. Julia just grins and tells Nate good for him. There is a scene in the full version of the movie where when she's outside smoking, Nate goes out there and kind of like startles her and is like, let's make out or whatever. And they go to the car. He has the umbrella, like he thought ahead, you know?
Yeah.
And she tells him that he has 2 jobs: to kiss good and don't get her hair wet. And I thought that was a really good line, and it's not here. So I just wanted to share it. Turning her attention to the bar, Arlene asks if they see that pretty girl sitting by herself. Julia turns and sees a blonde sitting with her back to them. She asks, "Who? The dirty hippie?" Arlene says that she's not, but Julia insists that she may as well be, and Shanna chuckles. Tim the bartender, played by Tim Murphy, comes over and brings her a drink.
Tim Murphy?
Tim Murphy. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia really tainted that name. Arlene thanks him before leaning into the table and lowering her voice, asking the group if they know what just happened to that woman. Julia admits that she doesn't know, but she does know that she's a skinny fake blonde bitch. Everyone laughs at this, but Julia invites Arlene to continue her story. Before she can, though, the blonde calls out to Warren, asking if there's anyone in this place he can vouch to give her a ride home. In front of her now, we see the blonde, Pam, played by Rose McGowan.
Hey.
Yeah.
A delight to see her again.
Yeah.
She auditioned for the role of Pam, but they were worried how the audience would react to just having seen her for the entirety of Planet Terror. But Tarantino said that the double features did this all the time with people like Pam Grier, Dick Miller, and Sid Haig. So this was his nod to that. Nicky Katt, the actor that played Joe, the guy with the fucked up arm in Planet Terror, he is a clerk at a convenience store in a scene that is cut out from this version of Death Proof, but it's in the full one.
Okay.
But he was their Dick Miller in this comparison. Tarantino said that he was their Sid Haig and Rose McGowan was their Pam Grier.
Hey.
Okay.
And the character's name is Pam.
Yeah.
They also wanted her to physically feel different than Cherry Darling, hence she is blonde. And they thought that it made her a little bit softer and more angelic than kind of this like gorgeous badass that she was in Planet Terror.
Right.
I think femme fatale would apply to her in Planet Terror.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's just like a softer, character for Death Proof.
Yeah.
Keys clatter on the bar as they're slid over to her, and when Pam looks down the bar, it's stuntman Mike that slid them over. He grins. "Fair lady, your chariot awaits." Pam asks if he's been eavesdropping, but Mike says there's eavesdropping and can't help but hear, and he belongs to the latter category. You just yelled it across the bar.
Yeah.
You can't get mad at him for having ears.
Yeah.
He sips his drink and continues to crunch on his chips. I'm like, how big was this platter?
It's a platter.
Yeah.
But he's been like eating fast and it's still like not moving. It's like when Homer ate that sushi and it kept appearing on the plate.
Yeah. The animation.
Yeah.
You know, all this is telling me more and more is we got to go to the Texas Chili Parlor.
Yeah.
And get a platter of nachos.
Yeah.
Pam asks if he's offering a ride home, but Mike specifies he's offering her a lift if when he's ready to leave, she is too. Pam asks when he's thinking about leaving, but Mike admits that he's not thinking about it. When he is, though, she'll be the first to know. He lifts his glass again, and Pam asks if he'll be all right to drive later. Mike assures her that looks can be deceiving. He's a teetotaler. He's been drinking club soda and lime all night, building up to his big drink, a virgin pina colada. Pam wonders why someone who doesn't drink would spend hours at a bar drinking water. And for Mike, the answer is easy. Bars offer all kinds of things other than alcohol. Pam is intrigued, and Mike explains. Women, Nacho Grande platters, the fellowship of fascinating people like Warren. Pam can accept this, and indicating his jacket, she asks, "So what's your name, Icy?" Picking up his club soda and lime once again, Mike grins as he tells her, "Stuntman Mike." Pam is incredulous, but Mike invites her to ask anybody. She calls out to Warren, who's been standing with his back to them on the phone. She asks who he is, and an off-screen Warren answers, "Stuntman Mike." When Pam asks who the hell Stuntman Mike is, Warren answers that too. He's a stuntman.
Very good.
It checks out. Pam smiles as she rolls her eyes. And at the table, Julia calls out to Warren, ordering 6 shots of wild turkey. The jukebox zeroes in on Joe Tex's "The Love You Save," and we have a tight shot of Arlene's ass as she makes the selection. The record drops and the song begins to play. She sways her hips to the beat and turns around, mouthing the lyrics as she sashays her way back to the table and sits down. She looks up at stuntman Mike, who is still talking to Pam, and her gaze lingers as a look of suspicion creeps into her face. Lana Frank, played by Monica Staggs, finally shows up with her friends, played by Yerline Epper and Jamie L. Dunno. They all greet Warren with kisses, and Lana Frank smacks Pam on her ass and gives her a hug before the three finally make their way to the table, where Julia tells them it's about fucking time. As they pull up a chair, stuntman Mike is fully turned and watching them. Pam waves her hands in his face to break his gaze, chiding him to take a picture. It'll last longer. When he doesn't understand what she means, she points out that table seems to keep getting his attention.
What else could she mean?
Yeah, no shit.
What do you mean? You're fucking staring at them. You're turned in your seat. What do you mean?
Your nachos are right here.
I gotta wait for that ride a little longer.
Yeah. Well, that was rude. I think I'm going to hang out for 5 more hours. Mike asks if that's the girl from the billboard outside, and when Pam says it is, he comments that she's a striking-looking woman. He adds, "Look at that hair," and Pam quips bitterly, "Lots of leave-in conditioner." I put in my script, "And what, bitch?"
Honestly.
I was personally offended.
Like, don't mock my methods.
Yeah, no, literally, and that it's a necessity.
It is crucial.
That's the MVP. But anyway. Mike's gaze shifts to Pam, and after he takes a beat, he asks if he detects jealousy. Pam denies this, but gives him some advice. If he wants to get with Jungle Julia, there's a really easy way to do that. He just has to get famous, and he won't have to find her. She'll find him. She mutters that he doesn't even want to know what she did for that billboard. She raises her own drink, adding, "Enjoy it, cocksucker. You've earned it." I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
Some bad blood.
Yeah, because then Arlene was like, that lady, and she's like, what the fucking dirty hippie?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, what is going on here?
Yeah. There's history.
Yeah. Mike wonders what Julia ever did to her, but Pam reveals that they went to school together from kindergarten to high school. That's what Julia did to her. Mike laughs when she says that Julia was the size she is now when she was 12, and half the guys that she still fucks from their class she used to beat up and terrorize in the 5th grade. Mike understands, assuming that Julia used to beat her up and take her chocolate milk. Pam shrugs that she might have gotten her ass kicked a couple times because she's built like a girl, not a black man, but she died before she ever gave Julia Lukai her chocolate milk. So at this point, we got what you just said right here.
Yeah.
And we got the leave-in conditioner dick.
Uh-huh.
I'm kind of praying for your downfall.
Yeah. I do not care what happens.
Yeah.
Out on the porch, Julia hangs her feet over the railing and into the rain as we travel up her long legs, and she finally smokes the weed they've been questing for all night. She hands the pipe over to Lana Frank, and their entire group clusters on one of the benches, but we pull out to see that stuntman Mike sits on the other one alone. He calls out to Julia, asking if she's famous or something, and when she dismissively replies, "or something," he goes over to her. He asks what she does, and she tells him that what she really does is work her ass off to get her record label off the ground. But why a girl wanted a picture with her is because she's a local DJ. Stuntman Mike seems to realize, wait a minute, you have a billboard by Big Kahuna Burger, don't you?
Hey.
Another Tarantino staple. Julia indulges him mockingly, telling him, "Yeah, I got one right there too, Zatoichi." She indicates the giant billboard right over his shoulder, the hot pink letters spelling Jungle Julia still visible through the curtains of rain. Exhaling smoke and leaning over to get a good look, Mike marvels. Fanning the smoke from her face, Julia holds out her other hand for him to shake, introducing herself as Jungle Julia Lukai. Mike takes her hand, returning the formality as stuntman Mike McKay. Julia tells him that it's nice to meet him, and she invites him to smoke with her friends, and while he thanks her, he declines. Just the same, no thanks. So already, they don't know that not only does he know who she is, but he knows that that billboard is right there.
Yeah.
They don't know that, but we know that. And so it's like, why are you putting on this act? Why are you lying?
Right.
It's the red flags are red flagging.
Yeah.
He starts to tell her something, but is stopped by the urge to sneeze. He holds up his finger, grunting as he gets ready to sneeze, but when it eludes him, he apologizes and heads back inside, leaving Julia and Lana Frank to exchange glances and wonder, what the fuck was that?
I have wondered for a long time what the fuck that was. Watching it this time, there were notes of something else happening that I did not catch when I was a younger man.
What do you mean?
I think that we are leaning towards a lot of things with this character of Stuntman Mike. One of them being He's being very manipulative with them right now, we would say.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'd say that he may have some psychopathic tendencies.
Uh-huh.
I think, and I don't like telling you guys this, I think he's getting off right now.
Ew, like Dennis Reynolds?
Yeah. And I think he's masking it as that sneeze thing, and then he's
Oh.
leaving because he's like, I'm fucking getting over on all I right now.
Ew!
Okay.
Oh, now I need to rewatch it.
Because
I thought the way that I took it is I thought that it was probably fake, but I
Yeah.
thought that he was just trying to disarm them and being like, oh, I'm just like this like dude or whatever. I'm embarrassing. Like I thought that it was to just disarm them.
I get that. I think that he is a psychopath and it's working.
Ew.
Okay, he went from flaccid to erect.
Like that.
Yeah. Back in the bar, he goes over to Pam, who tells Mike facetiously that Warren is some voucher because when she asked what movies he's worked on, he had no fucking clue. Warren admits that he doesn't really know if he's done anything for sure. He's shown him an episode of High Chaparral and claims to be the guy falling from the horse. Warren laughs. Leaning on the bar, Mike asks if they know the show The Virginian. Pam, Warren, nor the 3 bar patrons standing with them do, but Mike continues anyway. There was an actor on that show, Gary Clark, and he looked like him a little bit. Indicating his huge scar, he jokes that was before he cut himself shaving. But Pam tells him consolingly that she likes it. He tells her, well, damn, if you ain't so sweet, you make sugar taste just like salt. Before continuing that he did a lot of the Virginians, doubling for Gary Clark. Then that show turned into The Men of Shiloh, and he doubled for Lee Majors. But from then on, he mostly did car stunts and did damn near the whole 3rd season of Vegas. He boasts that he was Robert Urick's driving double, and then when he did the show The Gavilan, he brought Mike with him. Then after that... But Warren has wandered away, and the 3 women stare at him with blank expressions. Mike finally clocks this and has to ask if they even know who any of these shows or people are that he's talking about. They smile politely and shake their heads, and Mike finishes his story and sits back down with his virgin pina colada.
So this was kind of the commentary that I was talking about at the beginning, where he is just a relic.
Yeah.
And it's honestly very sad to see.
Yeah.
And it's kind of this commentary on the trajectory of the film industry away from people like Stuntman Mike.
Yeah.
And so I think that it can also be a little bit of meta commentary on this film format that we're watching with Grindhouse.
Yeah, for sure.
That was very funny, though.
It was. It was.
Because he's talking, and I'm like, is this all real, or is this shit that's just for the script? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's talking, and honestly, I was like, oh, okay. I don't know what that is. Well, all right. And then he says that, he's like, you don't know, you don't have any idea.
And you're like, no.
Yeah, I answered too. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, man.
Well, the way they're just blinking at him, it's like, dude, there's no flicker of any recognition at all.
And he just sits down so sad.
Yeah. Keeping the conversation going, Pam asks stuntman Mike just how one becomes a stuntman. And with a sigh, Mike explains that in Hollywood, anyone fool enough to throw themselves down a flight of steps can usually find someone to pay him for it. But he got into the business the way most people get into the stunt business. His brother got him into it. Pam asks who his brother is, and with a smile, stuntman Mike tells her, Stuntman Bob. Pam giggles, and so did I. That's good. But outside, Julia is sending one more risky text to Chris Simonson, but this one is of a different nature. You're a asshole. She sends it off. And Shanna sits down next to Lana Frank, announcing as she lights the pipe that now the party can start. Arlene cuddles with Julia, laying her head sleepily on her chest with her eyes closed. Julia apologizes, and Arlene forgives her under the condition that she's real nice to her for the rest of the time she's here. And Julia can agree to that. She asks if Arlene is ready to go to the lake, and Arlene nods. Indicating Nate in the distance, Julia asks, what about your little friend? She pushes hair out of Arlene's face before resting her head on hers. Arlene reminds Julia that she thought it was no boys at the lake house. But with a shrug, Julia says that if Arlene really wants him to come, Shanna won't mind. So how about it? Boys or just us girls? Arlene smiles. Us girls. Hugging her friend, Julia agrees that that's a good idea. But 2 bottles of Shiner Bock pop into view as stuntman Mike hands them over to Arlene and Julia. They take the drinks with a thank you, and Mike responds with the cheers, butterfly. Arlene sits up and looks back at the stuntman, who kneels in front of her and recites, "The woods are lovely, dark and deep, and I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. Did you hear me, butterfly? Miles to go before you sleep." Arlene gazes back at him wordlessly. Julia interjects, apologizing to stuntman Bert, and when he curtly corrects her, Mike, she continues, "Mike, she already broke off that dance." But Mike's gaze is fixed back on Arlene when he asks if that's true. Did he really miss his chance? Arlene just looks back at him without an answer. He asks her, "Do I frighten you?" She gives a subtle nod. Mike nods in understanding and asks, "Is it my scar?" But blinking, Arlene corrects him. "It's your car." Mike sighs with further understanding and says, "Yeah, sorry. It's my mom's car."
He's really good at this. It's terrifying.
This earns a small smile from Arlene, and she asks him straight up if he's been following them, her voice still as calm as it ever was. But stuntman Mike chuckles that that's what he loves about Austin. It's just so damn small. Concerned, Julia asks if Arlene has seen this guy before, and still calm and still focused on Mike, Arlene admits that she saw him outside of Wedo's. But Mike doesn't shy away from this and points out that he saw her outside of Wedo's too. Charmingly, he says that she saw his car and he saw her legs. He's not stalking them, but he never said he wasn't a wolf.
That's a great line.
It really is. And I got to say, back in the day, I'm the age that these girls were supposed to be at this bar. My greatest shame is that I would have fucking fallen for this. 1,000%. 1,000%. He's too charming.
Damn shame.
I know. I'm not proud of it.
No.
At least you can admit it.
Yeah, that's your grandpa, dude.
You're not wrong. She asks if he really wasn't following them, and Mike tells her sincerely, "I'm not following you, butterfly. I just got lucky." Arlene grins, and with a sigh, Mike asks, "So what about that lap dance?" He said, "Now back to the subject." Julia interjects again off screen as we are only looking at Mike and Arlene. She repeats her flat apology, telling Mike again that Arlene already did it at another place earlier tonight. But Mike never breaks eye contact with Arlene when he counters. No, she didn't. Arlene asks how he knows that, but Mike maintains that he's good that way, and Arlene looks a little toucheed. Arlene doesn't understand what this means, and Mike explains, wounded slightly. Arlene doesn't understand why she should be wounded, but Mike does. She thought guys would be pestering her all night, but from the look on her face, he can tell that nobody pestered her at all, and that hurt her feelings a little bit, didn't it? Finally, Arlene breaks eye contact, looking down before meeting his gaze again. Mike breathes that there are few things as fetching as a bruised ego on a beautiful angel. He asks again, "So, how about that lap dance?" Arlene tells him softly that she's going to have to give him a rain check. Mike accepts this, knowing that she's leaving in a few days, so that rain check is pretty worthless. He sighs that that's okay. He understands that he makes her uncomfortable, but she's still a nice girl, and he still likes her, but he has to warn her of something. Putting on his best John Wayne impression, he asks Arlene if she knows how people say, "You're all right in my book," or "In my book, that's no good." It's a pretty good John Wayne.
It is.
Not me.
Like, I'm doing great.
I'm doing
a
fucking awesome job, you guys. Well, he actually has a book. He pulls it out of his pocket, holds it up, and pulls the rubber band away from its red binding. He shares that everybody he meets goes in this book. And now that he's met her, she's going in the book. He flips through the pages and laughs regretfully, lamenting that he's afraid he's going to have to file her under chicken shit. Another
Yeah.
Neon flashing red flag of him using this word.
The exact thing.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it's scary, dude. I'd be like, who else called me a chicken shit today?
Yeah.
Today.
Like a few hours ago.
Yeah. But I think that's really good writing because they're planting all of these seeds.
Yeah.
Right.
Tarantino knows what's up.
Yeah. He holds out the open pages to her, and Arlene snatches it away, leaning forward flirtatiously and asking Mike, what if she did do it? Mike guesses that he wouldn't be able to call her a chicken shit then, would he? She asks him his name again, and when he tells her, she responds, well, stuntman Mike, I'm Butterfly. Her friend Jungle Julia says that the jukebox inside is pretty impressive. Mike agrees that it is. Arlene dangles the book in front of Mike until he takes it, and biting her lip, she invites him to go inside and get ready for his lap dance. Grinning, Mike stands and does just that. But this dance is sadly between them and not us because we cut to regrettable text that reads, missing reel.
Yeah.
And of course, in the full version of Death Proof, we get the lap dance choreographed by Vanessa Ferlito and Quentin Tarantino together.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And it makes the song Down in Mexico sexy because it shouldn't be, but it is now just because of this, this scene. But yeah, we do not get it here.
Yeah. And he was smooth as shit, but as soon as he pulled out the book and did the impression, I was like, oh, don't do that.
I'm surprised they weren't like, get out of here.
Yeah.
And you blew it.
Yeah.
But we cut to everyone standing in the parking lot. And when Mike asks Pam if she's ready to go, she hurries off toward his car. Julia laughs that she's pretty sure Arlene just got Mike laid tonight. She calls after him. Looking good, Cannonball Run. Mike and Pam turn back toward them, and Pam insists that Mike is only giving her a ride. Arlene and Julia laugh for them to have a nice ride, and Pam stomps back over. She maintains with her hands on her hips that she is not gonna fuck him. Lighting a cigarette behind her, Mike is like, I can hear you.
I thought it was interesting you see Pam and Julia hanging out.
Yeah.
So something else in that missing reel is a reconciliation.
They're friends now.
Yeah.
Pam closes the gap between her and the other women and continues that he's old enough to be her dad. Mike insists that he can still hear her. Julia and Arlene cackle, and Pam finally gives an embarrassed goodbye before walking back to stuntman Mike's car. When she spots the skull with electric crossbones on the hood, she remarks that it's scary, and Mike agrees. He wanted it to be impressive, and scary tends to impress. Pam hesitates and wonders, is it safe? But stuntman Mike responds coolly, it's better than safe. It's death proof. Roll credits.
Yeah. I wanted to mention I heard in an interview where Tarantino got this term.
Okay.
It was apparently after he had made Pulp Fiction, and with some of the money he made from Pulp Fiction on its initial release, he wanted to buy himself a new car.
Okay.
But if you recall, there is a car accident in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
And so he was thinking about which car he wanted to buy, and he's like, maybe I'll get a Volvo, but I don't want to die in a car accident like, you know, what we have in Pulp Fiction or whatever. And the friend that he was telling this to says, well, give it to a stuntman, pay him like $10,000 and he'll death proof it for you.
Wow.
And so this is like 94, and Tarantino held on to this term.
Well, you don't forget that.
No.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah. I think he told Robert Rodriguez that story, and he's like, oh, you need to call this film Death Proof.
Yeah.
And that's it.
It's
Okay.
perfect, too. And when he says it, you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leaning on the hood and peering through the windshield, Pam asks how you make a car death proof. But Mike explains that that's just what stuntmen do. In the movies, when a car gets into a smash up, that there's no way anyone could walk away from it. How does she think they accomplished that? Pam guesses CGI?
Well, today.
Yeah.
And stuntman Mike laughs at this and concedes that nowadays, unfortunately, she'd be right. But back in the all or nothing days, in the vanishing point days, the Dirty Mary Crazy Larry days, the White Line Fever days, real cars smashing into real cars with real dumb people driving them. Pam leans across the hood and traces the skull with her finger as Mike continues that you would give the stunt team the car you want to smash up. They reinforce her everywhere and voila, It's a death-proof automobile. Pam allows that makes sense, but she just didn't know a car could be death-proof. Mike boasts that he could drive this baby into a brick wall doing 125 miles an hour just for the experience. He opens the passenger door for Pam, and she's all smiles until she peers inside. There is no passenger seat, and it's divided from the driver's side by a plexiglass wall. She asks why his passenger seat is in a box, and Mike explains easily, this is a stunt car. Sometimes the director wants to put a camera in the car and shoot the crash from the inside. This is where you would put the camera. It's called a crash box. He pulls up a metal seat and sets it up for her.
I appreciate the ride. I think I'll win.
I'll figure, I'll figure something else out.
The seat doesn't look very comfortable.
No.
I can put up with it for a ride. But this looks, I don't know. I don't.
Getting a bad feeling.
Yeah.
There are taxis in Austin. It's a big city.
There are. Pam points out that when he asked to drive her home, he didn't mention that his car didn't have a passenger seat. But Mike corrects her. He didn't ask to drive her home. She asked for a ride, and he said yes. It's like,
Yeah.
reel it in a little bit. When you were begging to give me a ride or whatever, that's not what happened. He tells her to look on the bright side. He won't be getting fresh and putting his hand on her knee. Climbing inside, Pam agrees that is a bright side, and stuntman Mike tells her that he thought so before slamming the door. Pam watches the other group drive unsteadily out of the parking lot, their laughs echoing into the night as stuntman Mike crosses over from the passenger side. He takes a long drag off of his cigarette and watches them go before turning directly at us and grinning. He tosses his cigarette to the side and gets behind the wheel of his Chevy Nova. I thought that shot was really great.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, fuck, we're in on this now. The engine rumbles as stuntman Mike pulls out of the parking lot. With the Nova's nose pointed out at the street, he asks a giggling Pam if she's going left or right. When she tells him right with a big smile, he laments that that's too bad. Pam doesn't understand what he means, so Mike explains. It was a 50-50 shot on whether she'd be going left or right. But the thing is, they're both going left. She could have easily been going left too, and if that were the case, it would have been a while before she started to get scared. I remember the first time watching this, that gave me goosebumps.
Yeah, dude.
Because we're both going left. Like, that's what's happening. And you could have lived in ignorance for a little bit longer, but now I got to break this to you. It's truly fucking terrifying.
It's so well written.
Yeah.
It was a,
Fuck.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Damn.
As Pam's bright smile fades, Mike continues that since she's going the other way, he's afraid she's going to have to start getting scared immediately. Stuntman Mike shifts the Chevy Nova into gear and takes a hard left onto the road. Pam bangs against the divider between them and screams, cursing Mike, threatening him, demanding that he stop the car. Mike just takes purposeful and severe swerves on the slick road, tossing Pam into the divider again and again, knocking her off balance. Other vehicles honk, but this is of no concern to Mike. He pulls a wild U-turn, knocking Pam back in her seat, and the determined decorative duck mounted on the hood points fearlessly forward as he peels through a red light.
I did read that the duck is a reference to the 1978 film Convoy.
Okay.
Oh.
I believe there's a truck that has that as like a hood ornament or something.
A truck with a duck?
Yeah, it rhymes. So it's true. I wanted to applaud this clear, and I couldn't find any proof of it, but there's a Texas switch that they do where you clearly see Rose McGowan and Kurt Russell in this car.
Uh-huh.
They pull out and they're off camera. And then another car clearly replaces them and is like swerving on the road. But it's done so well that it's clear that it looks like, oh, he just made a really wide turn.
Yeah.
It's really good.
That's really cool. Tarantino had talked about how comfortable Kurt Russell was behind the wheel.
Yeah.
Like they had him speeding around. That's why you see a lot of him driving. Like obviously there's a stunt driver, but there's a lot of footage of him behind the wheel.
Yeah.
And he had said that it was Kurt doing his own stunt. Kurt,
Yeah.
Going back, that it was him doing his own stunts. But he was like, I'm just driving fast. He was like, those are not stunts. When I crashed the car, that's a stunt. He's like, all I'm doing is driving fast.
And we'll talk about his stuntman in a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
Dazed and crying, Pam takes a look around and slams a bloody hand on the partition to try to pull herself back up into her makeshift seat. She groans in pain and sobs as she tries to level with him. She forces a laugh, telling him that she gets it now. It's all a joke and it's really funny. She stammers out that if he could just stop now and drop her off. She swears she'll never. But stuntman Mike interrupts her. He asks if she remembers that he said this car was death-proof. She stares back at him through the smudged and blood-streaked divider. Mike insists that he wasn't lying. This car is 100% death-proof. Only to get the benefit of it, honey, you really need to be sitting in my seat. Stuntman Mike slams on the brake, sending Pam slamming forward into the windshield. When she falls back a moment later, her face is bloody and ruined. This is horrific.
Yeah.
Again, really great line. I guess it's in the full version, but she's like, it is heartbreaking, her being like, oh, I get it now. Like, it's a joke. She's like, I don't even have to tell anybody because we both know that this is a joke. And it's like, it's like surprisingly heart-wrenching. And I don't know, and I go on and on about Tarantino's dialogue, but I just wasn't expecting something this dark and upsetting from this interaction with Pam and Mike.
Yeah.
It's just really it's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's part in writing and part in performance.
Yes. Mike smooths his hair back, running both hands through the sides and slicking the back before peering down at Pam, who grunts weakly as she tries to sit back up. But Pam loses her battle, making eye contact with stuntman Mike one last time before falling backwards dead.
The way that he leans in, it is very grotesque.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh, this is you on the porch.
Yeah.
Ugh. Mike pulls down his visor, and we see that it's lined with a photo each of Arlene, Julia, and Shanna. He pulls them off of his visor and looks down at them, muttering, I gotta catch me my other girlfriends. And this is terrifying because they're in different clothes. So how long have you been following him?
Yeah.
He tosses the pictures out the window and they flutter down to the wet street as stuntman Mike drives away. The photos of Julia and Shanna land face down, but Arlene smiles in hers, candid and worry-free.
And again, hers landing face up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's more importance there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in Lana Frank's car, Julia sits passenger with her foot hanging out of the window. She tells someone on the phone that it's Dave D, Dozy, Beaky, Mitch, and Titch. She makes sure that they're going to play at the next song, and she thanks them. Once she hangs up, Arlene speaks up from the back where she sits next to Shanna, asking what she wanted to hear. Julia repeats it, Dave D, Dozy, Beaky, Mitch, and Titch. When Arlene is confused, she repeats it again, educating her that Pete Townsend almost quit The Who at one point, and if he had, he would have ended up with this group, which would have made it Dave D, Dozy, Beaky, Mitch, Titch, and Pete. And if you ask her, he should have.
I don't know if this is a thing, but she's getting the name of the band wrong every single time that she says it.
I noticed that.
Because it's Dave D, Dozy, Beaky, Mick, and Titch.
Yeah.
But she says Mitch every time.
It kind of conflicts with that note of her having this encyclopedic note, because I don't think that Tarantino would have left this in, and she says it about 12 times.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have left it in if it wasn't intentional.
Huh.
So it's like, why?
Yeah, I don't know. But that is when Hold Tight by Dave D, Dozy, Beaky, Mick, and Titch begins to play, and Julia praises her DJ friend as she starts to dance. Lana Frank and Shanna join her, as well as a reluctant Arlene. But once the second verse starts, stuntman Mike catches up to them in his Chevy Nova. He speeds past them, but the dancing and giggling girls in the car pay no mind to this. Once he's far enough ahead, stuntman Mike twists the car into a U-turn and switches off his lights. The Nova lurches forward as he revs his engine again and again, antsy with anticipation at the sight of their oncoming headlights. His wheels spin, kicking up smoke, and finally, he takes off. Everyone is vibing. Shanna even insists It made me laugh because from the back seat she goes, I want to hear this part of the song louder.
Just this.
That's her part, though.
Hey.
It's her part. And Lana Frank turns it up. But stuntman Mike is barreling down on them with his lights still off. We get quick cuts of the girls dancing as the song comes to an end. And that's when stuntman Mike turns his lights back on. He switches them on and the cars collide. Shanna goes flying out of the windshield and lands limp on the asphalt. He switches them on and Lana Frank's eyes go wide at the sudden light. The impact throws her backwards as shards of glass rain on her. He switches them on and the cars collide. Julia's body is thrown forward, all except for her dangling leg, which is torn from her body and tossed aside onto the road like trash. He switches them on and Arlene is illuminated. She only has time to close her eyes before she is thrown back. The Nova flies over the car, the rapidly spinning tire running over Arlene's face and shredding it to bits. The Chevy Nova finally hits the road and sparks fly, but it rolls and rolls until it comes to a clunky and hissing stop.
Every aspect of this sequence is fucking incredible.
Yeah.
It is a technical marvel.
Mm-hmm.
All of that gore is practical, firstly.
Oh, wow.
That's incredible.
And just the way that they do it, I love the repeat. So
Yes, the repetition of
yes.
That's funny.
it. It like
But
sells
it's necessary.
it.
Yes.
Yes.
I did want to talk about this stunt with the car, though.
Okay.
The stunt coordinator, as we talked about him earlier, was Jeff Dashnaw.
Mm-hmm.
He and Tarantino came up with like a ton of sequences together, some that we'll get to in the second half of this film that are fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But they came up with this sequence, and Tarantino was very clear. He says, I want real cars, real shit at full fucking speed. That was his direct note.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he, of course, wants to do everything old school. And in doing that, he recruits one of the most legendary stunt drivers in the history of filmmaking, basically, a guy called Buddy Joe Hooker.
Okay.
He actually got his start as a child star. He was on, I think, Leave It to Beaver in the 50s. And he was also, I know he was in an episode of The Twilight Zone in 1962. But his first film as a stunt coordinator was in 1967.
Okay.
And
Damn.
yeah, and it's very funny with stuntman Mike's story, but the way he got into the stunt business was his father,
Yeah.
who was a stuntman.
Yeah.
But he is the stunt driver that doubles for Kurt Russell in this film. He was 65 years old, firstly,
Whoa.
Damn.
doing this film. He is still doing stunt coordinating, and he is 82 years old.
That is
Okay.
amazing. I'm 35 and I want to sit
Yeah.
down.
But what they were told is Tarantino's like, look, for this sequence, and it's like a 20-foot stretch of road from one side to the other.
Mhm.
It really is this two-lane blacktop.
Mm-hmm.
And so he says, I want 80 miles an hour, as many flips as you can possibly do. I want it to stop in the road to a skidding stop on the hood. And so they're like, you know, Buddy Joe's like, there's like a 25% chance of us doing that.
Yeah.
But the thing is on the first try, Buddy Joe hits that ramp, I guess,
Uh-huh.
and he hits it just perfectly. He crashes into the other vehicle, goes 160 yards, flips all those times that you see, and
God damn.
lands to a skidding stop on the hood.
Okay.
So he nailed it.
Yes,
Yeah.
they had a camera there waiting for where Tarantino wanted it to stop, and he stopped exactly
Holy
Very
shit.
nice.
He's a pro.
He is.
Yeah.
But that's, I mean, when you talk about technical prowess, ability, just magic, really.
Yeah.
Movie making magic.
Mhm.
This is what it is. And this is why whenever you look at anything having to do with cars and CGI, like it is like a buzzkill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there are people that are skilled and able to do stuff like this, and they make it real.
Yeah. Because it does, again, it's the cuts that make it funny, but it looks really good. And it is necessary to see what each passenger went
Yes.
through
Oh, yeah.
during impact. So, I mean, I get the cuts, but it looks really good. Especially when the tire hits her face in the back. I was
Yeah.
like, God damn.
I want to say they said that was a dummy, of course, replacing.
Right.
But I think the way that they do it, I don't know where they make the switch, and it makes me think a lot of what you were talking about in Planet Terror. where you're like, that is clearly Vanessa Ferlito.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how you're doing
It's
this.
like, is she okay? But we cut to a hospital where stuntman Mike lies in bed, telling two detectives when asked that he doesn't remember the girl's name. The door opens and out steps Dr. Dakota Block, played by Marley Shelton. I was thrilled.
Yeah.
I think this tie-in is so fucking cool.
It is, but this has to mean this is way
Before.
either earlier in the day,
Yeah.
or some random time before.
I think well before.
Yeah.
Because what we see in a moment, I don't think these people have seen each other in a while.
Oh, that's true. And especially the way he's saying it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She starts down the hall, but pauses and executes an about face. When she reaches the other end of the hall, Earl and Edgar McGraw, played by Michael Parks and his son James Parks, stand waiting for her. Dakota regards her father coldly when he asks for the patient's prognosis, snapping that she doesn't think that's any of his business. But Edgar tries to calm his sister and encourages her to just tell them. How bad is he? Dakota softens when she shifts her gaze from her father to her brother, and she reports that he got banged up real good. A busted nose, a broken collarbone, and a smashed left index finger. That is not banged up pretty good for the fucking wreck that I just saw.
No.
I'm like, that's all?
It was funny that it seemed like she tried to play it a little bigger than it was. It was like that.
And a smashed left index finger. Earl asks if that was it, and Dakota concludes that he was real lucky. Earl chuckles dryly at this. Dakota asks if that will be all, and Earl thanks her formally as Dr. Block. But Dakota slams the doors open, calling her father a son of a bitch on her way out. Father and son walk down the hall together. Edgar asks what he thinks, and Earl admits to his son number one that what he thinks is so ghoulish he doesn't even want to say it out loud. Edgar invites him to give it a shot anyway, so Earl does. He surmises that what they've got here is a case of vehicular homicide. That man murdered those women. He used a car instead of a hatchet, but they're dead all the same. Edgar asks what they can do, but Earl says that they can't do a goddamn thing because the DA says no crime was committed. All the girls were swimming in alcohol and floating on weed, and Mike came out clean as a whistle. A little incredulous, Edgar asks his father if he really thinks Mike premeditatedly murdered those women. Earl admits that he can't prove it, but since thinking don't cost nothing, he can think it, and he does.
Fair.
Yeah.
Edgar points out that Mike got pretty banged up himself, and while Earl admits that that's true, the girls look like a giant chewed them up and spit them out. When Edgar asks if any of them survived, Earl laughs humorlessly. 2 tons of metal at 200 miles per hour, flesh and bone and plain old Newton, they all princess died. I'm like this
come
dude.
on,
Dude. I can watch you all day. As they enter another hallway, Edgar once again asks his father, why? But as Earl answers, we see 4 new women through the lens of a camera, giggling, dancing, kicking, pretending to fight. But we watch them through a camera lens that shudders as photo after photo is taken. As for Earl, he can only guess that it's a sex thing. High velocity impact with twisted metal, busted glass, and all 4 souls taken at the exact same time. He guesses that maybe that's the only way the diabolical degenerate can shoot his goo.
Good Lord.
But I mean, he's right.
He is exactly right.
Yeah.
We finally see that it's stuntman Mike leaned against the top of his car taking the photos. Tarantino had said that he always wanted Michael Parks to do something like Dr. Richmond does in Psycho, where he's basically telling you what you just saw. He said he thought it would be kind of fun, but then as he's watching him do it, he's like, oh, this is kind of necessary as a bridge between what we saw and what we're about to see.
Oh, yeah.
So he said he wrote Michael Parks a 3-page expository monologue and just told him to go nuts.
I think he does an excellent job.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And seeing the pair, the Parkses.
Yeah. Again, this is his son, and they played this duo also in From Dusk Till Dawn 2 and Kill Bill.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's a recurring character as well.
yeah.
We cut to those 4 women racing down the road in their yellow Mustang. Behind the wheel is Kim, played by Tracy Toms. Next to her is Zoe, played by Zoe Bell. In the back seat sit Abernathy, played by Rosario Dawson, and Lee, played by Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
There's a lot of people in this car.
Yeah.
Let's start with Mary Elizabeth Winstead. We know her from Scott Pilgrim.
Mhm.
Yes.
Also Final Destination 3.
Yeah.
We did talk about that previously.
Yes.
Tarantino had said that he left the character of Lee very open. He gave her no real personality on purpose so that anyone funny or interesting could come in and read for her and make Lee their own.
Oh.
Okay.
But he said that when Mary Elizabeth Winstead came into audition, he realized that that is Lee. He did write a full character, and Mary Elizabeth found her when he didn't even find her.
Oh, wow.
So he said when she came in and read that it had to be her, because he was like, I wrote this very flat, very basic so that anyone could do it. And then seeing her, he's like, no, not anyone could do it. It's her.
Yeah.
Which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Mary Elizabeth Winstead, man, and we've talked about, her personal stuff or whatever. But I feel like she is a gem that pops up
Yeah.
and shit that you don't even realize.
Mhm.
Like you go to rewatch something and you're like, oh my God, that was Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Yeah. She was good in 10 Cloverfield Lane.
Yes, she
was.
was. God, that movie was good.
We've already covered Cloverfield.
Let's
Yeah.
do it. John Goodman.
Mhm.
We share a birthday, June 20th.
With Robert Rodriguez.
With Robert.
Yeah, right.
And my birthday's April 21st.
September 13th.
All right.
All right.
That's what-
All right.
We're all present and accounted.
And Rosario Dawson, of course, Sin City,
Mhm.
Josie and the Pussycats,
Right.
Men in Black 2.
She's been in so
A lot.
much.
Yeah.
She's always so good, too.
Oh, yeah. And Tracy Toms. She was in The Devil Wears Prada.
Yes, she was.
And Annie in 2014. And Veep
Hey.
and Looper in 2012.
She's another one. I love her in everything I've ever seen her in.
Yeah, she's really good.
I feel like there is like a list of people who are just made for Tarantino's dialogue.
Yes.
Where it just sings every line they say.
Yeah.
I'd say Samuel L. Jackson, Christoph Waltz, honestly Kurt Russell,
Yes.
Yeah.
and I think Tracy Toms.
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
It's funny because Tarantino said that the way that she uses his dialogue reminded him a lot of Sam Jackson.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. So it's funny because Rosario Dawson told a story about how she and Tracy Toms were cast in this. They had heard about these characters and like the story that they were telling or whatever. And she said Tracy Toms told her, we're friends. They had done Rent together. They'd worked with each other multiple times. They had traveled together. She was like, it has to be us. There's no reason that we couldn't do this. So she said that they watched all of Tarantino's movies together to get the feel for it. And they showed up to audition and they literally said, good news, you don't have to look anymore. It's the two of us. And so she said that they auditioned together
Wow.
for these roles and then waited to hear back. So Rosario Dawson said that they called her and said that they got it. She got it, but they didn't say if Tracy Toms did or not. So she said she's standing in her kitchen eating chips and Tracy Toms called her and was like, hey, so did you hear back? And she's like, oh, yeah. Like, did you hear back? And they're just trying to feel each other out. And finally, Tracy Toms is like, so did you get it?
Uh-huh.
And she's like, yeah. And that Tracy Toms was like, bitch, I got it too. And she said they were screaming and jumping on the phone. And to me, that relationship, you can feel it here. They feel so comfortable with each other,
Yeah.
even when they're like bickering and whatever.
Yeah.
I feel, and John Paul had pointed out how authentic this second group feels, like just fully fleshed out as people. And I think that element has to add to that.
Yes. And I think one of the things we were talking off mic about just how much this second group feels much more like an actual group of friends.
Yeah.
I think there were moments in the first group that did feel a little more contentious or like
Yeah.
not exactly as close as this.
Right.
And one thing that I think as well is that the secret weapon of this group is Zoe fucking Bell.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're all really great, but I think you're right. I think it is just that the authenticity of them, or the
Yeah.
feeling you get from them, and they do feel like, I mean, I know they're all actual people, but our first group did feel more like characters of people in a movie.
I can see that.
And here they're just 4 friends hanging out.
Yeah.
It honestly does make you think as well of what Tarantino said about his own universe of films, where certain films in his universe are the films that his characters would go see.
Yeah.
And other films are films of real people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, maybe there is that little bit of differentiation there.
Yeah.
Because even in the way that it appeared, there was a lot more film grain and grime in the first half of Death Proof.
Yeah, that's true.
Than this half. It almost looks a little more like a Kill Bill.
Yeah.
Even though Kill Bill would be one of the films in the universe. So I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
Yeah. I did want to talk about Zoe Bell a little bit. Tarantino had said that when he decided that the second group were going to be movie people, which we will learn in a moment, he knew he wanted Zoe Bell. He said that when he met her, she was making this documentary called Double Trouble. And she had done Xena. She was Xena's stunt double for 3 years.
Really?
Yeah. And during the filming of Double Trouble, she auditioned for Kill Bill. And Tarantino ended up being in the documentary when she got the job as Uma Thurman's stunt double. So he offered her this role, and Zoe Bell was down because she said that Tarantino changed her life. Like, getting Kill Bill changed the entire trajectory of her career. So she's down. He was like, can I come over to your house and kind of show you the script and go over it with you? She was like, okay, maybe I'll be like a featured stunt, I'll fall off a bar stool and you'll see my face or something.
Yeah.
So he comes over, and the cover of Death Proof had the names Rosario Dawson, Zoe Bell, Rose McGowan. And Zoe Bell's like, that's hilarious. My parents are going to get a fucking kick out of that. They're going to think that's so funny. My friends are going to laugh, blah, blah, blah. So then he opens the script and she sees her name again and again and again with dialogue. And she's like, what the fuck is this? She had no idea that she was going to be playing a role because she's like, I'm not an actor. I'm a stunt person.
Yeah.
So she was mortified. She said that she obviously agreed to it, but she had the rest of the cast come over. She was like, I'll buy all the wine. Like, please just read lines with me. Please tell me if I'm terrible. And she insisted, which we will be seeing very shortly, on doing all of her own stunts. There were no stand-ins. She said, Tarantino said that when you grab something, that can be somebody else's hand. And she's like, no, if I were doing the stunts, that would be my hand. I want it to be my hand. She said that a lot of the best shots when you're doing stunt work are ruined because you have to hide your face because you're obviously not the actor. But in this, you can fully lean into it. The camera can be right there because it's you. And so playing herself, she said, was very weird, but very fun. And everybody said, the other actors in the crew said that she did really great, that she was a natural at it, but was very just like nervous.
I think that she fits in just fine
Yeah.
with the group of actors.
Yeah.
And there's a long take of dialogue that she's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
But Abernathy points out that Zoe's timing couldn't have been better. It just so happens that all 3 of them are off for the next 3 days of shooting. Zoe's astonished and asks how that happened. Abernathy explains that she's doing Lindsay Lohan's makeup and she's off for the next 3 days. There's no stunts being filmed either, so Kim is free and Lee is on Will Notify for the next 4 days. But still, Lee sits in her cheerleader costume. When Zoe asks how shooting is going, Abernathy gushes that it's great. The director, Cecil Evans, is a lot of fun. They get to make the coolest movie and party all the time. Kim reasons that the next job after this one is going to suck, but Zoe wants to hear about the set romances. Kim immediately throws Lee under the bus for hooking up with someone named Toolbox. Zoe teases that the name sounds promising, and Abernathy explains that he's a grip, but Lee adds that he's a pervert. To Zoe, that sounds better and better, but she wants to know what the perversion is. Cringing and embarrassed, Lee admits that he likes to watch her pee. Kim starts to chant that Lee is sitting on a toilet and Toolbox is watching her pee. And Abernathy chimes in, P-I-S-S-I-N-G. Everyone laughs but Lee, who hides her face. Kim is ready to move on from Toolbox, further telling Lee's business and revealing that now she's getting it on with The Rock. Zoe's amazed, but Lee grins that it's not the real Rock. It's an electrician named Bruce, but Kim started calling him The Rock because he kind of looks like The Rock, and now they all just call him The Rock. Which tracks.
Yeah.
Zoe puts Kim in the hot seat, wanting to know the details in the dick department, but sitting up straight, Kim asserts that that's not happening on this trip because she's got a man. Zoe asks how long they've been together, and Kim guesses about 3 months. Zoe asks who she stole him from, and feigning shock and offense, Kim insists no one. But Abernathy snitches her out, pointing out that he totally had a girlfriend. And Zoe reveals to Lee that all of Kim's boyfriends start out as someone else's boyfriend.
God damn.
Lemon square bullshit, Kim. Kim insists, though, that she didn't steal any of them. They all just jumped ship. The other 3 laugh at this, and Kim can't help but laugh too. Zoe focuses on Abernathy now, and before she can answer, Lee teases that she's got the big kahuna. Abernathy confesses that she had a set crush on Cecil, but this is downplaying it for Kim, who insists that Abernathy was his set wife. But Abernathy maintains that the important words here were had and was. Kim isn't buying it, though. She is adamant that they're still into each other. But Abernathy fires back, wondering why Cecil would fuck Daryl Hannah's stand-in if he was so into her. And of course, Daryl Hannah was in Kill Bill, so that's pretty funny. Everyone else cackles at this, but Abernathy sarcastically agrees that it's so funny that men are dogs. Kim insists that she needs to get over it because that was 2 weeks ago. But Abernathy leans up to Zoe as she shares the best part. He fucked the stand-in on Abernathy's birthday. Zoe groans that that's a horse of a different color, and Abernathy sits back down, vindicated. And Zoe wonders if Cecil knew it was her birthday. Directors are busy. Abernathy mulls this over. Well, he ate a piece of her birthday cake and he got her a present. So yeah, he probably knew. I was like, oh.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah.
Pretty wild, man.
Zoe asks what he got her, and Abernathy takes a pause before revealing that he made her a tape. Lee is touched by this, and even Kim lets out a little squeal. Lee clarifies that he didn't burn her a CD, he made her a tape. She gushes that that's so romantic. Abernathy tells her not to even go there, but Kim declares that that's a sign of true love. Abernathy understands that they like him. He's likable, but he fucked another woman on her birthday. She doesn't understand how they're not on her side. Zoe just feels like there's more to it than that. She asks if Abernathy was sleeping with Cecil, and Kim answers for her. Hell no. Abernathy chastises her for this and finally answers for herself. No, of course not. Zoe asks why of course not. And Abernathy explains that the reason Cecil hasn't had a girlfriend in 6 years is because girls will fuck him. If you fuck him, you don't become his girlfriend. Not that that's what she's saying she wants, but if she did and she fucked him, she wouldn't be. She'd just be one of his regulars. And she scoffs that she's just getting too fucking old for that shit. Zoe asks if she's let him do anything, and Abernathy is adamant that she has. She's let him give her a foot massage.
It's a very sensual thing.
I've heard. And when they go to the movies, she lets him hold her hand. Kim laughs that Abernathy might want to act like she's 12 years old, but Cecil is acting like a grown man. Zoe asks for clarification. What Abernathy won't do, Daryl Hannah's stand-in will. Some cultures might say that Cecil made the wiser choice. Kim cackles at this, and she and Zoe high-five each other.
That's so funny.
It's very funny, and it's really good dialogue, and it's really good to establish where we're at with familiarity and whatever as friends.
Yeah.
But I'm like, if my friend told me that story, I'd be like, man, fuck Cecil. Let's go burn his house down.
It is wild. They're like, well, hear him out.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried? Maybe sucked his dick? I don't know. It's like, no, dude. Absolutely.
And she told us why.
Yeah.
We're going to go break Cecil's legs.
That's true. Even with her reasoning, they're like,
Nah.
I don't see it.
We abruptly cut to a diner where they sit around a table and Abernathy sets the scene. She, Kim, and Zoe are in the Philippines at an outdoor rave while working on 3 Kicks to the Head Part 3. She admits that they're a little fucked up, and after cheersing with their coffee mugs, Abernathy continues that Zoe the genius wanted to take a picture of her. She says that it's dark as hell, and Zoe keeps instructing her to back up a little to get the shot. Zoe keeps telling her again and again, a little further. So she goes a little further. But this is when she realizes that she's right on the edge of a 7-foot concrete ditch full of rocks, broken bottles, and rats. But as she tells her story, we revolve around the table, and if you're paying close attention, you can see Stuntman Mike sitting at the counter, turned toward them and listening.
Absolutely wild.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you how many times I watched this and did not catch that he was there.
I did not catch it until you told me.
Yeah. It's like, and this is a one shot. It is insane. We're revolving around the table several times. You see him sitting there, looking at them, turning away from them, paying, leaving. Like, he's there. It's not like they're trying to hide him. You're just so engrossed in this conversation between these women.
And maybe it is the motion of the camera where you are and the dialogue as you're saying.
Yeah.
I did want to point out something that I realized was I think Tarantino's referencing himself because the opening of this scene with the swirling camera around them kind of, well, not opening because it continues for the whole thing, but this is Reservoir Dogs, the diner.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I did want to say as well, along the list of locations that we can absolutely go to and visit, this scene was filmed at a restaurant called The Omelet Tree.
Oh, cute.
In Austin.
Okay.
Let's just go.
Yeah.
Let's just go.
What's stopping us?
Yeah. But Abernathy concludes that if she would have fallen in that ditch, she knows she would have broken her neck. So she yelled at Zoe for almost killing her. They had a laugh about it and they walk further off. But then Zoe starts fucking around and falls in the fucking ditch. The women applaud and Zoe takes a bow. She says that just as she realizes, oh, that's the ditch that Abby was talking about. She was down in it. They all laugh at this. And when Lee asks what happened, Abernathy shares that nothing happened to Zoe the fucking cat. But if it would have been her, she would have had to have been helicoptered out. But Zoe lands on her feet. Later, though, she says she started to feel really bad about herself. When Zoe falls in a ditch, they all laugh about it and nothing bad happened. But she probably would have been paralyzed. Lee soothes Abernathy that she can't think like that. Everyone has their individual talents, and that just happens to be one of Zoe's. Kim agrees that physically speaking, Zoe is amazing with reflexes, agility, and nimbleness. Zoe basks in this praise, but Kim quickly brings the other shoe down. Having said that, before anyone gets too envious of her prowess, the important part of the story is that Abernathy didn't fall in the ditch. Zoe did. Zoe still fell in the ditch, even knowing that the ditch was there because she was told. She agrees with Lee that we all have our talents. Zoe whines mockingly that she resembles that remark, and they all laugh. She switches up the subject and asks Kim if she still packs a Roscoe. We continue to spin around the women, and Kim leans back in her chair so that Zoe can see and admire it. Lee asks what a Roscoe is, and Zoe explains that it's a pistol. Lee is appalled to learn that Kim carries a gun. She asks if she has a license, and Kim replies sarcastically that she does. They gave it to her when she became a Secret Service agent. Lee's like, oh, I didn't know you were a... before catching herself and realizing that it was a joke. Lee asks if Abernathy knew that Kim carried a gun, and while Abernathy knows that she does, she clearly does not approve. But Kim is adamant that she doesn't know what utopia everyone else is living in, but in the world she lives in, a bitch needs a gun. Abernathy points out that people who own guns are more likely to be shot, but Kim counters that if she goes to do laundry in her building enough times at midnight, she's going to get raped. Lee advises her to stop doing her laundry at midnight, but Kim is firm that she'll do her laundry whenever the fuck she wants to do her laundry, and Kim's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, she is.
Yeah. Abernathy proposes that there are other things she could carry like pepper spray, but Kim isn't interested in giving someone a skin rash. Abernathy suggests a knife, but Kim warns about what happens to people who carry knives. They get shot. Indicating Lee, she says that if she were ever to become a famous actress, she wouldn't carry a gun. She'd hire someone to carry the gun. And when shit goes down, she can just sit there and laugh. But until that day, it's Wild West, motherfucker. And I'm like, yeah, I can see Samuel Jackson a little bit. In retaliation, Abernathy steals a piece of Kim's food, but Kim switches gears, turning to Zoe and asking if she knows what she wants to do first. I did want to point out, in addition to them going back and forth, going through this very like dense dialogue, they're eating and drinking.
Yeah.
And I am in awe because I don't know if I can do all that. Like, that's a lot.
Yeah.
To perform this scene and be chewing and like not joking and stuff. You know what I mean? It's still engaged and like looking casual and it's really impressive.
If I'm not mistaken, this long take is about 8 minutes long.
God damn.
Damn.
But with a grin, Zoe says that she knows exactly what she wants to do. To her, there's no point in even being in America if you're not going to drive a Detroit muscle car. She wants to drive a Dodge Challenger. The women chuckle, and Abernathy reasons that they could talk to transportation, but does it have to specifically be a Dodge Challenger? According to Zoe, it does, but not just any Dodge Challenger. It has to be a 1970 Dodge Challenger with a 440 engine. Kim cackles and demands to know how the fuck Zoe thinks they're going to do that. But Zoe knows exactly how. She pulls out a newspaper and shares that when she knew she was coming here, she went online and found the local paper. When she talks about back home, Lee interrupts and asks where home is. Australia? Zoe's smile drops and Abernathy educates Lee. Zoe is from New Zealand, not Australia, and you never call a Kiwi an Aussie. Kim adds, unless you want to get your ass kicked. Lee is immediately apologetic and starts to tell Zoe just how sorry she is, but everyone else at the table busts out laughing. Zoe tells her that it's fine, they're just joking, and she's from Auckland.
I love this group so much.
I know. Yeah. And how like gullible Lee is. It's really funny. But she continues her story. She subscribed to the local paper a month ago, and since then, she's been checking the classifieds for cars for sale. As of yesterday, here in this town, a guy is selling a stock 1970 Dodge Challenger with the 440 engine and a white paint job. Kim asks if Zoe is planning on buying it, and Zoe allows that she might be stupid, but she's not bloody stupid. She plans on telling the guy she wants to buy it so that he'll let her test drive it. She jogs Kim's memory. A 1970 Dodge Challenger with a white paint job? It's Kowalski from Vanishing Point. Banging her hand on the table, she insists that it's a fucking classic. And if she can convince the guy to let her take it out without him, she'll blow the doors off the bitch. Intrigued, Abernathy asks what Vanishing Point is. Stunned, Zoe tells her that it's just one of the best American movies ever made. But Kim corrects Zoe. Most girls wouldn't know Vanishing Point. As stuntman Mike pays his bill and leaves the counter, Abernathy asks what exactly Kim and Zoe are then. But Kim says that it's different. They're gearheads, so they watched that while Abernathy was watching Pretty in Pink. With a big smile, Lee says dreamily that she loves Pretty in Pink. I love Lee is just on her own fucking thing. Abernathy isn't convinced that Kim didn't watch John Hughes movies, and she admits that she did, but she also watched Car Shit. She starts to rattle them off, and when Abernathy tries to commiserate over having seen Gone in 60 Seconds, Kim holds up her hand and clarifies that she's talking about the real one, not that Angelina Jolie bullshit. I was like, okay, then I haven't.
Put your hand down.
Zoe adds that back in Auckland, they have an outdoor theater that plays Vanishing Point and all the classics. But suddenly, the yellow Mustang is pulling up to a house out in the country.
This color scheme, I know the original inspiration, of course, is Bruce Lee in Game of Death.
Okay.
But the bride's outfit in Kill Bill Volume 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
And speaking of Kill Bill, I cannot remember if you see it in the Grindhouse version, but in Death Proof, there's a sticker on the back of this car that says Pussy Wagon.
Just straight up.
Okay.
And it's straight up Kill Bill.
Yeah.
Kim honks the horn, and around the corner comes Jasper, played by Jonathan Loughran.
So Jonathan Loughran. I mean, I feel like we know him from a lot of stuff. But things that I found that I was like, okay, I do remember him that. He was in Little Nicky in 2000.
Yeah.
Kill Bill Volume 1.
Right.
The Water Boy in 98 and Grandma's Boy in 06.
Every time I see him, I'm like, oh, it's the Adam Sandler dude.
Yeah.
Even though he straight up is in Kill Bill. He comes toward them in coveralls, drinking from a bottle of beer. When Zoe gets out of the Mustang and sweetly asks if he has a 1970 Dodge Challenger for sale, he leads Zoe and Kim to it. Just as promised, the Challenger sits waiting. Zoe opens the hood, and she and Kim peer inside in awe as we look up at them. They're beyond impressed, Kim announcing that it's off the fucking hook, and Zoe adding dreamily that it's legendary. Tarantino said that passerbys were asking them if they were doing a Vanishing Point remake.
Really?
Because of the car. Yeah.
That's a nice ass car.
Oh, it is. And you have his signature shot?
Yeah, when we're looking up at them. Yeah.
I will say, whenever we were very much obsessed with the Death Proof soundtrack, I had a 1982 Oldsmobile 98, and it was a big ass car, and it was white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so I imagined that I was driving this car. Listening to that, but
carefully.
Yes, and we banned, because I used to drive you to work in places sometimes, but we banned listening to Hold Tight for that reason.
Well, yeah, because
we're like, come on,
we know what that means. Yeah. Zoe asks for a moment to confer with Kim, and Jasper allows this, letting out a creepy chuckle and a low moan as they walk away. Zoe pulls Kim to the side, but Kim is confused. She tells Zoe to just go ask the man to let her take it out for a test drive, but Zoe wanted to ask her something first. Carefully, she tells Kim that if he does let them take it out on their own, she wants to play Ship's Mast. Kim yells at her, "Hell no." Zoe pleads with her to keep it down, but Kim is firm that she is not playing Ship's Mast. She asks Zoe to remember what she said last time. And when Zoe is like, I know, Kim makes her say it explicitly. Zoe recalls saying that they shouldn't do it again, but Kim corrects her. What she actually said was they're never doing it again. Not only will they never play it again, but she told Kim that if she were to do what she's trying to do right now, Kim is supposed to refuse and physically restrain her if necessary. She asks Zoe, did you or did you not say that? Zoe squirms under Kim's truthful assessment, and she has to admit that she did say that. However, Kim crosses her arms, cutting her off. Whatever with your however.
Love it.
It's so good. And I'm like, I don't know at this point what the hell Ship's Mast is.
No.
Right.
But it's got to be bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's got to be dangerous. But proceeding cautiously, Zoe admits that she did say that, and she meant it when she said it, but she didn't mean in America. She means that they should never play Ship's Mast again in New Zealand or Australia. Shut the fuck up.
Let her cook.
No. Kim tells Zoe that she's a liar, and Zoe doesn't deny this. She levels with Kim. She knows what she said, but when she said it, she didn't think she would ever come to America. And if she had known that she'd come to America and have the opportunity to play Ship's Mast with the Vanishing Point Challenger, she would have added a however. Kim is quiet for a moment, letting the chirping crickets fill the silence. She relents that she actually does understand what Zoe is saying. But just because Zoe talked herself into some stupid shit doesn't mean that Kim lost her mind. You need two people to play Ship's Mast, and she's not playing. Kim walks away, turning her back on Zoe. But Zoe isn't done. She offers to be Kim's best friend, but Kim declares that she doesn't need a best friend that lives on the other side of the planet. I was like, damn. Okay. In a pretty sweet split diopter shot, we see both of them. Kim's exasperated face in the foreground as Zoe offers to crack her back. Kim counters that Zoe's going to crack it anyway. And while Zoe admits that that's true, she means that while she's here, she'll be her back-cracking slave. Kim won't even have to ask. She can just order her to do it. Kim's firm features soften and she raises an eyebrow.
It's a good deal.
Yeah, she must be good at cracking bags. I might be tempted. We cut to them, Kim standing by with her arms crossed, while Zoe excitedly tells Abernathy that they're going to try to get him to let them take the car out without him. If he does, Abernathy just has to wait here with Lee and they'll be back in just a moment. But Abernathy isn't on board. She tells her friends that she's been up all night. She's still a little drunk and hungover.
There's a moment when Abernathy responds with incredulity, and Zoe just repeats the story from the top.
She's like, okay, well, I don't know what you missed.
She's like, no, I heard you.
Yeah. She says she should be asleep at her hotel, but she's out here all because Zoe wanted to drive this Vanishing Point car. And now they have the balls to to tell her that she has to make conversation with that dude while the cool kids get to go out and play. Kim tries to tell her that it's not like that, and Zoe interjects that Abernathy and Lee are their collateral. He's never going to go for letting them all take the car out. Abernathy thinks that one human being is collateral enough, though, and Zoe tells her sincerely that she's not going to want to do what they're doing. Abernathy is like, what, drive a car? But Zoe says they're doing more than that. Abernathy is like, drive it fast. But Zoe repeats that they are doing more than that. Kim tells her it's a compliment because they're about to do some stupid shit, but it's okay because they're stunt people, which means they don't have good sense. But Abernathy does have good sense, and anyone with good sense wouldn't want to do what they're doing.
I understand what they're saying, but that would just make me even more worried for
do
my friends.
Well,
I mean,
That's opposite.
well, no. I get that because it'd be like, well, what is it though? But I mean, that I would still be worried. You can't tell me, look, we're gonna go do dumb shit.
Yeah,
you're gonna leave the two of us here with this dude.
Yeah.
If you fuck his car up, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I would be like, we find out what ship's mess is in a little bit.
Yeah.
If they were like, look, we're going to play this game. This is what it is. And this is what we're going to go do. I'd be like, fuck that. But if they're like, no, we're going to do some stupid shit. You don't want to do it. It's stupid. We don't have sense. I'd be like, God damn it. What is it? Like, I would say no if I knew what it was, but you guys are making it sound really fucking cool.
Yeah. It's like the Dewey Cox thing, huh?
Yes, you don't want this shit. I kind of think I do. Abernathy asks how they know she doesn't want to do it, though, and Zoe reminds her, because you're a mom. And Kim agrees. Abernathy deflates. She says that they're all supposed to be this posse, but that's the excuse that Zoe and Kim use anytime they want to exclude her. She asks what they're doing, that she's just so uncool she couldn't ever understand. Zoe reminds Abernathy that they're trying to con this guy, so they probably shouldn't go into detail while he's watching them, which is
It's very true.
I feel like you guys have already done too much. She whines that he probably won't even let them do it anyway. That gives Abernathy an idea. If she can talk Jasper into it, she gets to come with them. Kim asks how Abernathy plans on doing that, and she tells her that that's for her to worry about, but it'll work. Zoe jokes, what are you going to do, blow him? Abernathy scoffs at this before revealing that her plan is to insinuate that Lee is going to blow him. All three of them laugh before Abernathy says she's only joking, but she does make the deal. But Kim has some rules. She tells Abernathy that if she wants to hang with the cool kids, she has to be cool. Abernathy was smiling big and squirming excitedly, but she stops to try to illustrate her coolness. Kim says that if Abernathy is coming along, she can't say shit. She can't even say crap. She has to sit in the back and she doesn't want to hear a peep. Abernathy says yes, but Kim repeats that she's serious. Anything out of her and they're dropping her off on the side of the road and coming back for her later. Abernathy agrees. Kim and Zoe exchange a look, and Kim finally invites Abernathy to go work her magic. Clutching a magazine to her chest, Abernathy goes over and introduces herself to Jasper. When he's flummoxed by her name, she invites him to just call her Abby. She points to Zoe and Kim watching from a distance and says that they were wondering if they could take the car out for a test drive on their own to see if they're comfortable. Jasper asks why he would do something stupid like that. How does he know they won't steal it? Abernathy gives them 4 reasons why. 1, they are not thieves.
Very good.
2, that would be rude. 3, they're staying at the Days Inn in town and he could check and verify because she and Kim are registered for the next month. Jasper interrupts to ask if Kim is the colored girl, and Abernathy stumbles through her politeness to confirm that Kim would be the girl of color.
We were already off to a bad start when you didn't understand my name.
Yeah.
And now we're just off to a terrible start.
No, it's bad.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd be like, we don't need this guy's
No. There's got to be another guy selling it.
Yeah, no shit.
This very specific. She gives her fourth reason, the most important reason. While they're out with the car, he'll have the opportunity to get acquainted with their other friend, Lee. She moves out of the way to show Lee, sitting in a chair next to the shack, sleeping. Jasper wonders why she looks so familiar, and opening the magazine and showcasing a photo shoot of Lee inside, Abernathy shares that Lee is a famous actress. Jasper asks why she's dressed that way, and Abernathy explains that they're making a movie in town. It's a cheerleading movie, and Lee is one of the cheerleaders. Jasper asks, "What's a cheerleading movie?" And Abernathy clarifies, "A movie about cheerleaders."
Checks out.
Yeah.
She is so patient.
Yeah, well, it's like I really earned my seat in the car by fucking dealing with this guy.
Yeah, for real.
Jasper asks if it's a porno movie, and Abernathy is taken aback for a moment before rolling with it. It is a porno movie, but don't mention that to Lee because she's shy.
This is starting to go a direction I'm not happy with at all.
Not at all. And here's the thing, okay? We talked up top about Tarantino writing strong women characters. I think Jackie Brown. I mean, I can rattle off several of them. He is very talented at it. This is the bone that I have to pick. No group of women would do this to their friend.
No.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck how much we love Vanishing Point. I don't give a fuck about. I don't care. No, we would never do this.
Yeah, I think that was just my note. Is what the fuck, are you for real?
It bothers me every time. I'm like, that is a fucking sweet ass Mustang. That's not Collateral.
Yeah, no shit.
One would think, yeah.
I mean,
here's my keys.
And you're leaving her alone. It makes me mad. And also, the scene that's missing, that I was really surprised is missing, is when they go and buy this magazine. They go to a convenience store, and I think Abernathy picks it up, and afterward, she is sitting in the car with her feet out the window, laying in the back seat, just like Julia. And Lee is sitting in the front seat with her headphones on, and she's singing "Baby, It's You." And stuntman Mike goes up to them, and he touches the bottom of Abernathy's foot.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
And it is this like fucking chilling. It's like, it's very uncomfortable, and it has them getting this magazine. They're so excited because their friends in it and da-da-da whatever. I was very surprised to find it not here at all.
I remember that when you showed this to me.
Yes.
It is very important.
Yes. And it's like, I think I said before, it's almost 30 minutes that are cut. I was just surprised. And there's more conversation. There's more of them going back and forth in the car. Like, there's just a lot of stuff that's gone. But that scene, I felt like it was really important.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
But we cut to Kim, Zoe, and Abernathy sitting in the Vanishing Point Challenger. Kim honks the horn, waking Lee from her nap in the chair. Abernathy makes a quick introduction between Lee and Jasper and advises them to stay out of trouble. Kim adds, "Hey, good looking, we'll be back to pick you up later." Zoe waves to Lee as they pull off. Lee looks up at Jasper fearfully, and as he chuckles, she can only manage gulp. Never would happen.
No.
But Kim speeds down the road before stopping. We watch them from the back seat as Kim asks if Zoe's thinking what she's thinking. Zoe agrees. "I think I'm thinking it." From the back seat, Abernathy wonders, "What are you and you thinking?" But Kim snaps at her, reminding Abernathy that they told her to shut the fuck up. Abernathy rolls her eyes, and Kim and Zoe abruptly get out of the car. When Abernathy asks where they're going, Kim tells her again to be quiet. When she whines that she has to pee, Kim slams the door. Zoe and Kim walk to the front of the car and share a look before walking to the middle of the road. Zoe drops a bag she's holding, and the two squat down next to it. Kim asks if Zoe is sure she's ready to do this, and Zoe admits that she always doesn't want to do it right before she does it. And Kim agrees that she knows what Zoe means because she doesn't want to do it. Zoe pleads with her and complains that if she's going to take the piss out of it, but Kim says that she's just saying. She asks if Zoe wants to start out on top, but Zoe counters that it doesn't really count if you start out on top, and the two bust out laughing. She digs in the bag and pulls out gloves, which she tosses at Kim, and a leather jacket for herself. Kim puts on the gloves, but as Zoe pulls on the jacket, she says that she wants that too. Zoe objects that it's her jacket, and Kim is like, "Weren't you supposed to be my slave?" Sadly, Zoe pulls the jacket off, muttering that she's the one on the bonnet. But Kim corrects her Kiwi friend. Bonnet my ass. You're on the hood. Abernathy puts on lip balm as she watches from the back seat, annoyed and confused. Zoe and Kim continue putting on their accessories, and Abernathy warns that she thinks she hears a car coming, but Zoe and Kim mostly ignore this. Zoe asks for Kim's belt, and she goes to take it off before lamenting that this is her cute shit. She tells Zoe to go get Abernathy's instead. With her own belt slung over her shoulders, Zoe agrees. When they get back to the car, Kim demands Abernathy's belt, but she refuses, citing that it's Prada. Zoe asks sweetly, but Abernathy wants the magic word. Zoe gives it to her, asking, please give me the belt. Abernathy hands it over, only because Zoe asked nicely, but she reminds Kim that it's nice to be nice. And Kim replies with a, whatever. Mad now, Abernathy reminds Kim of how she asks pretty please when she wants Abernathy to do her hair and no one else is around, so she's not that fucking hard. With the doors open, Zoe and Kim stand on either side of the car and tie the belts in a knot through the open window, securing them when the doors close. Kim settles down behind the wheel and warns Abernathy not to get on her nerves right now. She's got shit on her mind. The tires screech as the Challenger pulls away. Their hair whips in the breeze as Kim accelerates. And when Abernathy complains that it's cold and asks to roll the windows up, they tell her no. I'm like, Abernathy,
I know.
Come on.
We quickly cut to Zoe turning around and grinning at Abernathy, telling her to check this out. She slides out of the open window and up onto the hood. Kim maintains her focus on the road, and when Abernathy asks, what the fuck are you guys doing? She raises a finger to silence her. The car's still speeding. Zoe grabs onto each of the belts and bangs 3 times on the top of the car. Kim knocks back in return, and when Abernathy wants to know what that means, no one answers her.
I understand the need for the adrenaline rush or the living dangerously or whatever, but this is extremely dangerous.
Yes.
This is another level.
Yeah.
And then you kind of understand why Kim was just like, no.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I really liked that abrupt cut before Zoe crawled out of the
Yes.
window. Like, that was really cool for some reason.
Yeah. Zoe gives a small whoa as she slides down onto the hood of the car. She lays flat, holding onto the belts with no other way to secure herself. She laughs loud, encouraging Kim to go faster, calling her a black bitch, and Kim does. Zoe slides on the hood, both arms above her head, clutching onto the belts and her legs splayed out, dangling over the headlights. Kim tells Abernathy to get up front, and smiling, Abernathy crawls over. But when she sees Zoe right through the glass in front of her, she braces her hands on the dashboard and her smile fades. But we're tight on her face as her fear morphs into pure excitement. She smiles wide and bangs on the dashboard. Zoe's laughing and screaming on the hood, and Kim taunts her, asking if she wants it faster, as Abernathy bangs on the ceiling and screams in delight. Riot and Thunder Alley by Eddie Barron plays as they race down the road. But elsewhere, sitting on the hood of his car with the decorative duck between his legs, stuntman Mike peers through binoculars with a smirk on his lips. We see through them as he finds the Vanishing Point Challenger, Zoe's screams echoing over to him. Mike lowers the binoculars and speeds away in a 1969 Dodge Charger. He races down the road, and when we see the Challenger again, Zoe is still laughing loudly and sliding back and forth on the hood. Stuntman Mike is closing in behind them. Abernathy hears his rumbling engine, and when she turns to look out the back window, her smile fades. Kim glances up into the rearview mirror and questions, "What the fuck?" But Mike speeds forward and hits the back of the Challenger. Startled, Zoe nearly loses her grip, but grabs tighter onto the belts before she can slide off the hood. The Challenger fishtails in the road, but Kim regains control, and stuntman Mike times his next attack before slamming his foot down on the accelerator. Panicked, Kim asks Abernathy if she did something or said anything to that guy, but she insists that she didn't do anything. And she did see him at the convenience store.
So
yeah.
When she looks up, he pretends that he dropped his keys and then picks him up and kind of walks away. So it's like, I feel like we needed that. Like, I
Yeah.
feel like we needed it.
It's not that much longer to have it.
No.
Yeah.
When they see him about to hit again, Abernathy tries desperately to warn Zoe. But this hit causes her to lose grip on one of the belts, and she dangles from just one, sliding across the hood. Her eyes full of tears, Kim encourages Zoe to just hold on. But Stuntman Mike is able to catch up and ram them from the side, causing Zoe to lose balance again. Now, Zoe has no belts to hold on to, and she flips around until she's flat on her stomach, clinging to the hood all on her own. Stuntman Mike continues to hit the Challenger, ignoring Abernathy's curses through their open windows. Zoe is facing Kim through the dashboard now, and she sobs, apologizing for calling her a black bitch. But Kim tells her that she forgives her. She just needs her to hold the fuck on. Now Mike is on the other side of the car, ramming Kim's door. She blinks tears from her eyes and laments that she can't see. She begs Zoe to move her leg, and Zoe does the best she can to clear a view for Kim. Stuntman Mike continues to terrorize them, moving from side to side, throwing Zoe off balance. But she holds on and admits to Kim that she's really scared, and Kim stays as calm as she can, her hands gripping the wheel tight and her wet eyes focused on the road. Stuntman Mike is next to Abernathy again, and he taunts, "You want to get hot?" as he hits the car again. He tells her to suck on this for a while before nearly knocking them off the road. Kim swerves onto the grassy shoulder, kicking up dust, and Mike hits them again, sending the hubcaps flying and the Challenger into a messy U-turn. But Kim regains control, and the terrorizing continues. The Challenger is knocked so hard that Zoe spins around, mimicking his decorative duck as she spins to face the road, holding on for dear life. They continue this way until an oncoming car causes Mike to swerve into the dirt lining the road. We lose him as he spins out in a cloud of dust, but this doesn't deter him for long before he's back on the road in hot pursuit of the Challenger. He approaches with gritted teeth, muttering, "Get ready to fly, bitch," as he rams them again. Zoe is knocked forward again and clings to the very front of the car now. Finally, Stuntman Mike spins out into a ditch. He is thrilled, laughing loudly as he kills the engine and unbuckles his seatbelt. He gets out and leans on top of his car, adjusting his sunglasses and trying to commiserate. "Hey, ladies, that was fun."
We're not your friend.
Yeah.
"What are you doing, dude?" He laughs maniacally and bids them, "Well, adios." He salutes them before holding his arm out in a flourish, but Kim takes this opportunity to shoot him right in the forearm. And Stuntman Mike does not take this well. He screams, and when Kim opens fire again, he gets in the Charger and speeds away. And again, this was planted earlier. Her gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kim continues to shoot, her face streaked with tears. She yells after him that he better run. Abernathy sobs in the front seat, and when Kim sits back down behind the wheel, they both look dazedly out the windshield. But suddenly, Zoe jumps up from the greenery and assures them, "I'm okay."
I remember the sigh of relief that I breathed
Yeah.
the first time we ever watched this film, and Zoe was all right.
Yeah.
Well, but she takes a huge leap off of that car, and you don't see it in this version.
No.
But she flies off into the
Okay.
trees.
I just want to, whenever I said earlier at the beginning, I think the intro we call it, I said that Death Proof was a cinematic achievement.
Yeah.
And to me, this sequence and the one that follows is one of the major reasons why. It is incredible. It is shot so brilliantly. The close-ups, the reactions, the emotions, the intensity, the fear, the cuts, everything.
Yeah.
I have to talk about this sequence.
Okay.
So I was watching this interview with Tarantino and Rodriguez with the New York Times, and he was lamenting the fact, and this is kind of what inspired a lot of the moments in Death Proof, the fact that there haven't really been any good car chase scenes since the 70s or the 80s. He said the last one to his mind was probably from Terminator 2, and he also gave a little credit to, of all films, Final Destination 2.
Okay.
Well, it did a lot for cars.
It did.
Yeah.
But he said that the thing is that there was a time where you hear about a good car chase scene in a film, you will go see that film for that scene.
Yeah.
And he's like, that does not exist anymore. And he derided the use of CGI now, the tons of cuts and different cameras to where it ruins the momentum of everything. And so he was like, I'm looking at it the way that I looked at Kill Bill. I love Kung Fu films. I want to make my Kung Fu film to pay respect, but to also throw my hat in the ring and give it my best shot too.
Yeah.
And so he had all these rules and all these ideas going into every car chase scene in this film. And so, of course, there is no CGI at all. He said that there is no under cranking at all. Every shot you see of a car is either going 70, 80, 90, or 100 miles per hour.
God
Holy
damn.
And Zoe Bell is doing all of her own stunts.
That's
That's
crazy.
fucking
as fuck.
amazing.
But I also want to commend the drivers. We talked a little bit earlier about Buddy Joe Hooker, but the drivers that are doubling for Tracy Toms. The first is Tracy Dashnaw,
Yeah.
who we talked about a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Tarantino said that she is the MVP of this shoot, not just because of the work that she did, but because she was the one responsible for keeping Zoe Bell safe.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
But there's also Chrissy Weathersby, and I thought this was really great, what Tarantino said. This is in the featurette. He said that he did not just want Tracy Dashnaw doing all of the driving for Tracy Toms. He said that he wanted to give a young black stunt woman an opportunity and the chance to do something like this.
Yeah.
And so whenever he was trying to find the right stunt woman, a lot of people were saying about Chrissy Weathersby, like, well, she doesn't have the experience to do something like this. He's like, motherfucker, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're giving her the experience so that she can go on and have a fruitful career having done Death Proof.
Yeah.
That's such a fucking toxic cycle where you can't get into something because you don't have the experience, but you don't have the experience because you can't get into anything
Yes.
because you don't
Yeah.
have the experience.
It's infuriating,
Yeah.
but it's very cool that he was able to do that. She
Yes.
was able to do that. And her and Tracy Dashnaw fucking killed it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And plus, if you learn that from working with Tarantino and his team and all, you know what I mean, the people he gets, whatever set or you go do stunts somewhere else, and they're like, damn, where'd you learn that?
Yeah.
Or you do phenomenal work.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because somebody took the chance and taught me.
Yeah.
And then he said, think about it. He's like, in 20 years, Chrissy Weathersby is the Tracy Dashnaw
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
of a shoot in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought that was incredible. But there is one more person that we really need to give credit to for this sequence and the one that is upcoming, and that is the late, great Sally Menke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Her editing of this sequence and the one that follows is so fucking incredible. And Tarantino himself said all car chases are made in the edit. And he's right.
Yeah.
All of that emotion and intensity and not losing that momentum, that's Sally Menke.
I do want to add that once we meet our new group, for me, I feel like this is a completely different movie from then on. And I love every bit of it.
And it does feel very different. You're right. I was kind of intrigued by something that Tarantino said about the emotions regarding car chases.
Mm-hmm.
He said that something that's very interesting is that whoever's side you're on in a chase, if you're being chased or you're the person chasing, it's either like, you know, get that motherfucker or get away from that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this sequence and the one that follows, he gets to do both.
Yeah.
And so we're on like an emotional roller coaster with this group who we got to know
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
and appreciate.
Yeah.
So it all just works very, very well.
It sure does.
But Kim can't help but laugh, and Abernathy realizes, of course she's okay. What was she thinking? It's Zoe the fucking cat. Again, bringing this moment full circle.
Mm-hmm.
Smiling brightly, Zoe makes her way over to the car and leans into Kim's open window, commenting, "Phew, that was a close one." Abernathy and Kim sigh, tears still streaking their faces, and Zoe's eyes dart between her two friends. Her face etched in mock worry, she tells them, "You two look like shit. Who died?" Kim takes off her gloves and smacks Zoe with them, but Abernathy just wants to make sure she's okay. Zoe figures she'll have a hell of a bruise on her ass, but other than that, she'll be sweet. Kim and Abernathy can only laugh as relief washes over them, but Zoe wonders who the maniac was. Wiping away her tears, Kim shares that she shot at him and his punk ass ran off. Grinning, Zoe asks if she wants to go get him. Kim is immediately on board with a, "Oh, hell yeah." She turns to Abernathy and pats her leg, assuming that her friend probably wants to get out. But Abernathy maintains, "Fuck that shit." Glancing behind them, she adds, "Let's kill this bastard." Zoe and Kim smile at each other, and when Kim tells Abernathy to hop in the back, she does. The last race begins to play again, but instead of getting into the passenger side of her best friend's ride, Zoe runs off.
Wow.
Zoe runs off on a mission. She picks up an abandoned piece of rebar, soft sand spilling out of its hollow as she whips it around. Kim is thrilled and encourages Zoe to bring that shit. Zoe jumps into the window and sits, one leg inside and the rest of her body balancing on the outside, and the music swells as they race off. I'm like, Zoe, please just get in the goddamn car.
Yeah,
come on, dude.
I love the enthusiasm,
But
get in.
Sit your fucking ass
please
down.
don't.
But this here, with the tides really turning, like you were saying, T, and these women who were victimized moments ago being like, no, fuck that, and rising up with the music playing and them taking off, it gets me every time. I love it so much. But on another road, stuntman Mike pulls over and cuts the engine. He's still whimpering and grunting from the pain of his gunshot wound. And when he takes his seatbelt off, he screams. Frantic, he opens the glove compartment with a bloody, fumbling hand and takes out a bottle of bourbon. Teetotaler my ass.
yeah.
So he literally just wanted his system clean for when he did what he did that night.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He's fucking evil.
Yeah. Evil, yes. He sobs as he opens it with his teeth. He takes a long swallow until he chokes on it, and he stops drinking and coughs before lamenting, "Oh, why? Oh, no."
Why?
I know. What?
Dude, I have to say, watching this, I felt like that quote from Green Room. I was like, you were so much scarier at night.
Yeah.
Tarantino said that Kurt Russell really made this his own when Mike becomes this fucking sobbing mess, because he had written it in the script but didn't go into all this detail, and Kurt Russell just made him fucking like pathetic. It's so funny. He touches his arm and screams in pain, but after another long swallow from the bourbon, he sloshes it onto his wound. Stuntman Mike screams bloody murder and writhes in his seat, begging, "God, no!"
He's taking it hard.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, he tries to pull himself together, wondering what he's going to do. He tips the bottle up to take another drink, but that's when he spots the ruined Dodge Challenger racing toward him. He does a spit take, spraying the windshield just as he's hit.
This is another great edit with them hitting him from the back and then him, like, he crashes against his steering wheel, but it's such a momentary shot, and the sound design of each thing is just so good.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I know I said hitting it from the back.
I know, a little decorum, please.
A little decorum.
You're embarrassing yourself.
Calm down.
This isn't that kind of show.
Don't you have
dude.
more script?
I do indeed. The Charger spins away, but Zoe is off. She hops out of the window and races after the Charger, busting out one of the windows with the pipe. Then she sets her sights on a cowering stuntman Mike. She beats him with the rebar until he's able to drive away, but Zoe continues to chase after the departing car, hitting it until it's out of reach. Kim reverses, and Zoe jumps in through the passenger window, and they are on stuntman Mike's ass once again. Kim barrels down on the swerving Charger, ramming him just as he terrorized them earlier. Kim taunts him, yelling that she's the horniest motherfucker on the road. But stuntman Mike's windshield is smeared with blood, and he is frantic as he tries to escape. But Kim is determined, even smashing through an abandoned boat in pursuit. And I don't know how, but the boat is a Gone in 60 Seconds reference, apparently.
All right.
Oh, okay.
So I just wanted to point that out, but I don't get the reference myself.
I will say the production designers talked about the limited space that they actually had driving around. And so they would build things like this boat or different like gates and all this stuff to make it look like they're going to all these different areas.
Okay.
It feels like they are.
It does.
Yeah.
They pass through an unimpressed group of cows lining the road, and when we see the cars from a distance, their engines are muted, but we're right back in the chase with them as Kim leads a chant of tapping that ass, tapping that ass, tapping that ass. When they come to a pond, they take opposite sides, and stuntman Mike glances between them and the road as he tries to beat them to the other side. But Kim matches his speed, and when the two paths converge, she is right behind him again. Focused on the charger, Kim warns him, "Oh, you know I can't let you go without tapping that ass." Stuntman Mike reacts in panic to something ahead, but Kim continues, ignoring Abernathy and Zoe when they call her name. One more time. Booyah! Abernathy ducks down in the back seat and Zoe's eyes grow wide as Kim taps that ass one more time. But stuntman Mike has driven onto a ramp overlooking a highway. They both fly off and land on the road below. They swerve through traffic. Kim still determined to stay on stuntman Mike's ass. A man flies off of a motorcycle and crashes into a building, but this is of no consequence to them. Stuntman Mike looks down at his wound and sobs as he maneuvers through traffic. He's still very upset.
Yeah. And that person didn't deserve that shit.
Not at all. But the challenger is never far behind. The No Peace Pursuit by Franco Michelizzi plays during the chase. Despite Mike pushing cars off the road and an SUV getting clipped and losing control, Mike never loses Kim. When they get past the traffic, Mike busts a U-turn the other way, but so does Kim. When she momentarily loses control, stuntman Mike allows himself to cheer, but Kim is quickly in hot pursuit again, and he's like, "Damn!" Kim taunts that he thought he lost them, but they're back. Abernathy yells, "Who's laughing now, bitch?" Kim accelerates and pulls right up next to him. She calls him a lunatic bastard and boasts that he missed them. But stuntman Mike moans that he's sorry. They're like, "What?" And he repeats himself. He's sorry. He didn't mean anything by it. He was just playing around. They're like, "Oh, he was just playing around." But Kim says that she's not playing with him. She swerves into him and pushes him onto the grassy shoulder. The women cackle as she keeps him at bay, forcing him to crash through a sign for the Starlight Drive-In Theater. But they're playing Scary Movie 4 in Wolf Creek, so that's cool. But this enables him to pull ahead, knocking debris into the road that Kim has to navigate through. The engines roar as Kim comes up to him once again, but Mike brakes unexpectedly, causing Kim to swerve, crash through fencing, and end up on an ascending road. His rearview mirror finally free of the Dodge Challenger, stuntman Mike allows himself relief. He laughs and cheers, finally reasoning, "Jesus fucking Christ. It's about time." He sighs and rests his head back on the seat as he continues down the road.
It's about time is fucking wild.
Yeah.
After all you've done.
Yeah.
Literally. Well, he was also asking why.
That's true.
Yeah.
He sighs and rests his head back on the seat as he continues down the road. But we pan out as La Polizia Sta a Guardare by Stelvio Cipriani begins playing. The music creeps along as we finally see that Kim is still right behind Mike, only on a higher road that he forced her onto. She continues forward, begging, "Please don't dead end." She repeats herself again and again, and Abernathy and Zoe join in too, the plea becoming a prayer, a mantra. "Please don't dead end." And finally, when they get to the end of the road and see that it does in fact not dead end, Abernathy and Zoe encourage Kim to get him again. But stuntman Mike is ignorant of all of this. He is still sighing with relief and breaks out into maniacal laughter. But through his window, we see the higher road slope down until he goes right past Kim. The Vanishing Point Dodge Challenger slams right into stuntman Mike's Charger, causing it to flip. The car rolls over to the side of the road and is still. These cars are fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, that guy's...
Oh.
Yeah, I shudder to think.
Yeah, seeing it, it's like saying fucked up.
It's
like,
an understatement. Yeah.
The whole side is just torn to shreds. Like, it's fucked up.
Do you want to hear something crazy?
Huh.
They had multiples of both of these cars and just kept matching the damage on one, they would put it on all of them.
That's
so
amazing.
they could change them out.
Yeah.
I'm like, that must have been a fucking pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, Zoe, Kim, and Abernathy get out of the ruined Challenger. Mike is hanging out of his car, the door no longer attached. He screams, begging for their help, but their strut over to him makes it clear that helping him is their last objective. I laughed out because once they reach the door, they grab at him, and Mike is like, "Be careful, my right arm is broken."
Come on.
He's trying.
I put in my script, LMAO, they don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll be Ginger. Like, come on.
This dude is something else, man. They're not careful with him when they pull him out of the car. They stand him up at the center and take turns punching him in the face, the force of their fists sending him from one woman to another. They whoop his ass, propping him back up when he's unsteady on his feet, and we freeze on his bloody and battered face multiple times. Finally, Zoe kicks him in the face, sending him down. Once he lands flat on his back, Zoe, Kim, and Abernathy jump for joy and cheer. We freeze on this, which I love this freeze with them like, woo!
Yeah.
The screen goes black, and we get the words written and directed by Quentin Tarantino in yellow and Chick Habit by April March plays.
I was very surprised to learn that this song came out in 1995.
What?
Yes.
It's so good.
It's amazing, but it sounds very much of the 60s or 70s.
Yeah.
It does sound older.
But the song continues to play as we come back to the cheering friends. Abernathy approaches Mike and raises her leg. She stands tall, silhouetted against the blinding sun as she brings it down. The heel of her boot crunches as it finds a new home in stuntman Mike's face. It cuts to black and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Death Proof? Briefly.
I enjoyed this. I don't want to say a lot more than I did Planet Terror. Planet Terror is a lot of fun, and it's silly, and it is what it is. You know what I mean?
That surprises me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It surprised me too. But I feel like, again, the back half of Death Proof really saved a lot of it for me. I did enjoy what was going on there, and he deserved everything that happened to him, with them three.
1,000%.
Keep beating his ass. You know what I mean? That's fine. But I did enjoy this. This was pretty cool, and I do feel like the beginning of Death Proof with our first group is just kind of a setup to get us to know a little better what we're dealing with and what's going on. But I did enjoy this.
I absolutely love Death Proof. It's always been very strange to me that even Tarantino considers this the lesser of his filmography.
Huh.
I don't know if it's just because of the reception that it got or if he actually feels that way.
Okay.
But I think that this film is remarkable.
Yeah.
Everything that they do on a technical level, I think he does a great job as the director of photography. I like a lot of the characters a lot. The performances are fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
That car chase, both of them, the stunt where the first group is killed.
Yeah.
Everything, the vibe, the feel, the soundtrack selection.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this is a fantastic film. And I struggled to understand all the hate that it received.
Yeah.
Because I think that it's brilliant.
Yeah.
And it's got a lot to say as well about the changing film industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Death Proof. I can't recommend enough watching the full feature of it because, again, you get almost half an hour.
Yeah.
And I feel like some important shit was cut out. I do. I feel that way. But still, this version, I love it. I love this movie so much. I love the revenge aspect of it. These badass women watching Zoe Bell fucking do her thing and wear this hat of an actress. I just, it makes me sad that people are like talking shit, or they did talk shit or whatever, because I think she did really well. I think everybody did. I will agree with you that the second group I do like more, but I think that first group, it really sets a tone. It's the dialogue in it is so good. This like semi-famous friend who kind of, she's kind of an asshole. Like, I like that whole aspect of it. This, like, you think that you're building up to something with her and this director she clearly has feelings for. He stands her up. It's like, okay, what's happening with that? Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing now. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much tragedy in that. We kind of talked about it in From Dusk Till Dawn, where it's like, yeah, you do feel a little robbed because you're like, oh, we don't get that story that we were leading up to. But like, that's tragically what happens.
Yeah.
Like, that is part of it. You know what I mean? I think that the tie-in to Planet Terror, visiting this hospital, it's so much fun. I love Michael Parks' character really getting room to just fucking be Earl McGraw and spin yarns and kind of recap us on what we just saw, but in a really like folksy and cool way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Everything about it just works for me. The only bone I have to pick is really what they did to Lee.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
But I just love this movie so much.
I love how Tarantino kind of described it in one of the interviews that I saw. He said it's basically the first half is a slasher film with a car, and the second half is a car film.
Okay.
And you do feel that differentiation. And I love those moments of horror in that first segment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just so good.
And again, Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
He has to play so many things. Like when he's kind of boasting about his credits and nobody knows what the hell he's talking about, how kind of dejected he feels. He is smooth and fucking charming when he's talking to Arlene. He's terrifying when he's in the car with Pam.
Yeah.
I mean, and he just switches between these seamlessly. It just, I truly can't get enough. I spent way too much time with this film writing the script to cover it, and I would watch it again when we're done.
Me too.
I just love it. So on a scale from 1 to 10, and yes, we're in ratings now. On a scale from 1 to 10, critically creepy classic cars, I am giving Death Proof. Everybody set your faces to stunned. 10 out of 10 critically creepy classic cars.
What?
I know. I can't believe it either.
Such a surprise.
I know. And I will now open the floor to you.
Like I said, I did enjoy this as its separate movie on its own. I do remember watching that version that you have before. But I must have seen Death Proof another time.
Yeah.
Because I remember you showing me this in its entirety the very first time. But I also, when you describing that scene, I know I've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know that we've watched that. But I did enjoy this a lot more this time than I did the first time. And I think it is, like I said, that back half that saves it for me. Because it is just that. You're doing this horrific shit and whatever, you know what I mean? And it seems like you've been doing this. Even if the cops are onto you and they're like, no, he's killing those women.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're dead because of him. So him finding the wrong group of girls to fuck with and then it being like, oh, no, you fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
You made a mistake. And he's stuntman Mike. There's stunt women, and again, now you fucked up.
Yeah,
because now we're just like you now, dude. You attacked us. We're gonna come back at you, and they beat the shit out of him. And again, he got what he said.
Yeah.
And again, I was talking about all the facets, so we gotta shout out that him crying and fucking.
Oh, dude, it's so funny.
It's so good. My right arm is broken.
He's like,
I don't care.
But for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, critically creepy classic cars, I'm going to give Death Proof a 7.5. I did enjoy it more this time. I'm sure with repeat watches, I'd appreciate it a lot more. But again, just a few times that I have watched it, and then for the show, I did enjoy it more this time.
Mm-hmm. I am not going to repeat everything that I said previously. I just probably gave myself away earlier the several times I've called Death Proof a cinematic achievement. And I will just tell you flat out of 10 critically creepy classic cars, I'm giving Death Proof as well a 10 out of 10 critically creepy classic cars. I fucking love this movie.
Agreed. But we are not reviewing Planet Terror and we're not reviewing Death Proof. We're reviewing both of them.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Rubbing my eyes. But we have to rate Grindhouse. That's what we're here to do today. So we can kind of go into ratings for Grindhouse as well. I mean, I think that this is such, John Paul, at the very top, you use the word experience. And I think that's perfect. That's exactly what this is. It is a treat. It really bums me out that it did poorly because I would really love for us to do this again and again and again, and I would be there. You know what I mean? Again, like we said earlier, what's stopping you?
Yeah.
Let's just do it.
Come on.
I've always been a really huge fan of Rodriguez's and Tarantino's work separately. I love the way that they reference each other. I love the references in these works to each other, to themselves, to their other works. I just fucking love this. I love this so much. And I think what would make the most sense would be to average out my two scores for Planet Terror and Death Proof, but I'm not going to do that.
Right.
I'm just not. I think that this is something so special. I'm so glad that we're covering it for our episode 250 for our first episode of 2025. I think that this is a special episode. This is a special film, a special double feature. I just can't fully articulate how much I really, really love it and how thankful I am for it. So, on a scale from 1 to 10, devilishly daring double features, I am giving Grindhouse 10 out of 10 devilishly daring double features. No, do not check my math. I really don't care. And I will now open up the floor to you.
Yeah, I think as a whole, it is, like I said, an experience.
Yes.
It is something to watch. I would say that. If you've never watched it, watch it, experience it, see what you like, what you don't like, what maybe could inspire you to check out other genres of horror and other movies that are out there. I think you really have to buy into what's happening here. You really have to enjoy the feeling of this. I do think that, again, for me, Planet Terror, it is on the line of too silly and silly. And sometimes it does tip over for me and it's like, okay, you know, but I did like Death Proof. But again, like you guys said, the blending of the stories, because again, at the beginning of Planet Terror, we hear that tribute to Jungle Julia.
Yes.
So again, this happened, and then not much longer, Planet Terror happened.
Yeah.
So it is pretty cool, and I would recommend anybody to, like I said, check it out. And if you like it and you've never seen it, bam, there you just found you another good movie to watch.
Yeah.
And if not, you know what I mean? Okay, you know, I don't like this style of movie, or I don't like what's happening here. But for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, devilishly daring double features, I'm going to give Grindhouse, I am going to average mine out. So I'm going to do a 7 out of 10. I do enjoy this, and I would recommend, like I said. But I mean, I can get it too if it's not for some people.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
It is a very unique experience indeed. I think if I were to go into much more detail of what I loved about this film, it would just sound like I was copying Nay's homework. I can't say enough about this film. It means a lot to me. It's very special. I think that maybe it is a little poetic that we only got one of these, because this film is an homage to a very, very singular moment in time that will never be again.
That's a good point.
And so it's a perfect tribute. It is such a showcase of the very original voices of two incredible filmmakers who are also very, very skillful in their use of referencing and pastiche to films that have come before.
Yeah.
I love this movie beyond reason. I had thought as well, I was like, well, you know, it would make sense to be a mathematician at the end of this thing and kind of just take these two numbers, divide them, and get.
I love that you have to be a mathematician to average two numbers.
You know, we're all at different skill levels. And this will maybe prove how not good at math I am.
Who needs math?
Who needs it?
We're too pretty for math.
Yeah, so let me tell you, out of 10, devilishly daring double features, I am also going to give Grindhouse 10 out of 10 devilishly daring double features. I watched it twice for the show, and I will watch it thrice when I get home tonight.
Absolutely. Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Grindhouse and which we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at Blood and Smoke, at Juggalo Daddy 84, and at Travis MWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get over 200 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem or Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. And remember, though sometimes buried in charm, red flags are always there. You must be careful and mindful in order to dodge the nefarious challenger. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Eden, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Daniel McGinnis, Emma Hagel-Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle, OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter,
Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S, Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T, Kim H, August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Jenny May, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Daniel Dickerson, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland,
Raven, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Corey Gillen, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Becca Boo, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Christy Michelle Wilson, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H., Karen with the Y, Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Nikki M., Ghastly Granddad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Sonny Jonas, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, Robin, The Face Flowers, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Abby Young, Alex M., Brandon C., Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renlin, Ashley Poe, Najee P., Seth Schaff, David Kermavner, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, and Yuko Imada. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. We appreciate you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. This group is so nice. We have to thank you twice.
Like
the double feature.
Very
Okay.
good.
That we just covered.
We definitely did.
We did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
we did. Sincerely, thank you all for 250 episodes because, wow. Until next time.